we are starting our English Zoom discussion in this way. Uh, so we have been doing these things, these kind of discussions in English language for about 1 year. So at very first outset, I'd like to pay my humble homage to our noble friend Buddothpada R.N. Bhanse, and I'd like to extend my sincere blessings to those who have joined this discussion. Every day at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we gather uh, like this to seek the profound truth that has been revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. Though we know until now, we knew this doctrine of Buddha is as somewhat that belongs to a person who knows Pali well. But we are very fortunate to hear this Dhamma in our own native language, that is Sinhala. So now what we are doing is what we have understood in Sinhala, we are trying to communicate through the English language. So that will the entire world will be benefited from that, through that. So otherwise, if the Buddha teachings were in only in Pali language, so very limited people are uh, would be able to understand that. But now the opportunity has become more um, more open. So there is an open kind of opportunity to all of us, to the entire world actually. So anyone who can understand English even a little bit. So what we are trying to communicate here is not very difficult to understand. So and also the Zoom discussion link is also available in our main websites. So please feel free to join this uh, Zoom discussion online, and you can uh, start discussing about this Dhamma mm, mm, in real time. So this is the opportunity that all the people in the world have. So I invite everyone to join this forum, uh, and let's discuss together. So that's why this has become a very rare kind of opportunity to all of us, because I think this is the only forum that talks about the absolute truth and that is preached by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. this may be the one and only forum. So that's what that's that's much this forum has become important and precious and very rare. Anyway, you if you happen to listen this, that means you have fulfilled your eligibility criteria to know this absolute truth. So other than these kind of discussions, you have texts that can be read through the internet. So they have been published in our main website. The main website is www.buddothpada-dhamma.com website. So in English there are six. Uh, there are there is a series called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So there are 6 volumes. So they are to they are in the main website, so you can download them for free and you can read them. So I invite you to visit that site and also get them downloaded, and please feel free to read them attentively. And if you have any doubts or any query about those things, you are most welcome to this forum and you can ask them directly, and we can uh, try to uh, solve those things then and there. So this is another opportunity. So for those who have already interested in modern day scientific uh, knowledge, and if they are curious enough to see whether it really tally with this absolute truth, you have a special site that you can visit and see, and it will clearly explain how this ancient wisdom clearly bridges with the modern day findings. So that website is www.wisdomofasia.com website, and please feel free to visit that website as well. So so while our friends get joined to this forum, I'd like to recap some important points that we have discussed in this forum in previous discussions. So recently, in one of our discussions, a participant shared a deep concern. So if I try to bring up his concern, so I can tell it like this: if one does not clearly distinguish between ordinary thoughts and the arising of the notion of self, the path can become complicated. So that is a kind of statement that has been declared by one of our Dhamma friends. So let me read it again. If one does not clearly distinguish between ordinary thoughts and arising of notion of self, the path become complicated. See, what does that mean? This reflection is pretty much meaningful. When someone is able to identify clearly what the thought is, that that understanding would make him or her to comprehend about the mind. And if he or she realize realizes realize that the self is also a, another thought, that means he clearly knows, get to know, he clearly gets to know that the notion of the self is also a mind creation. But unfortunately, what most of our listeners think, thought is a different thing. The notion of the self or the me, me, mine concept is another thing. No, this is very wrong. Again, if you think the notion of the self is another thing, it is again becomes a thought in you. And if you think the rest of the thoughts are thoughts, that thought itself become a thought for you. So this won't help you anymore for clear understanding of the mind. Thought cannot be understood from another thought. Then comes a question, how we can understand this thought otherwise using the thought? Yes, there's a way. First, you have to learn, you have to know how the thoughts get created. Uh, it is so get you will get to know that by thoughts. It's fine. It's fine. So here you need use your mind to understand the mind at the early stages. That is perfectly normal. That is all right. But once you understood what the thought is, that will become that will no longer become a knowledge for you. It is it is it becomes some kind of a understanding. So it automatically comes. So after you understood what the mechanism, how this thought gets created, then you don't want to contemplate it each and every time how this creation happens. And also you don't want to think, no, this is another thought like this. So you don't want to do it because you understood the mechanism how this uh, thought get created. It comes from the clear understanding only. It is not just another thought saying that the rest of the things are thoughts. So then comes the question, how we can understand the way it has been formed. So I'm talking about the thought. In order to do so, we have to go back to the Majja Sutra. Majja Sutra, in the sense, the heart of the Dhamma is there, that has been uh, revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. The Majja Sutra, in Majja Sutra, it will clearly explain how these two different, how the incidence of uh, creating how probability of creating the two extremes in the sense, one, so we can say north pole and the south pole, or the positive or negative, plus or minus, anode or cathode. Likewise, if at any instance, if there are two ends get created, two different end gets created, the power in between, the development of some kind of a power in between will not be prevented. It is the mechanism of creating a power, some kind of a power, where the place where there was nothing before. That is the ground, the that is the ground reality. Usually nothing was there. So we think like this: if you throw away to the space, outer space, as soon as you are born, so what what would be the state of you? So nothing will come, even a light, even a sound, even a taste, or nothing will come to you. It's just a bare, empty, deserted area. So nothing would trigger you to make you to feel some kind of a feeling there. Nothing. But if somehow two polarities get created, that is the point where some kind of energy is being built. There's probability, not the probability, always, of creating energy in between. That energy is, so that energy is the energy that tend to give some kind of a feeling of a sense of aliveness. But if you move a little bit further, that energy is capable of creating subsequent polarities as well, subsequent vibrations. So for initial thing, we can call it a vibration, but so that particular energy that has been created in between, within two different polarities, two different extremities, is capable of generating enough power to trigger the subsequent vibrations as well. Then what happens? So the process starts to continue. So it will continue in a rapid speed. So what will happen? The energy that has been built up within one, in every vibration, tends to accumulate, and it becomes more powerful. Then what happens? Then tends to feel something is there. So still you can't differentiate what the feeling is. but something is their feeling gets created. Something is there. Then what happens? What is that something? So the perception. So the the create as a result of the creation of your uh, senses. If this something becomes a light, then you will say, I can, the vision is there. The eyesight is get generated at that very instant. And at the same way, if the something is there becomes some kind of a sound as the perception, at that very instant, your ear faculty gets created. If that something is there feeling, gives a perception called taste, at that very instance, your tongue, the taste buds, will be born. Likewise, all the five senses gets created with that initial kind of vibration. Absolutely, it that is the exact truth here. Then think, has it been created by you? No. Has that phenomena, has this entire process initiated by someone else? No. It happened, but it happened. So creation of your faculties got automatically uh, got created. So no one did it. After that, what will happen? So that is the state of a small child as a newborn child. The perceptions are there. He doesn't figure it out. It has light, sound, or what, tactile stimulation, or taste, or whatsoever. Just react to the perception, pure perceptions only. But what happens? This bare perceptions do not stand still. They come together. They come together, form another kind of perception. So from that point, we call where the mind gets created. So coming together, all these perception can make something for you. Either your mother, either your father, either the chair which is there in front of you, either yourself. See, still you can't find a person within this process. No one had did it, either not by you. So think these thoughts. So ultimately, what has been created after combining all these things? A chair, the mother, your brother, yourself. So what was the ultimate result? The thought. The thought. So this is the entire mechanism of creating a thought. Thought has not been created by you, not by anyone else either. So that has to be clear, crystal clear for you. So after that, what you could do? So You go and sit on the chair. So then you think, ah, I am the one who is sitting on this chair right at the moment. So I am rotating uh, in a faster speed. Wow, how comfortable this chair is. Likewise, so many thoughts build up. But what was the contributory factor for building up all those thoughts? That you involuntarily took the chair is as real, but you know the chair is a thought. And like as as the same way, the creation of self also a part of the same process, follows the same process. So how does this happen? In a more, if you observe a small, very small child, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 months, does he or she has the notion of the self? Does she or he uh, reacts for the uh, react for the external stimuli with the notion of the self? No. What will happen is, if the burning sensation comes from his or her tummy, he screams. So it happens. So he doesn't know. Even at the age of 2 or 3, if you observe the small child, they can't express the hunger at that stage even. Sometimes they tend to cry, my tummy is burning. But the actual thing is, they were in uh, they were in hunger. They need food. As soon as we feed them, they settle. Now my tummy pain has gone, they say. But they don't know this is his the simulation that has been given from his tummy. For these concepts were not there at the very early stages in life. But what will happen next? When he goes in front of a mirror, or when he sees a photograph of his family, then mother points out this the, the figure. This is you, my child. This is you. Then what will child? Then this little child will link, try to link all these feelings to that figure. So it also a thought. So whenever, after that, whenever uh, some kind of a feeling comes, from that day onwards, he tried to request from mom or dad, saying, I need that. I want that toy. So I am the one who have that. So I am the one who is attending to that nursery. Likewise, a lot of things get created around that self notion of the self. So this the sense of self was not there earlier, but it has been introduced by someone else, or it has been introduced from the surrounding to him or her. So likewise, now you can say how this self notion gets formed. See, every but if you go back to to our previous understanding, what was the triggering factor for all these things? The sense of aliveness. Was the sense of feeling alive is the triggering factor for everything. So rest of the things are thoughts. Rest of the things are thoughts. But the pure feelings are there. Pure feeling. But what is the pure feeling is this it or the alive feeling. As we are having a life feeling, we tend to feel we are living in this world. Then we get the notion of I, me, mine concept in the later stages of life. I mean, in age 4, 5 years. Then we tend to think, I am the one who have born in this world. So in some other day, I'll have to say goodbye to this world as well. See, all these things are mental constructs. Mental constructs. Why these mental constructs got created? Because of we had that alive feeling. What Lord Buddha addressed is that point. That point is where the crucial point. So where from where this alive feeling comes? To that he gave a definition due to a vibration, due to development of two different endings. So that is well explained in Madhya Sutra. So after that, we are living. So now you can realize, now you are living in a world that has been created in your own mind. So they are filled with thoughts. So that's why our initial question was, how can we figure out the rest of the self thought from the rest of the other thoughts? So this is the way we should figure it out. Rest of the thoughts as well as the me mind concept is also belong to that category. They are all thoughts. They have the similar kind of structure. So if we tend to feel this is real, from that point onwards, you will energize this thought without your knowledge. You unknowingly it will happen. You empower the thought. So that for that empowerment will make you to generate more thoughts. So that will become an endless story. So that is the sansaric journey. So we assign a self to a certain piece of energy. That is the ignorance we had. We thought there was a person behind everything, but actually speaking, there is no person here because we mistakenly took this alive field, the resultant field that has been created due to two different endings. We took it mistakenly as a living thing, as me, as self. So that is the ignorance we have. So what will happen if you understand this process? you get to know there, for sure that there is no one here other than a certain process. There's no one here. There's no doer here. So whatever the things happen, whatever the things going to happen, whatever the things happened earlier, all these things, in all these instances, you were not there, you are not there, you will be not there. So we have to come to that understanding. There is no person, we are in a huge kind of illusion that has been created in our uh, minds. So I think, yeah, let's see. You have joined. Sudharma and Dr. Sakuntala have joined by now. So, yes, Dr. Sakuntala, Teruvan Sarangai. I saw you have been,
Ah,
yeah, you have been you were practicing our, in Candy
yes,
temple.
program was there yesterday.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So you might have some kind of experience through that about what I said earlier. So how do you feel about the
Yes, the program, you mean the experience in the program? Is that what you
yeah,
mean?
during the program? Were you
Mm.
able to experience that particular experience without a self? So were you able to
Yes.
see these things? Yeah.
Yes, actually, I think most of the people who took part had a different experience. And now
Mm-hmm.
that I felt is the importance of doing it in a place like that rather than doing it by self at home. At
Mm-hmm.
least if that experience can be gained at least a couple of times, I think then you get the taste of it and then you can apply it. It automatically gets applied to the day-to-day activities. That is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, this morning half, the explanations were done how the mind is composed and what is meant by self-feeling or sakkaya ditthhiya. So that sort of outline was given. And then the practical part was introduced. Actually, in the practical part, though we are describing in 4 steps, it's just one process. Right
Mm-hmm.
from the beginning, the concept that there is no self is
Mm-hmm.
gradually introduced, and towards the end, the person or the system actually experiences that there is no self, or the feeling of self gets sort of diluted more and more.
Mm-hmm.
And uh, the few people, there were few people who joined for the first time. There were, I think, one or two who have even never listened to the Deshana also.
Mm-hmm.
So they must have, I felt that they must have sort of uh, experienced something more towards samatha experience or the concentration meditation type. Again, you feel some uh, sort of relaxed feeling and calmness and tranquility within
Mm-hmm.
by concentrating to the steps. So that is also a good experience for a beginner actually, because we
Mm-hmm.
are more used to do the concentration meditation and we are more used to concentrate on breathing or the stepping, the lifting the foot and keeping it down like that. So we are more familiar with that. So a person who has done it earlier or have heard of it tend to go to that side. But that's also something that is also good as a beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But this each time what was done was an introduction was given about each step, and
Mm-hmm.
then we walked about 3 circles around the stupa and the uh, uh, bodhi tree.
Mm-hmm.
And after about 3 circles, we sat down, and then each person was asked about the experience, how he felt, how she or she felt. So
Yeah.
towards the
So
end, yeah, yes.
yeah. Yes. So what were you doing when you
Hmm.
doing the uh, first one or two circles? So you
Hmm.
were what were you doing? Were you contemplating all these things about the first stage, or what
Yes,
did you do?
actually, first 2 steps we are doing in the mind side. So we
Mm-hmm.
have to think about what we learned. Now, it's actually easy when you are doing it rather than when you are going to tell it in words. Now, in the Zoom discussions, in the morning one, we have to
Mm-hmm.
present it in words.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's easier to do it quietly because it is a very quick process.
Mm-hmm.
Changing these sensors from one to the other is such a quick process. If you try to explain, actually you have to drag it and do it slower. Uh, but when you are doing it, focusing on the mind, the focusing on the self, and do it, you can sort of feel it easier, where the senses are sort of jumping from one to the other. How the sensor
Yeah.
feel is changed from one to the other. It's such a quick
Mm.
thing, and definitely you tend to miss some of the things because it's a fast process. But the more prominent ones are felt. So if
Right.
you step, like if you walk, you might feel uh, the hardness, and in no time it becomes the sand
Mm.
in your mind.
Mm.
And
Yes.
a shape is seen, and then in no time it becomes a ball leaf.
Mm.
Uh, 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 Again, a shape is seen, in no time it becomes an ant.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
Then, hmm,
so. Yeah. If at the same time when you step onto the stand, if
hmm.
you remember memory, so how you would do it? How you did it? Okay. I
Uh,
mean, if it reminded you some kind of incident that you went to a beach or somewhere.
yes, 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 yes. That again, you see it as a thought. So that is
Right.
another entry point. So as
Mm.
you said, very correctly, you said, I mean, when we are walking, suddenly you get a thought about home or
Yes.
about a child. So
Okay.
that again identified as a thought. So that's it. It's like
Right.
seeing something, feeling something, sensing something to the skin, and another thought. So that is another entry point only.
Right. Right. So.
So when you do it actually in your mind without expressing, as I said, it's much easier. You can
Mm.
see that so fast the things are jumping from one sensor to the other. The more
Sure.
prominent ones sort of becomes obvious now. When you are walking, sometimes the sound of the wind is there, rustling sound of the bough leaves are there, but
Mm-hmm.
there will be a louder sound of vehicle horn, or uh, we heard some sounds of a band practices from a school. So that
Mm-hmm.
becomes sometimes prominent. Then you can very easily see, the system can very easily feel that the more prominent sound is taken.
Mm.
So that instant you don't hear the rustling sound of the bow leaves, but that
Yeah.
sound of the band practice. Yes. So when
Yeah.
you walk like 3 circles like that, towards the end, you can it becomes clearer and clearer how
Mm-hmm.
the senses are changing from one to the other. And
Yes.
after that, we sat down, and then each person was given a chance to talk how they feel. And now, if a person says that I heard a sound but didn't identify it as the rustling of the poetry, that is purely a thought, because you can't
Mm.
separate out the sensor level from the mind thought level, isn't it? Because by
Yeah.
now,
Mm.
automatically the thought or the mind sensor is the mind consciousness is the one that comes forward. So
Yes,
then we had
absolutely.
to correct and say that it is just a thought you are, because you know how the mechanism, what is this mechanism? In a
Mm.
thought, you are thinking that I only heard but didn't identify the sound. Did I
Right.
explain it clearly, Ravi? I don't know whether I
Yeah,
was clear
yeah,
enough.
yeah.
Yes.
What you are trying to do explain is very clear. So
Mm, mm.
what I'm asking is, at in the initial step, the very first step, what we are
Mm.
trying to understand how these thoughts get created, isn't it? The way, the mechanism
Yes,
how these thoughts get created from a feel, absolute feel, how it
yes,
becomes a thought, right? Yeah.
yes, yes. So you can clearly see that the sensor level is hidden actually. You don't feel it as a sensor, but straight
Yeah.
away it's a thought which is coming up.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Mm. And
Then
then,
yeah,
mm, yeah,
after understanding that, you can then move to the second thing, no?
second.
So it
Actually
is
speaking,
yeah. So
actually speaking,
what I
Ravi,
wanted
here,
to ask here
yeah,
is,
yes,
so
yes,
does it come from another thought? So I am
mm,
done with the first stage. So does it
yes.
come internally from you? So is it? So I don't know
It's
what.
actually not correct. If we, that is what happens now, especially in
Mm-hmm.
this morning Zoom discussion, the morning practical experience.
Mm-hmm.
People try to sort of divide, put walls in between these four steps.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a single flow.
Mm-hmm.
Really speaking, some people actually experienced all four steps just in one circle, walking.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Finally, what you have to understand is that there is no person, that the feeling of self doing, a person doing, is
Mm-hmm.
going to dissolve little by little. And then you can see, I mean, the system will feel that there is some automatic function. Now, towards the end, you feel very relaxed. You can
Mm-hmm.
still see the things, identify them. You can hear the things,
Mm-hmm.
identify, and also you feel various things to the skin and the nose. Of course, the mouth was not applicable at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then very lightly, I mean, you experience them, but you never hang on to any of those. It just sort
Right.
of appears, and you can feel that it disappears, and when the next thought comes. So there
Mm-hmm.
is a mechanical system which is going on, and
Mm-hmm.
in a very relaxed way, very light way, a very
Mm-hmm.
tranquil manner, the walk is happening.
Right. Okay.
Uh, but
What
still,
about
you
the
can
second?
remember
So,
if. Yeah.
yeah.
Second one,
Yes.
actually, what was explained was that to see it as a thought,
Thought.
but
Yeah.
the thoughts are also not persisting, not a one single thought. It's
Mm-hmm.
changing pattern of thoughts. It's more or less the first one, a little extension from the first one. And try to identify now. There may be occasional focuses where
Mm-hmm.
you cling on for a short while.
Right.
Now, if I give an example, if you, when you are walking, you
Mm-hmm.
see a big uh, caterpillar or some sort of big insect.
Mm-hmm.
Now, rather than seeing a ball leaf, this is,
Mm-hmm.
you can sort of quickly feel that
Mm-hmm.
it is sort of you are giving a value to that, and you
Mm-hmm.
sometimes tend to avoid that, or you sometimes jump over that purposely, and
Mm-hmm.
then you can feel that rather than that uh, flow of sort of simple thoughts, you
Mm-hmm.
suddenly tend to give a value to that.
Right. But it involuntarily happens, right? So
Yeah,
you.
it involuntary happens and you identify. Only that system will identify that it was given a value which is different from the other thoughts which were coming.
Right. Yes.
Even it
So.
can happen with a thought. Now, sometimes you are sort of very quietly walking, and all of a
Mhm,
sudden you get a sort of very strong thought about home. Or did I
mm,
do that job and come? I forgot
mm,
that. Now that
mm.
you can feel it, no? That you can feel
Yes.
some form of current coming up. That
Mhm,
that sort of thoughts you can identify. But again,
mhm,
you don't sort of further go on with that. You let go.
mhm.
You identify
Right.
as if you have given a value and you take it as a thing, but again
Mm,
let go.
mm.
And then you continue with the step walking.
Right.
So the second step is actually just sort of identify that this is a flow of thoughts and
Mhm,
there's no value to those thoughts. All of a sudden, sometimes you might uh, come across something that uh, comes as a little block in a stream.
mm. Yeah.
I mean, blocking the normal flow. There is some
Mm,
a stone or something where there is a small block, but
mm.
again, it will continue.
Right.
So the first two steps actually more related to thinking,
Mm.
and the next two are more like towards feel.
Right. So how you move forward? So for the third stage, I mean,
Yeah,
you are only
third
seeing.
stage actually, yes. Now, third stage is that this is only the sensor function. So that is, in a way, this is something I felt that I felt as if the some form of focusing happens at the sensor level. That means
Mm-hmm.
when you see something, your experience kind of stops at the eye level without inner feeling. That was how I felt actually. But
Mm-hmm.
again, you feel that the the seeing was limited to eye. Uh, Hearing is ears. So it's not me who is hearing, it's not me who is seeing, but it is the sensor level.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
actually third and fourth both actually go together. So when you
Mm-hmm.
focus on this sensor level, when you
Mm-hmm.
focus more and more that it is happening just at the sensor level, uh, you sort of system moves forward to a more and more tranquil state, and then you realize that just some automatic walking is happening with inner tranquil feeling. You
Right.
feel very calm inside, and then walking happens, uh, and you can feel that it is sort of automatic function which is happening.
Mm. Here I get a question like this.
Hmm.
So,
Hmm.
if for instance, you think that you see a bird in front of you, so
Hmm.
again, if you concentrate on your sensor level,
Hmm.
so can it will there be a probability of getting a thought? Am I concentrate? I have to concentrate on my eye, and all these things, thoughts will come, right?
No,
So,
actually,
so
the
it
words,
should
when
not
you
be the
try to
way, right?
explain, when
Yeah.
you try to explain it, the words actually, it's very difficult. But
Yes.
the bird, now, when you see the bird, you cannot
Mm.
stop from the eye level and see it as only a picture.
No.
Automatically, your mind sensor is also functioning, and then you will recognize the bird.
Bird. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm.
But
Yes.
if you see now, see the difference. If you see a
Mm-hmm.
magpie just coming in front of you and
Mm-hmm.
compare that with a peacock or some other beautiful bird, unusual bird that you have never seen coming
Mm-hmm.
and landing in front of you,
Mm-hmm.
then there's a difference, isn't it? The magpie you
Yeah.
may not give a value. It will
Mm-hmm.
become just another seeing and identifying. But if
Mm-hmm.
you see an unusual, beautiful bird or maybe a peacock or something,
Mm-hmm.
like that, you sort of have a gesture, then it becomes a more valuable seeing, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Actually,
Mm.
can't it can it happen at the sensor level? So, so assigning a value also can't it happen in that particular level? So because it has not a, regular site, it is
Mm.
so all these
Yes,
happen.
yes,
Yeah,
it can
yeah,
happen. It
it
can
can
happen
happen,
for a
isn't it?
person who is, yes, yes, person who is having a very advanced sort of internal transformation. You
Yeah.
know that it is a beautiful bird. You know that it is
Yeah.
a unusual one, valuable one.
Mm,
That
yeah.
again, without that fire sort of within you, isn't it?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Mm.
Mm. Right. Then you can move. So along with that, you can move to the fourth step, isn't it?
Mm. Yes.
Mm.
So then
So,
the tea was served, and then when the tea was served,
mhm.
even the other senses could be tested. Now, when you were
All right.
eating
Yes,
something,
you're right.
you could feel
Yeah.
the taste, and you could feel
Mm-hmm.
the uh, sense of feeling inside when you were chewing it, and then the taste and smell. And
Mm-hmm.
the tea, of course, the warm feeling when you're holding the cup, you could see the smoke, steam
Mm-hmm.
going up, and
Yeah.
sort of even the other senses which we didn't experience during walking could
Mm-hmm.
be experienced when we were having this
Right.
refreshments.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so I think the walking is selected because it's easier to start with. But if you continue to do it,
Mm-hmm.
automatically you feel that things are happening very mechanical way.
Right.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that means ultimately what you realize is
Mm.
everything happens as usual
Yes.
without
Oh, yes,
involvement of the self. Yeah. Yeah, without the self.
exactly. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now there are instances, Ravi, now there are instances sometimes at home when you are
Mm-hmm.
doing something,
Mm-hmm.
uh, you tend to realize that the job is done. You can't
Mm-hmm.
remember how it happened. Uh,
Yeah.
I mean, there are very many instances, isn't it? Now, it can
Mm-hmm.
happen in two ways. One is your thought was entangled somewhere else,
Yes,
completely
yeah.
outside, and you are
Mm-hmm.
floating somewhere else, and this job is also done. That is one thing.
Yeah.
So, in
Yeah.
that instance, uh, your self-feeling is strongly there, and then this has happened. So that is not actually not what is taught in this. Meditation is practical procedure.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what is explained, but there that place you the self is there.
Mm-hmm.
But on the
Yes.
other hand, it can be that it happened in the form of kriyasita. I don't know what is the English term for that. Kriyasita means
Functional mind, right?
functional mind. Okay, so that is the correct thing. Now that there is no person who is doing, but it
Mm-hmm.
acts as a sensor level function. So
Yes.
the two possibilities are there. If you
Mm-hmm.
have a clear understanding about the darshana part, then it could be very well the functional mind.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you are if you are not into Dhamma, any person can experience this sort of things where uh, something is done completely without being aware.
Yes,
Like a
exactly.
person watching a cricket match and eating, you never know what you ate. Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
even the things that you need to discard can be eaten without realizing. So not that sort of instance.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Saguntala, for this
Okay.
explaining your experience yesterday. So yes, I can see Ms. Dharma is also here with us.
Yes,
Yeah,
Thervan Saranai.
Thirvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yes, Thirvan Saranai, Mrs. Verma, do you have anything to add, or do you have so Dr. Sakuntala talked about how she experienced in the particular place while doing the walking meditation. So I think it is not impossible to get the same feeling when you do engage with your day-to-day work, day-to-day activities. So do you have kind of real experiences like that, Sudharma? Tervan Saranai?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර් රවී ඩොක්ටර් සකුන්තලා නමස්කාර වේවා ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට. So it's such a fruitful discussion, especially when I was listening to Dr. Sakuntala, the words of Aryan Wahanse, this is not a Dhamma to be documented. It should be
Yeah.
experienced. Yeah, you should get first-hand experience. So Dr. Sakuntala, through her experience, did a marvelous job and to get the message across to the other, to everyone. So if I focus on this Dr. Ravi's question,
Mhm.
whether I experience, you mean this non-self experience in day-to-day
Yeah, yes,
incidents?
exactly.
Uh,
When you engage in certain works, you can't
exact,
demarcate it into 4 steps and all. You can't practice it like that, So what you would do is what
exactly,
will
Doctor.
happen is with the understanding, you tend to do the things without a self, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
doctor, but with Dr. Sakuntala's clarification,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
so you have, you don't know how things happen, right? Now, sometimes I didn't focus on peeling onions or cutting vegetables. I was maybe heavily engaged in something else in my mind thinking, but this
Mm-hmm.
happened. So, now it is obvious that it was total ignorance if things like that happen, right? While
Mm-hmm.
you are thinking, engrossed in something else, but the work also happens. So that
Yeah.
is one thing where we might go wrong. Dr. Sakuntala, can you please further clarify? Because at that point, when you maybe you are thinking of what you have to do at your workplace and the cooking happens, so can we take it as the experience of functional mind, or it happened due to ignorance? Actually, that only that person knows what it is, isn't it? It's not fair to ask someone else what it was like. But I have a question, Dr. Ravi, probably Dr. Sakuntala may be able to help in this
Mm-hmm.
case. So when something happens with awareness, for for us to be 100% clear that it is the operational mind or the functional mind, or not the ignorance, not the strong self view, um, should that person be totally aware of both situations, internal awareness of uh, thinking of tomorrow's plan and cooking? Should the person be aware of both
Uh,
processes?
yes, I think planning is a part of the life, isn't it? Now, it comes as a thought right now, but you tend to, that is the part of the life where you have to do lots of planning and sometimes preparations for future things. Those are normal incidents in the life. There is
Yeah,
no
doctor.
problem with that. Yes.
Yes, doctor, but it happens while cooking, while
Hmm.
peeling
Yes.
onions, or while cutting vegetables. So the
Yes.
moment time, as because it is I mean a common truth that within one moment only one sensory organ functions. When the mind is at work, the body sensor is not at work, because you also
Mm.
clearly explained when you hear something you don't see it, though we
Yeah.
ignorantly believe that we both seeing and hearing happen simultaneously. So
Yeah.
thinking of days proceedings or plan and cooking, um, it's the when it comes to functional mind, should that internal awareness be there, that not a person, that awareness, some we cannot attach this awareness to a person or self view, that the
Mm.
both things happen simultaneously.
Yeah, both things can happen simultaneously because the mind is so fast. It alternatively sort of gets formed according to the sensor level, isn't it? Now, when you are doing
Yes,
some work and thinking and planning something for tomorrow is not something unusual where you take turns, so you know that both things are happening. And now, for example,
exactly.
if you are driving, sometimes when you
Yes,
are driving, you tend to
yes,
talk in the phone or listen to the radio.
yes,
You can't say 100% attention is given to what you are listening. What
yes,
happens is to the more important thing is taken prior as a priority. So you tend to
exactly.
focus more on your driving thing, but in between, intermittently, you tend to focus on the sound from the radio or the phone call or whatever. So that can happen. That you can't say that it is ignorance there.
Mm.
It is a
Yes,
normal function of the mind where the because of the fast action, it take turns and then alternatively concentrate on different topics. Or the mind is formed according to the different sensor function. So
yes,
that is a normal function of the mind, I would say.
yes, doctor. Yeah.
And
So
there's no
probably,
defilement there. That is what I
hmm,
feel.
yes. Yes, no defilement is there. And when you
Hmm.
are kind of engrossed in ignorantly thinking about something, maybe you are burning inside that I have to go
Mm,
to,
mm.
yeah, and in a very sort of light manner, tranquil manner, this happens. That is the non-self experience or the functional
Yes.
mind. Yes, and
Yeah, I mean,
especially,
what you, as you said, what you have to identify is whether you did it with a heavy feeling or that feeling
yes.
within you. That is something that you have to understand. You have to feel it.
Exactly,
You have to
Dr. Ravi.
identify, isn't it?
Dr.
Mm.
Sakuntala, yes. My very
Yes.
first experience of functional mind also uh, was while driving, because applying brake, overtaking, everything
Mm,
happens, but the eye is focused on the path to be
mm. Yes.
driven, right? So that way we can experience. So such little experiences are there, Dr. Ravi.
Mm,
So as Dr. Sakuntala very well explained, in the day-to-day life, we can't have any demarcations. This is the first point of contemplation. This is the second point of contemplation, third point of fourth point. So this is well kind of graded or put into steps for us to understand the
Chairman Sana,
because Teruvan
Theravada
Saranai,
Sarnai.
Teruvan
Yes.
Saranai, Doctor.
uh, there's a little bit of lacking there. I think I'll
Yes, please explain.
try to add it. Um, so this, if you're talking about the non-self experience, you have to be a bit careful about that, because uh, the way the way you the explained may not be the thing. So the non-self experience includes how you, so how do I say this, so the how the eye consciousness is not a thing, and how sound consciousness is not a thing, but the way you explained it, I think you were like in it, not not out of it. I don't know how to say that, but the way you explained it is a bit different. So we can be in the mind as well as feel the feel as everything, you know, like if you keep an eye on that, you might feel that it's changing and you will be okay with that. But that's not kind of the thing that no self-experience is, and it has all 4 steps in it, but they are very distinct, very distinct. So if you take breaking, this is not good to take an example, so I will not take it. So that, but if you understand the, you know, the tip of your like foot, the forefoot, or we call it front part of the foot. If you actually feel that at that particular moment, that the breaking, that word, the mind, or even walking meditation. So walking, if you take that, the walking is in your mind, but if that you know, if you actually feel the sensation, that's actually body sensation, or body consciousness, otherwise the touch. So that's kind of a very distinct thing. Not while in the mind you can also think about these things, but this experience is very distinct. So, and then to realize that it is not also a thing, and it is also very distinct experience that we have never had before. So you have to be very careful when you explain that, because that non-self experience gives us an idea that we have never been living, and it was the only thing that was existence was touch. So the feeling person won't be there. So, but when she was explaining that, you kind of don't feel anything, but still that doesn't have the non-self experience. So if you know that only, you will go beyond that. I don't know whether I put it in correct
Thank you
words.
very much, Dr. Kokila. It's so clear to me. There, I had a doubt because that ignorantly, when we are carried away by thoughts and things happen, it's just kind of we are in the mundane world. But when we have a proper, the 100% understanding of or feeling of sensory basis, how they kind of, now when we touch something, the feeling of touch, it is the body consciousness. The seeing, it's perfect
The
kind
body
of seeing.
conscious also, then
Yeah, yeah,
you should understand
yeah,
that the feel of that is also a thing. If you don't get
exactly.
beyond that, you won't know that. Until you get beyond that, you don't know that. But today morning, Aran Hanse gave a beautiful sermon about that.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful sermon. I recommend everyone to listen to that. In the latter part of it, there's a beautiful discussion with Neela. which is very, very important to all of us who try to give this message, because it's really important that you understand all 6 senses. Otherwise, you can get carried away, because actually we don't feel much burning when you listen to this Dhamma. So you can get carried away by the feeling that we get. You feel light anyway. You can get carried away by that. So you just have to understand that all the 6 senses will be very vividly understood. If you can understand them, then that is very important. This is only for the people who have listened to Dhamma for a long time, actually. Not
And
in the
Dr.
beginning.
Kokila, Dr. Kokila, I need to share a big mistake done by me at the very beginning, and it still affects. The thing is, when I first heard Kriyasita, the functional mind, the literal meaning which actually occurred in mind was it's a process. So mistakenly, now functional mind is also, in other words, seeing the functions of 6 sensory organs very clearly. That
No,
is the proper.
actually Kriyasita,
Yeah.
or that one is Arahant's state of mind, and
Mm-hmm.
that can be only felt very transiently in the beginning. You can just see how this is, and
Mm-hmm.
how you become of it is a different thing. But at least to see this for a transient moment, you should understand the other 5 senses too,
Mm-hmm.
because in Kriyasita, or the functional mind, you can't feel you. That you can explain it while you are there too, but until you get that different experience, you never know how you might become the touch, how you can become the sound. Then only sound is there, not you. That's a very distinct thing that would be very nice to feel, but that won't happen until you do the Yoniso Manasikara, or what is it called in
Wise
English?
attention. Yeah.
Yeah, if you pay wise
Wise
attention to these particular other 5 sensory organs as well. If you don't pay much attention to them, you actually skip it in the mind, because you feel so light anyway now. So you can get carried away by that. So functional mind is actually Arahant's mind, and that mind is transiently felt before, but to become that is a quite different thing.
Thank you.
Dr. Kokila, regarding what Sudharma said about doing several things at the same time, either driving or while she's cooking, when she's planning. Can you explain a little bit more about it?
That's normal. That's normal.
That's normal. You can take it as normal, isn't it? Okay.
That's normal. But the thing is, feeling, just have to understand the feeling as, the feeling or consciousness, that has become a normal thing too. That's where we don't know the not normal thing, like consciousness not becoming a thing. Because the other way around is so normal, that means consciousness being real is so normal, we don't know anything otherwise. Do you get the point?
Yes, it's clear. Yes.
Yeah, so everything is actually normal. Whatever happens is normal. The only thing is, there's always avidya, or ignorance. When there is ignorance, there is always like two sides to everything, like two things in everything, like that. So you have to be very careful in explaining things, because then what happens actually is, imagine someone actually understood this, and you just with the first experience you would actually really understand what this is all about, like what no self perception is. It's not a new perception, it's just there's no self perception. The self perception is like what, so for now we think that this is not the self perception because we don't feel a burning. Of course we don't feel a burning because we have listened to Dhamma for a long time. That was the morning discussion was as well, because you don't feel any burning. You feel this is the no self. No, there's a layer beyond that. If you don't get that point, you will be still not in functional mind.
Yeah, that means a subtle person is there who is enjoying
Yes,
that experience, isn't it?
consciousness. Yes,
Yes.
not kind of thing. It is not kind of even enjoying thing. Yes, but we can call it, because there is a doer, or there is a when there's a thing, there's a person, or not how can I say, not a big person, like, because the
not a
in
big
this way,
person, but a subtle sort of
yeah,
shadow.
yeah, it's a feel only. It's a feel only. So this level is not even can be discussed, because it's a feel only. And beyond that feel, so you don't feel yourself, but you have the sound, or you have the you don't feel the touch, but touch is not gone as well, but that, like some kind of experience, if you experience it, you will know that you haven't felt that before. So being very happy and like floating, like feeling is not the feeling we are talking about, not the no self experience. But if someone knows this, and if someone is aware about this, then their doubts are gone. They don't do anything else to, because they know that there is no one anyway. And until you're breathing, there would be a perception, but that's it. So that is what is called, actually someone help to tell that the melavanut midala elavanut midana, that word, I don't know how to put that into English, but do you have an idea how to put that in English? Because that lower part is very important, because then no self experience is a collection of that.
Can you tell it form world and formless world?
Maybe actually, yeah, but it doesn't necessarily give that idea.
Meaning may not be exactly yes, but I
Yeah,
think
because
those are the two
they will,
words used.
yeah, they will take it as, yeah, I mean, true, maybe, yeah, world, what we experience, and the world we feel, because the mind is another form of experience, but beyond mind is also another form of feel, and something beyond that is the no self experience. Don't know, even that would give the exact meaning of Melavanut Midala, Elevanut Midala. So that part is very important, that understanding all six
Dr.
senses.
Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Dr.
Yes.
Kokila, in that
Teruvan
context,
Saranai.
Elava and Melava, has different connotation than this world and the next world? Do you mean something else in
What is
this?
this world and next world? Who is
What
that?
that is a thought, no? Next world is a thought. This world is the sensory experiences.
No,
No,
no, I'm
no.
talking about an in one single experience. No, 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 no. I'm not talking about something like that. What is this world and that world? There's nothing like that.
Yes, those are also thoughts, labels, and ignorance.
Yeah, if
Thought,
you, this world
single
is the
thought.
mind. This
Mm,
world is the
mm.
mind.
It's the meaning is Rupa Loka sah Arupa Loka, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Rupa and Arupa, that is what is meant by yellow and mellow. So I think the closest
Um,
explanation was form world and uh, no form or non-form world.
yeah,
I don't
but
know whether
still
Ravi can.
but there is
Mm,
mana udacha vidya. So I don't know how
mm,
to put that into words because there is always
mm,
bit more always. You know, you don't, even if you don't have, uh, it's something you feel. So it's useless to talk about
mm,
that even
mm.
because
Yeah.
there's always, you catch this, you catch your, the glue, the, 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 yeah, what do we call about that? Sasava sabha?
Sasava or taint, you can say.
Yeah.
Sasava.
What
Yes.
what did you say?
Taints.
Taint.
TAINTS. That's a new word I also learned from these discussions.
Yeah.
Teruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila.
There are so many.
Sirasana Surangita.
Yeah, I think Rantima and in the earlier discussions, I heard the word zygote being used, but I don't know whether zygote is exactly the correct one. But tains or cankers, CANKERS, it's a form of ashrava. So we start with the
CNKRS.
Shastrava and then it moves on to tains or cankers, that's what it's called, and then it progresses as it evolves. But the root or base, shall we say, is the Shastrava, which I think in these discussions I have heard Harshi and Randima saying that it's zygote, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
No, even
Yes,
zygote
yes.
is a thought.
That's,
What how you feel is different.
Feel is different. And the other thing
mm,
I just wanted to say was the three words that were being referred to is the Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Arupa Bhumi, Sudharma, and then what Dr. Kokila said was right. It's all experienced in one thought, not that there is a next world and a this world. And the formless world is the where the field is. And if the sensual world is there, then the form and the formless worlds are also there, meaning those experiences or the field is existing in that one thought. And then as you progress, as Dr. Kokila said, the if you finish your experiences in the sensual world, then you're on the path, then there can still be the form world and the formless world. But when you transcend the form world in the formless world as well, there is still uh, an existence in this world, in the sense that you have to continue living, and that's where R.N. Mahansi talks about the Ayatana Kalmanakaranaya, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, where he says that you still have to live, which means that you have to use the functional senses still and navigate one's existence in this world. So there is a transcendence of that formless world, but one has to still use the sensory perceptions and carry on.
That's why the
Yes.
rules were there when at the time of
Manil.
Lord Buddha. Sakuntala, are you trying to call someone here?
Sorry. No, sorry.
Yeah. So it is a bit difficult to say, but whatever said and done, the message is you have to keep doing your investigation. How you feel, how you sense, how you all the six senses, and keep realizing that they are not real. That's all you can do. You can't do anything else, because all what is felt is through these six senses. And until you breathe, you will be feeling something. It doesn't matter what it is. That's what the answer to Sudharma is. Like, it doesn't really matter what it is. But you will be feeling one of the senses. So that's it. Whether it's the mind sensor, or whether it's the body sensors, or whether it's the eyes or the ears, it doesn't necessarily matter. But if they are a thing to you, or if they are real to you, then you are there, even in a minute level, even in very happy level, or even in floating level. It doesn't necessarily matter. So that is, I think, the only message, because with the we can't target something here. We're just targeting the investigation or vimansa. Do you have another different word for that? Like doing the vimansa part, the virya, the effect,
like
the
penetrative insight.
Yeah,
Like
the penetrative insight. Whatever the word, the more you investigate this yourself, the more you will feel it. The feeling part is not just the floating part we all talk about. So that's why the morning discussion with Aran says last bit, it was the last bit, but it's so amazing that everyone can understand. If there is anything lacking, you can actually get a lot of things from that, how we can be guided by our mind and keep thinking, because we feel light anyway now, and we compare it to the past because we were so wounded before, like not wounded, like we had so many stuff to think about before, or burning was so intense. Now when we compare, the burning is so less, so we think this must be the thing, and that's not. How we know is through our investigation. What is Aranansa is saying? Because it's a very rare thing. Lord Buddha said it's a very rare thing.
It is crystal clear, Dr. Kokila. One cannot walk on this path without Kalyana Mitra. Now you all somehow become the guides, helping. So there are a lot of kind of...
Even that doesn't mean anything. Even that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that we are comparable to Aranansa. It's actually not like that. We just have some experience, that's it. That doesn't mean it's the end. But how do we know that? That's the main question. How do we know that it is not the end? Is because we know the end. That's the best part of the experience, is this is not the end. Otherwise we feel like, now this is the end. Now then we feel some, no, now this is the end. That's not the way, isn't it?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, knowing this, only Aryan Mahanse always asks people to talk in Zoom discussions, and always like opening the eyes and telling it's such a, if we put it into words, it's not such a kind of hard thing. It's not as easy as one thinks. It's a lot of pitfalls are there. Yeah, it's obvious. Thank you
and
so much.
if someone is talking with a bit more of the pride, I don't know what that is the word even for mane, but if I talk it in that way, pride can be, I don't know whether that's the correct word. What is the word for mane?
Ego.
Oh yeah, okay, ego, pride, whatever. The even the ego in European world, English speaking world, actually the ego word is also taken differently. They take it as an insult, actually. If you say your ego is high, they take it as a very very bad insult. So you have to be very careful in when we try to say something, because what they think about ego is like being very uppish or very too much. But this is not a thing like we talk about. This is a very subtle thing we are talking about. So that is the thing. Like the it's really subtle, these things, that is not the big but if someone is talking about the end and you feel like that person's ego is very high, that doesn't match, then you yourself has to put a layer and try to understand, well, what have I done wrong? So if Aranahan says outside us, we quickly understand, okay, there's a fault, like there is definitely something wrong. So, but he will be telling from scratch, but we know that that means we haven't got the root yet. So that's how it is. I mean, it's nothing to bother, nothing to worry. That's how it is. This is we can't really feel a big ego and say I know the end point. That can't happen. But at the same time, there's very subtle things like liking the anatma sanya. So like there are very subtle things, like favoring that. So if you feel like it's a different thing, if you feel even something is there, like even one stimulus, or how do I say, one vibration, even if you come to one vibration, still the path is not has not ended. But how do we know that is the first experience that we get, non-soul experience? So the best advice is, I think, for all of us is to take this message and keep doing the Buddothpada, this and trying to investigate where your vibration is, isn't it? What do you think?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, Peruvan Saranai. Thank you very much for the explanation.
But today morning discussion was so good. It's done in Sinhala, I know, but I'm just telling the last bit of it. Raman starts talking. It's so good because it is to people who have listened to this Dhamma for a long time anyway, and who feel contented. The main problem is you feel contented, so your investigation stops. Do you know the idea what I'm trying to give? Your investigation stops because you feel contented with what you have. It's applicable to every stage, applicable to everywhere. Like, because the way you get contented with what you feel, you stop understanding more. So the message that Aranamase gives us is like, no, you're still thinking. He might say just that. Or he might ask, are you mad? Yeah. Oh, that's the best way to put it. That's how it is, like that's how the message is. Like Lord Buddha said once, you came out of the stools, like a well of stools, but you haven't washed yourself. So what's the use? You're still smelly. That kind of idea it's given every day by Aranmansi. So it's so beautiful that what Aranmansi is trying to do, so that we don't get misled, like we don't get misled or to be content with what you feel. So you might feel happy, you might feel actually relieved, but whether that is the so you might actually stop the investigating part. You might not have the any courage to go forward, or you have stopped the investigation, so you don't feel like you need anything to do that, but you haven't finished. Likewise, that's an example, I think. Are we running into the other Zoom meeting?
Yes, I think we are nearly
Yes,
there.
nearly there. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can see Aranvasi is also here with us. Thiruvan Saranai Aranvasi. No, I think he's not in a position to talk. I think, yes, shall we conclude for the day, Dr. Kokila? Or
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. Okay, so thank you very much for contributing to this discussion.
Sit namaskar.
Yeah. So Thiruvan Saranai Aranvasi, Thiruvan Saranai everyone. So we'll meet tomorrow as usual. So Thiruvan Saranai, we'll wrap up for the day.
Teruvan Saranai
Thank you very much
Aranvasi,
for
Teruvan
everyone.
Saranai Dr. Kokila
Teruvan
and all the
Saranai.
friends.
Teruvan Saranai to all our friends.
Teruvan Saranai.
now. So, so that's why we were not able to start on this discussion on time. Anyway, so Teruvan, again telling Teruvan Saranai to all of you who attend here, who attended here. So anyway, so at the very onset, I'd like to, as usual, I'd like to offer my deepest respect and pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpada and Vase, whose compassionate guidance will remain everlasting. So, and at the same time, I'd like to extend my blessings to all who are gathered here today. So, as always, I mention every day these things. So, uh, the Nibbana was hidden for more than 2,500 years. Now it has been revealed. About 2,500 years back, Lord Buddha revealed that into the world that there is a kind of thing called Nibbana, that it is the eternal freedom, that eternal bliss that you can feel. But it was not the usual practice in that era. But he announced the world that there is something called Nibbana. So if I tell it's a thing that is wrong, but for the sake of expressing these things, I'm using that word. Uh, there's kind of feel that would never shake. So that is the Nibbana, the eternal bliss. So that being a mankind is the first eligibility criteria to that. So being, even after becoming a human, so if you don't see this truth, so that is your own uh, foolishness or the dumbness, we say. So after a certain period, this truth was buried under the sand of time, under the sands of time. Fortunately, after 2,500 years back, through our noble friend, through the voice of our noble friend, this hidden truth has now become now it has become surfaced. Now it's there, it's available. So we can hear this Dhamma. So what is our duty? So what is our duty? Just try to grab it and understand what it really says. So it is a dharma that should not be another kind of a belief or a faith. First, as soon as you listen to this dhamma, you will definitely feel this dhamma is somewhat different from the rest of the other teachings. So we have been practicing, especially in Buddhist countries, the same thing that has been practiced before Buddha era. That is the concentration meditation. So after giving the message by Lord Buddha, this is not the path to the true liberation. We still, how unfortunate we are, we still practicing the same thing that has been there in the Buddha era, before the Buddha era. So that is the saddest part in this. But the truth is very rare. We have to, at the same time, we have to remember that truth is very rare. It is not everywhere, available everywhere. From the Sri Lanka, now the truth is again coming up. This will become the distribution center into the whole world. So, as Sri Lankans, we have a responsibility to see this Dhamma first. If you are able to see this Dhamma from your own, so you will become eligible for distribute this Dhamma to the whole world. So that is the most important thing. First, you have to see this Dhamma. You have to feel this Dhamma. You have to feel this truth. Then, of course, you will be able to disseminate this message throughout the world. The feeling that you are feeling, the freedom that you are enjoying, the bliss that you are in, you will be able to show to the world. So otherwise, distributing this as a knowledge won't help that much. Because there is a saying called Oadinu Parahartama Sammate Pitasite in Sinhala. That means you have to behave like a good person to give in advices to the other world, other people. So otherwise, the people will keep questioning. Even though you advise me, do you behave like that? No. So it won't help. So that's why this one is very important. First, you have to see this Dhamma, this truth within you. The transformation has to occur within you. Then, of course, you will be able to distribute that transformation into the entire world. It is not a man doing thing. It is a system that happens automatically. Without the internal transformation within you, even though you try to convey how much this message to the other people, it won't really happen because the telepathization does not occur uh, in a good way. So that's why this one is very important. Just try to understand this Dhamma, just try to feel this Dhamma, then for sure you will get liberated from your mind in one fine day. So until then, what you have to do is be engaged in this Dhamma. Then the transformation will eventually occur. Let it happen within you spontaneously. From there, you can show the world this is the true Dhamma, which has been preached exactly the same that has been preached 2,500 years back by Lord Buddha. So, other than participating in these kind of discussion, you can gain knowledge and insight from our official website as well. That is www.buddothpada-dhamma.com website. So there are plenty of books that have been written under the guidance of Buddothpada and Vanse. So they are available in Sinhala, Tamil and English medium. So if you are keen about the English language, if you can understand English, you There are 6 volumes. Trudam has awakened. In the book series called Trudam Has Awakened. So they are free to be downloaded. Then you can download either into your laptop or your phone. Then you can read them attentively. If you have any questions or doubts, you may bring up them here so we can discuss them openly, and we have the opportunity to ask directly from Buddothpada and Hanse. So that is a precious opportunity that you have. So please feel free to visit our official website. So other than that, another website is there, www.wisdomofasia.com. So if you are very keen about the modern day findings, so how these modern day findings tally with the ancient wisdom, so-called ancient wisdom. So it will clearly explain you how it would bridge the gap. So please feel free to visit that site as well. So before, as usual, we read few pages from the Trudam Has Awakened book series. So before we go into that part, I would like to recap some of the important points that we have been talking during past discussions. Almost in every sermon, Buddothpada Aranwase explains that all the experiences, that means all the things you carry out, are volitional formations. So how can that be? Even you think, even you talk, even you move your body. If you think in depth, you will also understand the same thing. They are products of mental formations. So right now I am speaking in this Zoom. Before speaking, before put my thoughts into the words, I I I should think what I going to talk here, what I'm going to talk here. So they have been, the mental formation should be there prior to expressing the ideas as thoughts, as words. So likewise, if you want to lift your right arm, right hand, it won't automatically occur. It won't automatically happen, but you have to think behind that. So some perceptions would be there. According to them, some action will be carried out. Again, what is there inside you, from the mind, you would understand that you are lifting your hand to this level, to that level. And also, even a thought, even you think about the past kind of incident, even this moment, it is also a mental fabrication. Likewise, for every action, the mental formation has to be formed. That's why Lord Buddha said, Mano Pubbangama. So mind goes in front of everything. Here the mind is defined as thoughts. Without thoughts, we can't say there's kind of existing mind. Thoughts are the building blocks of the mind. So if the thought is created then and there, at this very moment, that is the moment that mind gets created as well. So then what we have to understand, what sort of a thing this thought is. So we have to analyze and see how these thoughts get created. If you have been listening this Dhamma for a while, you know how these thoughts get created. With the initial kind of vibration, due to uh, uh, some kind of a signal gets generated. That signal may be a form of light perception, sound perception, or tactile stimulation, or whatsoever. All these perceptions come together, they form thought. They collectively form a thought. So within each and every thought, there is some kind of a power that have been coming from the initial vibration. So the power makes you to feel that thought is real. That is the problem. That is the problem here. That initial energy that is developed within that. So if you take an example, our famous example is the chair. So chair, if you see the chair at once, you don't get the color, sound and all these things. You don't get. Now you get the exact name for that, exact thought. What is the thought? Is the chair. Just after seeing, by looking at the chair, it carries some kind of a power within it. So that power makes you to feel the chair is really available in front of you. The chair is real. So that has been confirmed by the perceptions. That you feel the solidity of the chair. So it gives some kind of a 3D nature for your what you are seeing. So that's proved to yourself this chair is real. It is a 3D object. So that is the chair that I used to sit on it every day when I do my office work. So those concepts are combined within that initial thought of chair. So eventually what will happen? As some kind of a value would be automatically assigned to that particular object. So why that happened? Because it happened that the chair was a real thing. If it is not a real thing, do you ever get some kind of a value within that? So if when you see a photo of a chair, do you get same kind of a feeling, the value to that photo as well? No, because you know that is not the real chair which is which you are seeing in the wall in the picture. So what I am touching right now is the actual chair. So again, you have two kind of feeling. The same thought is the chair, but two feelings. One has a value, the other one is does not have a value. So how these things happen? Like Sarah Theria said, Nahidam Tarakatam Bimban. So it doesn't come to the Pali sense, does not come to my mind. Neither you did it, no one did it as well. No, 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 no other one did it. No one. It has been created involuntarily. That means spontaneously. So how these things happen? So if you take the picture, if you go and touch the picture, do you feel the same firmness, same hardness of the chair? No. So you might feel the consistency of the sheet of paper. So that doesn't bring the same kind of a value as you touch the uh, chair physically. So that would be the difference. The energy that carries along with the picture would be different from the energy that is being carried along with the real uh, chair when you're touching the real chair. So when you touch the real chair, you will feel it's really existing because of the power it has. So you have to identify. So again, it's a thought. So what you have to do uh, from the penetrative mind, what you have to see is how this power comes to that thought, how the power comes to that particular thought. In order to do so, we have to understand how these vibrations uh, generate its own power, like the spinner, like the whirlpool. So when one signal comes, it gets subjected to repetitive action. So again and again. So if you see the red light, so vibration happens again and again, then the energy within it tends to build up within it. So it generates its own power. So likewise, when chair you see, so it generates again and again by itself. So once you start to take the chair is at real, so it can energize the subsequent thoughts as well. So then what happens? This, as I said, the formation earlier, I begin the discussion with the everything is mental formation, volitional formation. So it tends to build energy within it. So that energy makes you feel that the chair is alive thing. So what happens next? If it any at any instant, if something is felt is real, then a creation of a person who perceives it will be will not be preventable. The person who is really feeling the feels that the existing field will be created. So that is the point where the self gets created. But Now you can understand everything happens into a certain system. No one did it, neither it is done by you as well. No, you didn't do it. No one also did it. It automatically happened. So, creation of the self is also a result of the same automatical process. So that has to be identified. So that is well explained in the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. That is the message. That is the Dhamma. So that is the Buddha's message. How these thoughts get created, how these thoughts get certain power to feel like it's really existing. So that will contribute to create the self. So if you know the mechanism, how yourself gets created, so you know, even though I feel that I'm really a human being, if I look from that angle, will it be there a person like me? No, there is no way of being a person like me here, because it is a creation. It gets created once the objects or once the external things have been taken as real. So the feeling of I, the notion of I, also a similar kind of thought that has been taken as real. That is the magic here. As long as you don't know this truth, the mechanism how the I or self get created, you are in such an illusion. You are in such, your ignorance is there because you don't know this truth. You tend to be thinking like there's a person who have been born 40 years back, who have gone to that particular school, who has educated in this kind of university, and who is currently engaged in this kind of a job. So all of them are your thoughts, because you took it as you are a real human being. But if you see this real scenario, real thing, you will understand that there is no so-called me. There is no so-called a self here. That is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to convey to the entire world. Even though that's why he called all the people in the world are crazy, because they are in such an illusion that they think that they are living beings. But in reality, it is not. How pathetic the situation is. So, would it be any kind of harm to you if you get to know this truth? Nothing will happen. It is exactly it is certain kind of a right to know the truth. Being a human being, human, if you don't know this truth, what kind of a situation that is. So you have a certain right to know this truth. So truth has been revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. The truth is same. It won't change time to time. Only thing, that particular message is not was not there until this present state, present time. So be thankful to Buddothpada answer. So we hear this message again. So why are you so much reluctant to take it? So no, nothing will change, but your understanding would change. The beauty of that go beyond that as well. What happens next after understanding or after knowing this truth? There would be some kind of internal transformation that automatically happens to you as well. That is the transformation that you tend to see the world as nothing. But that doesn't mean everything in the world will vanish. No, the nothingness has to come only through the understanding. If you understand this process very well, once you understand this process very well, even though you live in the same world, you know these are mental fabrications, mental formations. So it won't harm your it won't affect your day-to-day life even from a single bit. Even from a single bit, you can do your work as you did before. You can do you can perform your commitments as usual. So uh, you can talk, you can love, you can uh, enjoy, but you know the underlying fact is there is some kind of a awakening within you. You are becoming kind of an awakened one among the rest of the world. What made you to be awakened is the understanding. Because you know, even though I enjoy, even though I carry out my day-to-day activities as usual, there is no person here within me. That can be felt. That makes you to feel like there's nobody here. No one had been there also. And in future, there will be no such a person as call me as well. So if you get that understanding, you will definitely know that there you had not a certain kind of a birth, and you will not die as you thought earlier. There's no person to get a certain birth or to have a death even. So the worries, what about the worries? No worries will be there at all. The suffering will be gone because there's no person to suffer here. You will get to know, you will understand, you will realize it should be felt for you. Otherwise, you don't feel that feeling. You won't be able to convey this message to the other person in full strength. So that's why realizing this Dhamma is very important before we communicate this message to the world. That's why people who are listening, you are joining these things, is so they have to realize, and first they have to realize, then have to actually feel this truth. So yes, I think we have a lot of friends here. I think yes, Mrs. Surangika, Sudharma, Randima, all are here. Very nice. Mr. Bernard is also here with us. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Teruvan Saranai, Randiman, do you have any kind of comment on that?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah, Dr. Ravi, thank you so much for your excellent explanation. So, as you very correctly pointed out, what is important is this field of transformation. So, it is a field, yeah, it is beyond mind. So, it's very interesting. I mean, there is a greater science here. The science is that all the worldly things and all the science by now defined in terms of so many words. So that is the mind, in other words. So every word carry a mind image. So it is in a way like interesting. This Dhamma is providing a path to go beyond the mind. This is the interesting thing here, because even though the mind arises, that has no impact, is the one which is really going to happen. So therefore it is a beautiful thing. I mean, there is a greater science here that is it possible? One will really question, is it possible? Because everyone try to solve problem inside the illusion itself. So inside the vicious cycle, everyone try to resolve the problem, but not
Yeah,
finding a way out. Isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
yeah, exactly. What they have been doing even before Buddha comes into the world, so they were practicing to suppress their thoughts. Then they try to
Mm,
find out some kind of a relief from that. But
yeah.
what Buddha said is totally different from that, isn't it?
Mm, yes.
Yeah,
That is the difference, no? There is a greater tranquility come when someone really understand there is nothing meaningful here.
mm,
So that's why it cannot be another thought or a kind of another thinking, but naturally it has happened, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
yeah.
This
So
transformation also in a way like unexplainable.
yeah. The
Yeah.
only thing that we have to do is the understanding the thought. Yeah,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they didn't try to understand the thought. So they didn't figure out how this thought get created. But Lord Buddha showed, uh, come have a look. Just just see how these thoughts get created. So people tend to do what people was doing at that period. They try to suppress the thoughts. So they thought the thoughts are the problematic things. So thoughts are the things that give you the suffering. So what they thought was, they try to keep on focusing some kind of a one single thought and try to suppress the thoughts coming into your mind. So so that's why they needed to be seated in a certain position. So otherwise, if you try to go here and there, and so many thoughts will come, so they can't block the thoughts coming into the mind. So that's
Yeah.
why that particular posture was greatly highly needed for that
Yeah.
concentration meditation, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. So one will have some focused attention on maybe inhale or exhale and trying to maintain its focus there.
Yeah,
So slowly, so actually now if we take the inhale and exhale, so
mhm,
inhale is a speed. So exhale is also another form of a speed, another form of a vibration. So what happens exactly when someone concentrate on the inhale, then that inhale, that level of speed is the level of speed of the soul as well. So because that moment there is no two things, it is the same thing. So that is
Yeah.
the existence. But the people sit for this you see meditation without having any understanding of the soul. So
Yes.
it really sit expecting some nibbana, no, Dr. Ravi.
Yes. Exactly.
That-
Mm.
Yeah, you sat for the meditation with expectation of something. So, but
Mm.
in this Dhamma, it is very beautiful. When we understand the thought, we find there is nothing to seek further, even, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yes. So yeah. So as you said, yeah. So they had the initial kind of thought to getting liberated from these thoughts. So that will push you towards some kind of a relief. So that will happen for them, but it is for a transient period only. So until they keep on sitting that particular position or what the activity they are doing, so that will remain to that certain period. But once you uh, change that thing, or once you uh, try to deal with the rest of the world, so that kind of that peaceful nature will be gone, because
Yeah,
they are, yeah, yeah, because
yeah,
they can't maintain that suppression that when they engage in day-to-day activities. So it
yeah,
will once they practice, it will coming in a fraction of second. That is all right, but it is not a constant thing. But Lord Buddha said is, if you going in this particular way, this calmness and this tranquil nature will remain forever. So irrespective of your posture, that is not related to the work you are doing, the activities you are carrying out, the the the, the how whatever you think. So it won't affect that the peaceful nature. That stillness won't be affected, isn't it?
yeah. And also, Dr. Ravi,
Mhm.
this nothingness, you see now. Now this breath, someone get focused on the breath, and then the breath gets smooth, and then and almost the speed of the breath get lower and lower, and after that the breath is not felt,
Mhm.
nothing will felt. So then you see it is the nothingness that is
Yeah.
discussed in the concentration meditation. So as
Yes.
you very correctly pointed out, when one get over from that posture, then there
Mm.
is a greater difficulty of associating outside, because freedom, that liberation, you see, get challenged.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
uh, yeah,
Yeah. One day I heard some spoke to this Zoom discussion, not in Sinhala English discussion. I heard in Sinhala discussion. So he used to uh, go to concentration meditation on weekends, especially on Sundays. Then has done certain meditation, and that made him to push him towards some kind of a relief. But it will last, so it will remain for certain period, but it is going to last in next Saturday. So he has to practice again on next Sunday as well. So so it won't. So it clearly says that it it will not a constant thing, isn't it? It
yeah.
believes that.
Actually, Dr. Ravi, we also did this concentration meditation. So what
Mm-hmm.
really happened was we wanted to have another birth in Brahma state, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we clearly sat there because that what was taught by that time.
Yeah.
At your last breath, if that level of you see is maintained, then you will be born in Brahma, some Brahma place, and then you see there won't be a body like, but something would be there like.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, there will the lifespan would be very high.
Yeah.
So due to the lifespan expectation, we also you see started practicing it. But do you know what happened when we practice that? Like
Mm-hmm.
actually the some another mind mind Brahma like now that kind of another spiritual power kind of a feel it's
Mm-hmm.
gaining. That's why many people do this because then there is some form of inside happiness also here, and actually I would say the level of the pride would go up
Mm-hmm.
because there
Mm.
is some sense of comparison also, like other people
Yeah.
are not doing and now others doesn't know, but we are sort of this like. So
Yeah.
there is a greater sense of you see some that fell to the body also. I mean,
Yeah.
your whole mind, body is some spiritually, some powerfulness. That's what it is happening. So people like it. People are like gods then. But that is not a permanent thing. You see, it's not permanent, and you leave out for just for another 1 year and see what will happen. Back again, you are in the same muddy land. I mean,
Mm.
it's not permanent. So actually, I think the starting point of this Dhamma should be, you see, really doing this. Otherwise, what will happen if you straight away go to this concentration meditation? Yeah, I mean, if you take any focused attention, even a banana, even a skeleton, even some piece of hair, anything, I mean, you just concentrate on it and that will appear as
Mm.
the mind image. So these are not a very big thing. But what happens is like when you walk, even you feel like you have iridi like you know
Mm.
this kind of some nonsense thing come because
Mhm.
of that you see practice, so it is not worth that's why the real solution for liberation is not there. So instead, the greater liberation, the real path is here. Because in this concentration meditation, this inhale and exhale thing, you
Mhm.
see, once I was really continuing this, and one
Mhm.
time I could not breathe. So I was completely shocked, you see. And after that, I did not had courage to sit in the same position. And because in the Rerukana Chandavimala Thero's book, it was clearly mentioned,
Mhm.
you will see the path like. Then
Ah.
in some Buddha text, I found if the path is not clear, you better not do it. I think there is a Buddha's advice. I'm not sure about that, but somewhere that has I have heard that if you are not sure of about the path, you better not do it. So
Yeah.
actually, I stopped that point, and after that. So after that, so many time passes and some life issues came. You see, some life huge struggles came, and So I really got into some panic condition. So in that
Mm-hmm.
condition, I was thinking like, what happened to that meditation experiences? So nothing could help me. So even though that any meditations, any of the Katina Pinkang we have done, any of the
Yeah.
Dhamma book read, nothing could help me. Nothing could you see taken out the pain. And when the
Mm-hmm.
thoughts change, the pain change. So I try to listen, you see, Dhamma daily, like sometimes not 24 hours was not enough. So listening, and even could not, you see, relieve from the pain. So I was listening entire, I mean, almost all famous Buddhist monks' Dhamma explanation. I was
Mm-hmm.
writing them in the book, and you see, but nothing could change. But after discussing with the Aryan Mahanse only, when he showed up, this is just a feel here, just a
Mm-hmm.
feel, it's a moment thing. There's nothing more than that here. So it is not so many Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, it is not so many words. It is one thing here. What is this one thing? Every moment there is a formation. That's a feel. It's not permanent. There is nobody here. So this mind is not me, body is not me.
Yeah.
So that is the important message, I think, for anybody is, you see, suffering. So so that's why I actually that's the message we want to communicate. Don't waste your time, or don't wait until you become another Patachara or Kisagotami. Now the Dhamma is available. One can start exploring and investigating within what's really happening here. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, thank you.
Exactly, exactly. As you said, yes. I personally don't have these kind of experiences, but I can see uh, the with the after talking with you all. So what through this concentration meditation, what really happens is, other than dissolving the self, it's tend to solidify yourself more and more. So it will be very difficult to get away from the self feeling if you practice it into a certain level to do some irdis and so all the things. So I think so it is a, as you said clearly, it would be a utter waste of time, because you have limited period of time, because you listen to, you will hear this through them at your 40s. So you will be dying at about 60, 65, or 70, 75. So you have a limited period of time. So if you waste this time doing these kind of concentration meditations and all these things, it won't help. So as you clearly said, don't wait until you become a state of patachara. So you can hear, you can listen this Dham very now it's available. So please feel free to come and have a look. Yes, you will realize by yourself this is true. So otherwise, just leave it alone. So if you don't feel this is a real thing, just leave it aside for a little while. Then definitely you will come back and have a look. So uh, just do not keep on hanging the certain notions that you were practicing during your lifetime. So you might be wrong. So just uh, keep your eyes open and have a look. Just try to realize, just try to understand what Buddothpada Aranmahansa is telling. And that is very uh, in line with the what had been taught by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. Teruvan Saranai Randima, thank you very much. And I think I can see Mrs. Udharma is also here. Yeah, she must have a lot of experiences also. Teruvan Saranai Sudharma, do you have anything to add?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi. ආර්යයන්
Then,
වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Yes, in addition to what you all said, Dr. Ravi, actually the beautiful message given to the world by Miss Randima, come and see, unless and until you hear this wisdom of truth, you may not know what it is, because there are a lot of distorted versions of Buddha's teachings everywhere. All of us at some point have experienced some sort of distorted version or a fake version of Buddhist Dhamma. Therefore, by now, uh, people may not, unfortunately, take this as true Dhamma even. They will have the same suspicious attitude towards this as well. But unless and until you, isn't it, Dr. Ravi? So unless
exactly.
and until you come and see what it is. So that open invitation given by her as an experienced person on this path is very important. And Dr. Ravi, so every day, whoever hosts the Zoom, whether it's Harshi or Professor Kavindya, Dr. Ravi, Strandima, Misaj, whoever, what you try, if you consider the summary of that presentation, it is to uh, awaken the minds uh, or the uh, thinking wisdom of the listeners to see this momentary stimulus, how you get caught, how the person unknowingly, ignorantly get caught in this world, mundane world, which we also used to be in very strongly, and trying to liberate. So,
Yeah.
is listening to this wisdom of truth, Doctor, you asked, so how does it matter? What happens when you know the truth? You asked that question when you were ending your
Yeah.
presentation. So that made me look at the experiences I have gone through, Doctor. So what happened was, by listening to this, nothing would happen. If I try to translate Aryan Mahanse's words, you will live in the same world, but you will not be touched or moved by anything. You will be joyful, which goes beyond that joy itself, will go beyond the joy that you earlier experienced. The suffering will be there, but you will be untouched too. No, that is not the definition we gave to those concepts before, or the experiences before. That doesn't mean we are not going to face death, we are not going to experience separation from loved ones, we are not going to experience achievements in life, love, laughter, friendship, everything will be there, but our attitude towards them, as that very popular example, seeing the rainbow on the through the dewdrop on the blade of grass, the angle will change, but it is also effortless, spontaneous, isn't it, Dr. Ravi? So
Yeah.
if, by hearing this, if somebody tries to, okay, what is this angle from today? Because we also have such experience when, so, oh, what is this? Everything becomes a thing at the very beginning. Okay, they are talking about this angle, so it became a thing. So what is this angle? So we search for that, and effort with effort we try to look at the world from such an. So this is
Yeah.
not something like that. That's all nonsense, isn't it, Doctor? That we have to listen to the truth of this wisdom, the Satyajnana, the true Dhamma. As Ms. Ramdima said, she listened to all kinds of sermons. We have to listen to sermons, and then naturally, as a natural phenomenon, the Srutamaya Jnana will arise. So you have a clear-cut understanding of the mechanism of the five sensory organs, and then processes of Vattam the two rounds, how the minds gets created, and all these mental formation. You were very kind of going into depth in these mental formations, and then sankara, and then mental fabrication, avisankarana, how we get carried away by thought. So all those are experiences, though we try to put them into words as to open the eyes of the world initially. All our experiences, kind of sooner or later, they will experience. Whoever will listen to this will experience, and we do the same. So that's all, Dr. Ravi, I can
Yes.
think about right now. Yes, Dr. Teruvan Saranai.
Everyone, Sarana, thank you very much for your comments and your thoughts. Yes, yes. So I'm getting a question right now. So if
Dr.
if yeah, if we meet someone who is uh, doing this concentration meditation, is there any kind of advice that we can give to him or her? So same thing happened, I think, in the Buddha era as well. So they were practicing these kind of niganta meditations for such a long period. So they, so it was become very
Yes.
difficult to turn them to this insightful uh, insight meditation at once. So what Lord Buddha said was done, what Lord Buddha did was, so the gradual approach has been taken. Even through this Anapana Sati meditation, it can, the Vidarshana or the insightful meditation can be seen. So can you
Exactly.
explain how that can be explained to that person who is in that level?
Exactly, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah.
So it basically depends on the person's attitudes. If we take someone, an ordinary person who is like we used to do that as well. So we, rather than advising, best thing is to talk to the person about how we were at that position, and what our experiences were, and have to kind of have a friendly discussion, conversation with the person, and we can ask this simple question. So
Yeah.
what outcome or what impact is there on this your life?
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the sufferings of all beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I'm presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to this present moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 8, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, the Buddhist philosophy preached by Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse 5 years ago. Aryan Mahanse is explaining the seekers who are searching for this true Dhamma will be meeting the great noble sages of this time, of our time. As you know and as you are aware, far from our history, these great noble sages were in the different parts of the world and different times. And at this time also, there are great sages. And the seekers who are searching for this true Dhamma will be meeting the great noble sages of this time, like our Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. Aryan Mahanse is saying he does not want to show off. Yes. He may in a jungle most of the time. There is nobody in him. The self is not there. Whatever way he may leave the body without expectations. Death is comfortable for him. Aryan Mahanse is telling, explaining. Why is death? Because Aryan Mahanse is explaining he has realized everything he wanted to know living within this physical element of the body and become the nature. Such a nice and wonderful saying. So, all the seekers of this truth Dhamma must also be try to realize everything. As Aryan Mahanse is explaining, realize everything we wanted to know living within the physical element of this body and become nature as our spiritual teacher, our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. How lucky he is. That is the nicest thing we can ever hear by living in this body. Aryan Mahanse is telling he has no place to stay. There are no lands and property for his own. Also, there's nothing belongs to him or nothing belongs to others because Aryan Mahanse has become the nature. There are no dividends. That this is mine, then that is you like that is yours like that. There's no dividends. After becoming the nature, everything is belongs to the enlightened being. The sage, the great sage has everything and everything belongs to the great sage like Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. This body will be fallen to earth and mix with it. Yes, that is the usual nature. born into this human world and growing and living for a certain time, and finally fallen into the earth and mixing with it. Nature belongs to nature, not belongs to us. This body cage is grown up by eating plantains, pineapple, mangoes, etc., grown on the earth. This is belongs to the earth. Yes, Aryan Vanse is explaining such a nice way. That means this body belongs to the nature. This body is not belongs to us there because there is no self here. This body cage is grown up by eating plantains, pineapples, mangoes, etc., grown on this earth. Yes, as human beings, we are living with the food we are eating. Everything, most of the things we eat is grown in this earth. So that means we are belongs to the earth. Can we draw a square in the nature? Can we? Today you find the land and claiming it is yours. Yes, we are belongs to the nature and we can't draw squares in the nature. Can we? No, we can't. Nowadays, that means today, you find a land and your house and property. You say you are claiming this house and property is yours. See, after 100 years or after 1,000 years, is it belongs to you? No, it is belongs to completely somebody else. That means there's no way to draw squares in the nature because of people are trying to draw squares. That is why everywhere in this country, maybe in other countries, there are a lot of court cases because of people are drawing squares, and if something the adjoining landowner is not is the adjoining landowner is not acceptable, he is going to claim, he is putting a court case because the the square you draw is not acceptable by the other person in the adjoining land. That means there is no way to draw squares in the nature. That is the truth. This earth cannot be shared for anybody. Yes, your babish mind can't understand it. This earth cannot be shared for anybody. Nowadays, you can see from media, there is a big fight is going on. For what? They are trying to share the earth. This is our country. That is your country. We are against you. You are against me. Useless things are happening, and so many thousands of people are dying and suffering without a proper reason, because this earth cannot be shared for anybody. This whole earth belongs to the 80 billion people who are living in this world. Your minds are decayed with wrong views fed by various religions. That is true. People in this, on this earth and in this land, on this land also, their minds are decayed with wrong views, always from the morning to until midnight. Through all these televisions, papers, mass media, internet, and through everything, what these people are doing, claiming that they are very well educated, but what they are doing, they are decaying the other people's mind because the things they are sharing, with the things they are sharing, are arousing hatred with wrong views. Most of these wrong views fed by various religions because there are too many gods here. One is telling our God has created this world. Some a part of some religion is saying that, and another part of some other religion is saying no, not your God. We are having our only God. Like that, I think so many gods are in this planet Earth now, spreading wrong views. If there is a God, is he looking people? Is he allowing the people to fight with one another and die for nothing? I don't think so. All these are because the people's minds are decayed. That is why we are telling Dhamma is different from religions. The truth of humanity, the true Buddhist philosophy is, though it's true Buddhist philosophy, it is not belongs to a religion. It is belongs to all the humanity. Nowadays, Buddhists are, and the people of other religions are doing the same. Yes, because of the wrong views. Because Lord Buddha's preachings are not in the not in this social system now. Buddothpada Aryan Mahansi is trying very hard to give the truth of Lord Buddha to the world. Therefore, nowadays Buddhists and the people of other religions are doing the same. They are uh, doing all sorts of things to go to heaven. They don't know if they go to heaven. If they can't go to heaven by uh, doing this and that. They should develop their mind. They should understand their thought process and the thoughts are how the thoughts are created. Without a pure mind, they can't go to heaven. But still, they do not know. In the heaven or Brahma realms, there are thousands of years. They should stay there for nothing, just wasting time. They should always search for Nibbana, the ultimate bliss, where Lord Buddha is and where Aryan Vahanse is. That is the thing all Buddhists must try to understand, because there are no God created world for Buddhists. We are creating our each and every Buddhist world is inside everyone's mind. Religions can't understand this. Yes, most of the religions can't understand this. You all must realize the nature of phenomena, the nature of Dhamma. Yes, every human being must try to understand the nature of phenomena, the nature of Dhamma, the true nature of the universe, and the true nature of humanity. The nature of phenomena has 4 laws. One is, it's called in Sinhala, Irtu Niyama, Bija Niyama, Kamma Niyama, and Dhamma Niyama. The nature of phenomena has 4 laws. One is seasonal law for nature. The climates are changing according to this seasonal law of nature. That is why it's called Irtuniyama. Not like in Sri Lanka, most of the Western countries, there are different periods of time with having snow and summer like that. Summer is the best time period with less cold and less ice. There are, I think, 4 seasons. 4 seasons mainly in other uh, countries, mostly in European countries. It's like that, 4 seasons. Some seasons are fully covered with snow and it's lessening, and then thereafter the summer coming. That is happening. The seasons are changing due to the seasonal law of nature. And there is another law of seeds of biological order, Bija Niyama. All these plant seeds are growing on the earth is happening according to the law of seeds, so biological order. But for that also, this seasonal law of nature is, there is a connection with this seasonal law of nature. And there is another law, that is Kamma Niyama, law of actions and their results. That is like the other two. This is mostly affecting the human beings, law of actions and their results. Because if there is a action, there is a backward action also. That means a result also. So everything is happening due to the cause and effect law. Under the cause and effect law, the law of action and their results is also there. People are suffering mostly based on this law of action and their results. And there is another law, it's called law of natural phenomena, universal order. Though everything is happening according to a universal order, that is called Dhamma Niyama. Understand, recognize the activity process, action mind. That means you must always try to understand the nature of your mind too, and the activity process and action mind. The action mind and the activity process is not connected to the thought process. Therefore, as seekers in the path to Nibbana, we should always understand and recognize the activity process and the action mind. And Arahantis moved away from ego-based thinking, detaching from thoughts about self. Yes, An arahant is, after his realization of truth, an arahant is already moved away from ego-based thinking. There is no ego for an arahant, like our Aryan Mahansi. The arahant, there is no ego-based thinking because their ego is vanished. Then when the seeker is become an arahant, the ego is vanishing. Therefore, there is no ego-based thinking. And an arahant is always detaching from thoughts about self. That we can understand looking at our Aryan Mahanse. Aryan Mahanse is not much thinking about self and always trying to give the true Dhamma to the realization of our the seekers who are listening to this Dhamma, because Aryan Mahanse has no thoughts about self. Arahant's mind is beyond the mind. Arahant's mind has overcome his own mind. Etan Santang. In Dhamma, it's called Etan Santang, Etan Pranitang, Etan Sabba Sankara Samato. This is peaceful. This is sublime. This is the calming, stilling of all conditioned formations. That is the mind stage of an arahant. Etam santam, etam pranitam, etam sabba sankara samato. This is peaceful. This is sublime. This is the calming, stilling of all conditioned formations. There is no conditioned formations. Samataya means all the thoughts have become still and calm. Nissaggo means erasing all past memories. Sabba upadi means what we have grabbed. Patinissaggo means redeemed from what is grabbed, never occur again. Virago, not attaching to the world. Virago. Nirodho, redeeming from everything. Nibbano. Activity process is over. Oneself is realizing Nibbana, not at the deathbed. Realizing Nibbana now and here. When realizing this, oneself is feeling Nibbana. Activity process is over. Then oneself is realizing Nibbana not at the deathbed, but now and here. When realizing this, oneself is feeling Nibbana. That is why Lord Buddha said, so patisesa Nibbana. Because dying at the point of realizing Nibbana, not at the point of body cage become soil. Yes. Lord Buddha said there are two types of Nibbana. One is sopatisesa. That means dying at the point of realizing Nibbana. Redeeming at the point of redeeming with these thoughts and intentions. Not at the point of body cage become soil. Mind redeemed from this mind means owned by the universe. That is death. When the seeker is redeemed from his own mind, that means he is owned by the universe. The seeker is owned by the universe, and that is the death. Redeeming from his own mind, redeeming from his own mind means that is the point of death. It is over at this point. It is over. After that, the nature only. When the mind redeemed from his own mind, there is nature only. There is no self, nature only. That is why Lord Buddha divided the Nibbana into two. First part is Sopatisesa Nibbana. The second Nibbana is Anupatisesa Nibbana. That means the body fallen into earth after realization of Nibbana. That means there will be no rebirth or no death. The cycle of samsara, cycle of rebirth and death is over. That is why it is called Anupatisesa Nibbana. Sopatisesa Nibbana means mind redeeming from its own mind. That is Sopatisesa Nibbana. Anupatisesa Nibbana means the body fallen into the earth after realization of the Nibbana. That means there is no self, there is no body, everything is finished from that point. There are no big clarifications about it. There are no big clarifications about Anupatisesa Nibbana. Lord Buddha says everything about realizing the Dhamma only. That means Lord Buddha says everything about Sopatisesa Nibbana, how to redeeming from the own mind. Like that, the moment you become an Arahant, the point which you become the heavenly nature, Brahma nature, only these are important. Other things are of no use, just according to Lord Buddha and according to Aryan Mahansa's teachings. The point which you become the heavenly nature by redeeming from the mind redeeming from its own mind and become the heavenly nature and the Brahma nature, only these are important. Other things are of no use. Though there are no specific time for death, yes, because every moment you are born and dying. Because as we know, according to this Dhamma, every second in every moment, there are a thought arising and fading. When the thought is arising, birth is happening. Birth is happening. If we catch the thought, if the consciousness grab the thought, birth is happening. Otherwise, no. And when the thought is released, death is there. Therefore, all the time there is a birth and a death. Every moment you are born and dying. When your body is become earth, there is only one thought occurring at that time also. When your body become earth, that means at the time of mind leaving the body, there's only one thought is occurring. That is all. It is happening at this moment also. No need to stay until the last breath. That means there is birth and death happening during the life circle. Appamado amatapadang, pamado machuno padang, appamatta namiyanti yepamatta yatamata. There is a verse in Dhamma. Heedfulness, vigilance is the path to the deathless Nibbana. Heedlessness is the path to death. The heedful do not die. The heedless are as if already dead. Trying hard at this moment without waiting for the time of death. Try hard to understand the true Dhamma at this moment without waiting for the time of death. The activity process we are talking about is not having a connection with the thought process or, or else the consciousness and mental factors. Yes, as you are aware, as we all know, there are activity processes in this six sensor system, and they are not connected to the thought process, consciousness, and mental factors. That means for a language, conditioned formations, fabrications, intentions not belong to this activity process. This activity process is unique and it is not belongs to a language, conditioned formations or fabrications or intentions. That is why we are seeing this activity process as seventh consciousness. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is revealing another new thing here. That means that is why Aryan Vahanse is explaining that to see in this activity process as seventh consciousness. As we know, we have six consciousnesses. That means eye consciousness, ear consciousness, tongue consciousness, nose consciousness, body consciousness, mind consciousness. Those are the six. And the seventh consciousness is this activity process, which is not belongs to those six consciousnesses. But all these are thoughts, mental factors. All these are conventional concepts. Just to clarify, yes, Aryan Vahanse is explaining because of the need of clarification, all these are thoughts, mental factors, conventional concepts to clarify and speak about Dhamma. Seventh consciousness is an action mind. Seventh consciousness is an action mind where there are no connection with the thoughts and intentions. The karma consciousness which is creating the sansaric journey. As we all know, we people are mostly talking about karma. There is a karma consciousness which is creating the sansaric journey. The karma consciousness is creating due to the thought process. Then the karma consciousness is creating the sansaric journey. The point of redeeming from karma consciousness is anidasana vijnana. That is not manifesting consciousness. Karma consciousness happens if we see something, we grab it, and if we see a form, then suddenly a name is occurring from inside. Then we know. If we see a picture, suddenly the mind says it is a picture of a tree, a jack tree, right? Then when we grab it, and the consciousness, the thoughts are creating with the names and forms combining, and the thought is creating, and it's transforming to the mind consciousness level. At that mind consciousness level, there may be a thought can be created to pick the jackfruits, which is not belongs to us. The jack tree is not belongs to us, but a thought may occur to pick those jackfruits. Then it is a wrong view, but our thinking is wrong, and if we uh, happen to do that, let me see, if we happen to pluck the jackfruits, then the karma is occurring because we are thinking of robbing. The mind thought has become to rob. Like that, at that moment, a karma consciousness is happening. That is how the karma consciousness is creating. The point of redeeming from karma consciousness, the anidassana vijnana, is occurring. That is called non-manifesting consciousness. That means when we see a picture, some picture, but it's not become a thing for us. When we look at the calendar, there's nothing for us to grab or attach. There is no attachment to the calendar. Then that is just a form that we see. So it is not manifesting consciousness there. Just we are just seeing. That is called anidassana vijnana. Something if we happen to see something or hear something and feel something, if there is no uh, if there is no thinking is happening, thinking of what we see or what we hear or what we feel, uh, the thinking process is not going. Just what we see is letting go. Just what we see is passing away, and what we hear is also just fading away, and what we feel also just fading away. Then the consciousness is not creating anything. Therefore, it's called non-manifesting consciousness, or else it's called another name, Bhavanga Sita, thoughtless nature of the mind. You can see there is a thoughtless nature of the mind all the time. Like the blue sky, there are clouds floating, but the blue sky is there without changing. All the clouds are going and coming, passing away. Like that, this Bhavanga Sita, the thoughtless mind, is always there. It's called Bhavanga Sita. Action mind and the activity process are not belongs to the six senses. Yes, action mind and the activity processes are not belongs to the six senses. Looking here and there. Normally, we when we sit or standing or walking, we are looking here and there. That is naturally happening. Otherwise, waving hands and legs without knowing are not belongs to names and forms or intentions. Yes, looking here and there, waving hands and legs are not belongs to names and forms, nama rupa, not belongs, or intentions. We should see the activity process without intentions. Yes, we should see the activity processes without intentions. There are so many activity processes inside this body without intentions. One is breathing process. Yes, breathing process. From the time we born to this human world until we leave the body, the mind leave the body, breathing process is happening. But nobody is trying to think about the breathing process because we have so many other things to think, but we are not bothered to think about the breathing process. But few people are looking at this breathing process because of this samatha meditation. The people who are doing samatha meditation used to see the breathing process, but not very much. They are just seeing the inhalation and exhalation, long breath, short breath, and just like they are looking at them. And the people who do yoga, pranayam, they used to look at this breathing process. Otherwise, nobody is bothered to look at this breathing process. And also the photosynthesis process in the trees. No, the body can't think. It's just happening. All these trees activities are naturally happening according to the cause and effect law. So photosynthesis also happening when the sunlight is there and the chlorophyll on the leaves, the photosynthesis and the water from the ground, photosynthesis is happening and preparing food and distributing among the tree branches and everywhere. And also a main thing we are not thinking, but that is heartbeat. Our heart is beating all the time. Some are calling it lap dub or something. The sound is like that. If the heartbeat is increasing, it is called high blood pressure. Heartbeat is decreasing, it is called low blood pressure. That is also the person is not knowing. Oneself is not knowing. Only the doctor is understanding this person is having low heartbeat or high heartbeat like that. Otherwise, oh yes, like that. Functions of the stomach. Though from the morning to night, we are eating so many things. We are eating food, but nobody is bothered to think about the function of the stomach because it is naturally happening. It is also naturally happening according to the cause and effect law. Digestion of food. Functioning of stomach is one process, one activity process, and digestion of food is another activity process which we are not knowing. We know finally the waste when we are uh, letting the waste out from the body, that time we just, if we think, we know that the digestion process is okay. There is another activity process, that is blood circulation system. Blood circulation system is happening all the time within this six sense system body. And also, not only that, there is another one, brain functioning. Brain should function according to the correct way, otherwise we can't live in this world. These days some are taking drugs more and more, and the brain function is going here and there, and that is not balanced, and they are just wasting their human body and suffering without end. When the wrong things are taken inside, the chemicals of brain is uh, some making some problems, and the brain function is not good. If we are thinking too much, even this brain function is giving trouble. Anxiety and depression are most of the human beings suffering these days because their brain function is disturbed. People who are working very hard without an end also may have this kind of depression due to work. Otherwise, some are thinking and suffering too much without an end, then they also may have this depression and anxiety. Therefore, the brain function is also very, we have to keep this brain function very well. This true Dhamma is very much giving help for us to keep this brain function very well, because the sufferings are very less. Sufferings are fading. Therefore, the brain function may not be disturbed by the heaps of thoughts. The people who are having these mental illnesses, they are having medicine because their brain functions are not good. But sad to say, very sad to say, a huge uh, share of population in this time have this brain illnesses because of several reasons. Therefore, if we are able to share this Dhamma through different languages to reach the every corner of this planet Earth, people may hear this and they will understand how to live a happy life without pressing their brain. And there is another kind of activity process, that is balance in the hand and legs. Balance in the hand and legs and keep in them, because our to walk and to stand in balance, our hands and legs should be in a proper and balanced way. Otherwise, we can't stand, we can't walk. So many people are having lot of illnesses because their legs and hands are not balanced. They are not in a position to walk also. Therefore, balancing the hands and legs and keeping them in a good balanced way, that is also a activity process. But all these activity process we talked about, there is no connection with the six senses with all these activities. The six senses are not having any type of connection with these activity processes. Then we can divide two sides activity process with the action mind, and the activity process is in one side, and the thought process intentions are in the other side. But there is an activity process uh, um, in a fainted person or a unconscious person or a person in a deep sleep. Yes, the person who is fainted, he doesn't know, his six senses are not working, but still he is fainted. The activity processes are not happening without thinking. In an unconscious person is also the same. Though he is unconscious, the activity processes were happening, but six senses are not connected to him. A person who is in a deep sleep, a person in a deep sleep also the same. When a person is in deep sleep, his mind is not dead. His mind is not there. Mind is also a kind of energy occurring and fading. So when a person is in deep sleep, the mind function is not happening. That means that person is in deep sleep. His mind is dead. That means his mind is not working at that point. For these people, there is no six sense process. Yes, the person in deep sleep also not having a connection with the six senses. Certainly, if you are in deep sleep and once you get up to see the clock, if the time of the clock is wrong, even you think it is true. Why is that? You are in the deep sleep means your mind is dead. Yes. Think that you may in a very deep sleep for hours and hours. You don't know what is happening, anything. And suddenly you get up and you want to know the time. You don't know whether it's day or night. You just go to the clock to see the time. Uh, Unfortunately, the clock is not working at that time. It's stopped. And but even though you are thinking the time is correct, because you have no clue, you don't know anything. So you are just thinking the time is okay. Even you think the time is true. Why it is happening? It is happening because you are in the deep sleep means your mind is dead. You know, the mind is just a process of vibrations with the power. Those vibrations are just creating and vanishing, arising and fading. So, when you are in a deep sleep, that is not happening. The mind is dead. Therefore, You don't know what is happening. You can't feel anything like that. This human body is very much complicated to understand. So, according to Aryan Vahanse, now we are able to understand for a certain percentage of these body activities and mind activities, and we are trying to overcome this sansaric journey by understanding this true Dhamma, the world creating inside our mind. That means there's no self in this body. This body is just a sensor system without the owner, and the mind means only a vibration creating due to power, its own power, and just like that, this human human being is a uh, part of, one part is six sensor system and the other part is mind system combined and just floating away with the nature law, cause and effect law. Under that cause and effect law, the karmic law is also creating. Therefore, we are running towards this samsara, and now, as seekers, to realize the nibbana with the help of our Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, we are now lucky enough to understand the true nature of our mind and trying to we are we are trying to and we are able to redeem from this sansaric journey. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet with several languages, in several languages, to end the sufferings of all the human beings. May all the human beings be lucky enough to understand this true Dhamma and to live a happy life. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We will start the Zoom discussion today. Thank you, Aran Mansa, for your guidance. Not much friends have joined today. I hope they will join the time. Anything specific, Champa? Did you get the chance to listen to them?
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. As I said, I have taken down some kind of notes according to last night session of Aryan Mahansi. How to recognize gold from imitation. That means how to find the true Dhamma from the society. From the society, there is Dhamma. So many kinds of
Sorry,
Dhamma. Doctor. Yes, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, Surangika. You can start.
Teruvan Saranai, Champa.
You can
Sorry,
start with something. Dr. Kokila has just joined and again disconnected.
Oh, okay. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. You have joined the Buddothpada, the 24-hour English Zoom discussion that has just started. I think it's 3 p.m. Sri Lanka time, isn't it, Champa?
Yeah, actually, sorry, I just started and then I got disconnected. Sorry.
That's okay. You can continue now, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai.
No, actually, Champa started and I couldn't listen. I think there was a connection issue. I didn't hear what Champa said even. Sorry about that.
Shall I
Champa,
say?
what did you say? Yeah, sorry, very sorry.
It's okay, Doctor. That means from the last night Dhamma discussion of Aryan Mahansi, I have taken down something. And
But did you
once,
get the chance to listen to the other one, the one you were talking about? You might be able to listen again. 5 o'clock
yes.
one yesterday.
No, yesterday morning thing I couldn't
Listen again.
listen again. I just
Yeah, that's okay.
Last night one, I heard Aryan Mahansi was telling how to recognize gold from imitation, because there are a lot of Dhamma discussions in this society. People can't understand what is the correct thing. like that. And what we never heard before, and this new way of thinking to realize Nibbana is the correct Dhamma. And Lord Buddha introduced Vidarshana meditation to the world. Without that, in this present moment, in this society, this society is corrupted without this Vidarshana meditation. And Aryan Mahanse was telling about the 10 perfections, Dasaparamita also. I'll give a brief thing, Doctor. Buddhist dispensation means when you see the truth inside the mind and understanding the world is not true and redeeming from that, it is called redeeming from the existence. Bhava Nirodha, Bhava Uddha. Somebody seeing the world is not true, he will understand the Buddhist dispensation. Who sees Dhamma will see Buddha. Voice of Lord Buddha is arisen again in this society, and the society needs the pure Dhamma. Rupa means the perceptions. People are living in a world created due to six senses. Bhavya means something created in this moment, and the seer is also arising when something is created. Story of wrong views and right views is what you see here, feel, are not true. Can't play with true Dhamma. Practice Satara Satipatthana. Satya Jnana, Krutya Jnana, Krutajnana. Satya Jnana is the true Buddhist philosophy. Under Krutya Jnana, you must practice the Satara Satipatthana. If the world is taken as true, he will have the karma consciousness. Those are the things I have taken from last night session, Doctor.
Yeah, yeah, that's all right. It's, I mean, this Dhamma can't be even compared, I don't think. It just to feel knowledge is not going to help you. You have to feel the Dhamma, and then only you will feel about actual importance of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, which is manifesting through an answer. Anything else, Surankita?
There was Dr. From last night, of course, I didn't. I wasn't listening seriously because it was a general, like a lot of general stuff that was being discussed. One thing I remembered from, maybe it was the previous night or the morning one, I can't remember, how he was saying about, how for human beings, we are separating these things, saying conventional world and Paramatha world. Oh, this is the reality.
You use that word. I have never actually heard that word. You
I have
actually
heard
use
it a
that.
lot because we generally refer to the Dhamma that is being talked where there is no thing. Because I think I have mentioned to you, I have listened to Paramatha Dharma quite a bit before listening to Buddothpada. So, I mean, that is generally a separation to say that this is actually the essence. The Buddha talked about Sunyata Patisangyukta Desana, right? So I think that was a general term. But what was interesting in what Aryan Mahansa said was the birds don't have a sammuti, conventional world. No? So that was actually, I think, a very good thing, because even these notions, I mean, we say that to separate it in the sense, I think Aryan Mahansa's all talks also, he talks about sammuti pragyapti. I have heard that in the talks where he talks about these naming conventions. Isn't it? In English, I think we call it naming conventions, which are all just stuff that is being constructed. But when you think about the animal kingdom and the birds and the animals and stuff like that, I mean, what? There is no, different thing for different pretense and a different thing somewhere, different thing somewhere. All that is there is what is felt, isn't it? That's just natural reaction. If they are hungry, they'll kill another animal and eat, or if they want to sleep, they'll sleep. They don't think, no, this is daytime, I must have some dignity and not sleep in daylight with everybody around and that kind of thing. No, they'll sleep wherever they want. And I mean, he has talked to us so many times about squirrels lying down on the branches and sleeping after they've had something to eat, and how free they are, isn't it? No pretenses, no art, no inhibitions, no social stigma, none of the pretenses that human beings put on themselves, isn't it? All these are those so-called cages that we make through our own mind-made fantasies and mind-made norms. I found that quite interesting, what he said about the birds.
Yeah, and also I had wanted to add, because, when Joel said, actually, Joel hasn't joined yet. When Joel said Joel is kind of flying, I said, we can only talk about Dhamma when he comes down. I said that, when you come down only, we can talk about a vibration. That's why I was trying to tell yesterday, there should be a vibration to talk about the non-vibration. You can't talk about a non-vibration when you are in a kind of a meditative state. There's no talk like that. So actually, when there is a actual self vibration only, you can actually detect the non-vibration that moment. That's something I wanted to reiterate yesterday. I don't think it came out nicely. I mean, this is a problem anyway.
I don't know whether you, I mean, from the way I understand it, it's like almost, how R.N. Master used to say, where there is a burning is where the nirvana is.
Yes, 100%.
So what that means is not, the way I understood is that where the burning is nirvana is, doesn't mean that through the burning you see the nirvana, but the where the burning is felt.
No vibration. I'm talking about not even kind of that. But what I'm trying to say is, the system, if it's not functioning properly, you can't talk about a nirvana. So this system should function and thought should arise. And that is what I mean by vibration. So actually, any coma, any anesthesia, any deep
I see,
sleep.
from that angle. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that angle.
Can we can put those high meditative states also into that thing, isn't it? Because that's the whole argument against that, what do you call that thing, concentration meditation. Yeah, that part. So the coma,
if the thought or the vibration is not there, you can't talk about a non-vibration. It's not going to manifest.
Yeah.
You know, this is all about the first time when you experience. After that, anyway, this system will continue to work as normally. All the perceptions will be today morning also. Aranwansi was saying how everything will be normal. Only lacking thing would be just this burning or the power, actually. I don't like the word burning because it implies so
Yeah,
many
I mean,
things.
I know it. We should really find a better, appropriate word
Yeah,
in
I
English.
think the power or the force would be much better in that sense because, that underlying force is the one which is not there.
Yeah,
But to
sometimes
catch that,
when the force is like almost too powerful, it's almost like, you know, then you go into one of
force
these.
is actually upadana. Upadana is the force, but the actually power,
Upadana is
because
that kind of stimulus, excitement type of thing, isn't it?
upadana is actually it's towards it gives you that idea that it is towards something. It has started to move somewhere, like kind of thing.
There are all distinct meanings in all of these, isn't it?
100%.
Upadana is one thing, then Uddipana, the thing that he says that, you know, that little slight leap of the heart that you feel those days. I mean, not now, I can't. Yeah, when you want something, or when you're looking forward to something, and you remember, say for example, you're doing something, and then you remember, I'm going to the beach this evening or something. And if you like the beach, you know how you get that little leap of the heart, the little slight pleasureful kind of sensation. That type of thing is the uddipana, which he says dissolves. So there is no, how do you say that in English? Yeah, so upadana is like a generic thing, isn't it? The entirety of entire state. The fact that there is no stimulation from the thought that arises or the mind object.
No,
But
actually, even you have to go beyond mind object, Surangika. Even the light perception through wisdom, you have to get this. Even the light perception, this force, it's very, very difficult to ascertain, isn't it? This power, how, yesterday, Aranamasa says, Nichyanupassi, Viraganupassi, Nirodhanupassi, Nisarganupassi. These things are there actually when that's why this experience, awaken to the moment, it's not a meditative state. You need to get that properly. But
definitely, it's not a meditative state.
It's having the insight as well, but it's a very distinctive thing. Yeah, can't even explain that, but very difficult to explain all this. That's the thing. But the main thing is to not to get caught with any meditative state. I think I only could listen halfway to the today morning one, but I listened to the end of the Dr. Sakuntala's question. Actually, she asked that. That was so beautiful that she asked it. That's a really good one that she asked. Did you listen to that?
Yeah, I actually heard her saying an Aranwansa explaining in 2 sentences. But I think it's good because if you have that doubt, it's going to be niggling away at you as well. And and I think he made a very important point about, I mean, I don't know whether it was particularly for that situation that she described, but he said that were your eyes closed or open? That could have been only for that particular example. But there have been many occasions where, really, really weird things, completely off the charts, have happened, which are not almost comprehended even by the senses. So
those are also, it's almost certain that they are chitta kampana, or mind kind of, some kind of episode.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, this is the thing, the insight into this actual Dhamma should be deepened more, because what happens here is only like fully catching this self vibration, or what we call as this power, and actually fully realize that it's actually a sankata. That's all actually. So the or sankata, or actually through the sensory organs. So that bit, if it doesn't come there, it's not going to give you any insight. So even though it's not a thought, it's a thing that the whole thing is. It's all. It will happen, and this is happening in one thought. So there are no additional thoughts inside one thought. That's the thing. One thought. This whole thing is happening. There are no additional thoughts. There are no meditative states. It's all, but actually, Aranhansi said another thing. Actually, what matters is whether your burning is coming down. Actually, this burning also has so many meanings. That's a problem. Mothers talk about less burning, and I agree. If there's 1,000 or 2,000 people listening, all of them has less burning. So to their own limitations, they are telling the 100% truth. Burning is less. The thing is whether
Even
it
they
has.
say burning is not there also. That also could be true, because to the extent that
Yeah.
they
But the
feel at
thing
this very
is
moment, that might be quite true.
quite true. But the thing is, where the thing is whether they have
Self vibration.
whether they have actually gone deeper into this jnana, the actual Dhamma, Satyajnana. That is the thing. If you feel good, usually we like to feel good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like you're going somewhere, but now you have come to a nice serene place, and now you have stopped and forgotten about the journey also.
Yeah, something like that. So there's always these pitfalls, unless someone like Aran Hansi is there to laugh or to shout or whatever and say, "What are you doing?"
Mm. That
Otherwise,
actually reminded me this, was it this morning? I don't know whether it was a Mehenin Mahanse or whether it was a mother who said, we have so much, gratitude and respect and all that for you, and Mahansa. No matter how much you shout, we never get offended. Said that. We know what you mean. We know you have our best interests at heart, and so on. And then actually, I was smiling because I thought Aryan Mans might have to find another tactic now too.
yeah,
Because all the mothers are saying it doesn't matter if you scold us, Aryan Mahansa.
because even when our parents shout, we usually
It's
take it
worse,
like
yeah.
that. No, we take it as, oh, they want they are doing it with best interest in children, so they should be. It's okay, kind of thing. So actually, if Aranwanse blame sometimes, because now this Chittarupa is there, the mental picture is there, Aranwanse might shout, and then that vibration may not there. But that doesn't necessarily mean that at the moment of death you are not scared. So this is the thing. This whole thing is
Yeah.
only evident to themselves how actually whether they know their vibration and they have fully realized that there is no one here. That is the problem. The Sakkaya Ditthi to be broken properly, you can't be even trapped in Vijnana. So Namarupa usually is not that bad, but then Vijnana part you can get trapped.
That one, it's actually only when you come across some situation where that can be tested. Because otherwise it's plain sailing.
Yeah.
But the one who listens to the Buddha Darshana and actually does a certain amount of vidarshana will realize with the thought process whether even without like a big incident happening, the way the thoughts are coming and the way, I mean, because stimulus is there all the time, right? From the six senses, it's nothing is stopping. That is always coming. So the way that is going and the reaction and the I-ness or that awareness and with all that is there with the self-view one has to be more and more attuned and more sensitive to that awareness to be able to detect, isn't it? I mean, it's not like a cat watching and waiting, but for the mouse, but almost that through that wisdom that is gradually arising, there is the ability to see. At least if one can't unravel where the issue is, there will be a realization that there is some issue, which then needs to be discussed with our advisor or something and then cleared away.
Yeah. But from Dr. Sakuntala's discussion, I could see that she has actually listened to the not today morning, yesterday morning sermon, and that is good.
Yeah, so what was her actual question with you, Dr. Kokila, a few days ago? What she wanted to know what happened with the last vibration, is it? At death?
No, actually, she was. Now I can't even remember. But that mother specifically asked that the same way she asked from me. Same way, same question. It was about the vibration. It was about.
I didn't hear the question actually. Last morning I was listening only to Aryan Mahansal, but I think before that Nilu must have been explaining.
No. It's from Aryan Mahansal.
Was it from
Aryan? Yeah, from Aryan Mahansal. Directly from Aryan Mahansal, the same question which came to Sakuntala from me, and I answered, but I knew it would be. I think it got much better because Aryan Mahansal's answers are always better. Yeah, because some questions we can feel the underlying issue, but the problem is the delivery can be sometimes not good. We are trying to improve on that, but the delivery can be issue because Aryan Mahansal so much feel that he instantly matches it really beautifully.
So what happens is, I mean, the vibration that is here and prevalent, if the if the realization is not there, and the self-vibration has not gone, is the vibration is there at the point of...
Now it came. Her question was, is there if there's no matching vibration, what happens?
To the vibration. Was that what she asked?
Yeah. That same thing another mother asked.
Somebody else asked, yeah.
Yeah, that thing. Now got it. Yeah, because she was wondering about this. That's the thing that I I try to say. If you are fast asleep, when you get up, do you even ask where was I? You don't ask that. You don't ask that, do you? And it just happened to arise now. This whole phenomena of that there is a continuation is a sanya. It's in the perception that it was a continuation. The child who did the year 5 exam, child who did the O levels, A levels, the uni, the whatever, that it is the same child or same person is in a sanya, in a perception. This is the beauty of this Dhamma. You know, sometimes I mean, I kind of feel that the duty is not done. The sometimes not done enough, but we are trying. But you know, when we have the notion that maybe I slept and I was there throughout, and then I woke up. That is the thing we have.
Mm.
That's not the thing.
Yeah, the night sleep was had here. Was experienced here.
That's the Samanantara is the whole. It's a big thing actually, and today morning when I was doing the sermon, some of the questions that she asked, the answers came. But the thing is, it comes at that moment, but not this moment sometimes, you know. And also it came to me, like you can be a professor of quantum physics. You can be a professor of consciousness even. You can be a professor of light or the sound waves or the light waves or the mind also sometimes maybe. But still, if you haven't fully realized this Dhamma, you will be scared to die. So what's the use of being a professor of quantum physics or consciousness in that sense? We know that people are investigating on these things anyway, but with the self-view, because they are trying to find the other ways of developing the consciousness. They are going to, as Aranwanse is saying, they are going to improve the consciousness. They are going to get another sensory organ attached so that we have a different types of consciousnesses, whatever, doesn't matter what. But the thing is, they are not actually trying to get rid of the suffering here, because they don't actually get that there is a cycle of birth. They don't understand that this whole this vibration of self vibration has this whole power. Because they don't like to talk about it, because they think the memory is in the brain. But now slowly they are coming out of it, and they are telling the maybe memory is in somewhere else, because they don't know to talk about anything else, because they can't really comprehend that one vibration or one like kind of a power holding all these things, because it's incomprehensible. That's why they can't catch it. That's why just because they will be professors of the vibration even. Just imagine they are professors of vibration. Still no. Still they are not. They are going to be very sad when they are going to die. So the thing about all this thing with Dhamma is, with Lord Buddha's Dhamma, which is manifesting through Aranhanse, is actually Lord Buddha actually found the reason for suffering, not anything else. So all the other vibrations, we don't really care, do we? No, that was another thing I was trying to say, but that also didn't come properly. You know, when I say you shouldn't care about that, then it's like as because that word you shouldn't care is also has another perception, as if you have to ignore something. No, what I'm trying to say is any other vibration is not our
Concern,
journey.
not our concern.
Yeah, not our concern. This search is for the self vibration. Search is for the identification of the self vibration and understanding it was Sankata, or it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ only. When you get to that point only, this power will disappear and you will feel it. It won't stay, yes, 100%, that's fine. But still, even to come to that position is difficult, isn't it? That's why Aranansha says the initial part is the very difficult part. And Lord Buddha said, no, the keles or the defilements would be like Himalaya or the biggest big mountain in India. But when you actually get into a understanding about this, full understanding, because everyone can get into the marga, but um, actually fulfilling that is a problem without doubts. That is the kind of the thing that it will be like everything else would be like some sand in the hand, isn't it? The sand in the hand, or yeah, I can't remember. The අතේ තියෙන වැලි කැට, isn't it? අතේ or අතේ තියෙන වැලි කැට.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole idea is actually to get their wisdom improve to the level of feeling this without getting trapped anywhere else. And Nilu also said something good today. Actually, she said it a bit more in the superficial way, but actually, when you look deep in that, this satisfaction in several levels of this dhamma is also the problem. Kind
No,
of.
not only that, she said a point that she reflected on, which is also coming from ignorance, was that whether you are right or wrong in a given situation, you have a tendency to say that your position was right.
Yeah.
Whether it is a negative thing or whether it is a positive thing, for some reason, not some reason, due to ignorance. But it's a very, 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 very refined point that she brought out. Actually, I had not thought of that. Although there's an experience of, I think once or so I told Aran Mahansa, when something happens, even the natural reaction would have been back in the day for the I-ness to come forth. Almost
you
out of
rationalize
habit.
it.
Yeah, almost out of habit, there seems to be some force, not a force, but almost like an urge, not very powerful, that is trying to assert an I there into that situation. When now earlier immediately the I gets asserted and the uddipana or the excitement happens and the happiness and the pride and all these other emotions come and the self-view is there and all those things happen. But even now, sometimes when something is done or something is done well or something is done and then there is no, what shall I say, anxiety or anxiousness about it or something, again, that almost out of habit, that thing is trying to arise. But it's not sticking. So
that now the thing that you were talking about being like asserted thing, actually that is the importance of noble friend also, isn't it? Like this Vijnana Maya, you can't trust it. That is the thing. Whatever the thoughts coming after anything, it doesn't matter what the thoughts bring about. We can think anything. We can think anything. Any perception is a perception. Even the self-perception is a joke. What about the other perceptions?
The issue,
If
Dr.
this
Kokila, is there's no control. No? I mean, if there
no
was a
control, no. Yeah,
if there
true.
was a
Yeah,
power if there was a way of controlling the thought, then we wouldn't allow that thought even to arise. No? The whole thing about this thing, thing
yeah,
is that everything is just spontaneously occurring.
yeah. And that's
Spontaneously
why I
occurring.
thought the noble friend's importance is like even if we are in a like a whirlpool of Vijnanamaya or this mirage effect, still a noble friend can actually suddenly put the hand and pull them out, kind of. I have felt like that, sometimes, sometime back actually, when we say, Aranwansa, I understood this or something like that, and he keeps telling from 0 to is like 10, like whole thing. You kind of get it and you kind of come out of it. It's like a spell, kind of. Yeah, it is. But actually, when you fully realize that there is no self, then this vibration is the culprit, and that vibration is also actually a creation of these sensory organs. It is such a relief, and I think that is the most beautiful thing in the beginning, and slowly the defilements start to settle down. In the sense, anything to associate with this self vibration, actually in the other meanings, the power of the stimuli comes down now, because that is the final. We really get it. No, now that is the cake is the actual power of the cake is the actual this problem. And yeah, it's so beautiful, and there are like very high chances that Aranhansi says all the time that we may be actually getting trapped. As even Lord Buddha said, no, that there is no good thing about being anyone in this path. Actually, there's nothing like that. So, I think noble friend, I don't know what we can do even without a noble friend. It's so
Dr.
tricky.
Kokila, can you explain? I have asked this question from you before. The one vibration.
What do you mean?
At the Anagami level?
Yeah, that's the tense.
The self vibration, the tense.
Yeah, that's the tense. Yeah, that's the power.
Is that the feel that you were saying that when you wake up, you feel that you have slept? That feeling.
No. When you wake up, no, I wasn't relating to that. When you wake up, you can't actually relate to anything because you are kind of out of a meditative state. You're like nowhere. No, nothing like that. Actually, if something happens, only you can relate to that.
No. I mean, like earlier you were saying, and like when one wakes up, everything is normalized. No, nobody gets a shock, no, or a jolt. No, everything is normal. The fact that you wake up in your bed, the fact that you are woken up in the room, all that is taken for granted. No, so that taking for granted is that itta sanyava. That these things are there. They're there, and they're taken as normal. It's normalized.
Actually, Itta Sanya and Atma Sanya both are explainable in that also. Like the same example I told you, when we are walking, we see the moon and the stars. When we come inside the house, you have kind of idea that still the moon and the stars are there. Something like that. The same way this a life field or the Itta Sanya is existence Existence,
yeah.
not the feel. I'm talking about the perception. Existence, perception.
The existence is also a feel.
Yeah, but there's a perception also, no?
Yeah, perception and feel both, no?
Yeah, but the feel has made us to have a perception.
No, the perception comes first. No, there is
What?
no such thing. Yes.
No.
Mm.
No, feel comes first anyway. Feel is the tense. I'm talking about the baby in that. So the anyway, what I'm trying to say is, if when we wake up, we have the idea that we woke up, we slept here, and then we woke up here.
Mm.
Actually, it's not the case. This
So that
comparison
feeling
is
is
in
what?
the mind.
Yeah, that feeling is what?
It's a perception.
That's the perception, self-perception.
It's Itta Sanya and Atma Sanya is both there.
Both there.
Yeah, because it's existence feel, know that it was there, it's here, all that. When the existence feel is there, the self perception is there.
That feel, can the feel be there in the arhats without the power?
100% the touch will be there.
No, the feel, because...
what feel are you talking about? Now I'm getting confused. So you are actually, you need to dig into this bit more actually, because now
the perception there. So
the word feel is very tricky, okay? Because
because it's meant in several places, isn't it?
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, the baby, even the fetus, had this power, okay? Tense.
Yeah.
That's the power. We'll talk it as power because it's so confusing when you come to the field. Power is different, actual sensory function is different. But the problem
we'll
is, it is
current.
always overlapping. We never knew the difference. Because now before listening to Dhamma, we will never understand anything about a self-vibration or self-perception or existing perception or whatever. No.
Yeah,
we
nothing.
True. We just see.
We felt, and the emotions
felt
and all
in
that
the sense, don't talk felt there, because touch is a feeling. So I'm very careful being here, because touch is a feel. So that word is used for feel, touching, touch also. Can you see?
There, what I meant was what we actually felt, the feeling of being alive, the feeling of actually...
No, we never understood that.
Yeah, we never understood that.
What we felt was the touch. What we felt was light. What we felt was sound. And finally, what we felt was chair. Are you okay with that? We never understood about any other feel. Never, ever. Until we listened to Dhamma.
Yeah, I didn't mean the sense of being alive in the Dhamma way. I meant before that. Before that, you know how you have worked for a long time, and then you go on this very rare trip with a friend or somebody, right?
Yeah.
And you are like so glad, you get this feeling where you're so glad you are in a car out of office with next 5 days, where you're just going to relax and see the countryside or something like that, and you get this feeling that it's such a beautiful day and I have this whole 5 days for myself, or something like that. I'm just trying to give an example. That is totally out of obviously ignorance, but that feeling, that lay conventional Pruthakjana feeling, is what I meant there by being the feeling of being alive, not the Dhamma feel alive thing. Yeah.
No, even that can be there without the power. So you have to be very careful. So
I
when
thought
Lord
that
Buddha
is
says,
completely out of ignorance because the emotions are driving,
no, when
the
you say
mind
Lord Buddha
emotions are
says,
driving the feeling there, right?
no, when Lord Buddha says these monks are shouting, I'm going to the forest, the definitely it's a problem there, isn't it? And when Lord Buddha says the Veluvanarame or no, not Veluvanarame, some
Jetavana.
Jetvanarame or some you know some Ulangat Suai, some
Yeah, what is that?
Kimbulwat Nuaring
Yes,
Sulangat
the
Suai.
wind that is coming from Timbulwat side is
That
also
is the
pleasant.
place where he was
Yeah,
born. Yeah.
yeah.
So see, uh, he feels that, but there's no burning. This is the whole thing that Aranwansi is saying.
No. So
Nothing.
the Pruthakjana time, the thing that I
Pruthajana
experienced.
time it is taken as because of the self view.
Yeah. Because of that self view, now that happiness and everything was attributed to me, I
Yeah,
am glad. I am
yeah,
glad to
yeah,
get out of office. I am glad
yeah.
to go on a trip. I am glad to, oh my God, such a
And
good thing. I'm
also,
just basking in the sun or in a car on my way to see a countryside or something like that, right? So it's
and
all
also,
me. Yeah.
yeah, also Surangika, just try to get this. When you get that good feeling, when that good feeling has that power, definitely there is self perception also, even if it is a person who has lost the self thought. Just try and say this. Even if someone has lost the power of the self thought,
Yes. Understood,
self
Dr. Kokila.
perception can arise.
Yeah, that is there,
And
but that is where
that is what is going to slowly reduce because that power is reducing. But what
as
power?
you said, the mothers, including even probably us, speaking from experience also, where one can get deceived that everything is nice and cool now because the perception is there, but the perception is so fine that it is not picked up.
Yeah, and another way is another problem is this power is reducing now, yes, but this self view is not completely shattered without doubt unless you actually get to the bottom of the self vibration. That is the whole problem here, because when you get to the bottom of the self vibration, not only you lose this alive feel or this self vibration, the effect that you get from that. We always say that you are still seeing, but without any affinity, without any power. We can say that. It's only a saying, but someone has to feel that now. So the seeing is still there. There's no, that someone has to experience that. Then only their self thought or the self view is broken without doubts. And Paramarshani will never happen again. Because
That's self-perception there. No,
no,
Dr. Kokila.
no, that comes to the feel, complete feel. Complete feel
So
is definitely,
you're saying the self view also won't break completely until the self vibration is 100% dissolved.
yeah, for a fraction of a second at least.
No, not fraction of a second. I mean at Arahatud, you're saying that
No,
that's
no,
what
no. This Arahatud is felt for a fraction of a second. No, that's what the person hasn't attained that. It just felt randomly. That's all.
no, you're talking about Sotapanna. I'm talking about Arahatud.
No, I usually don't talk about the Arahatsud because that has no problems whatsoever. Because once you come to the one vibration, there's no talk about that. There's nothing to talk even.
Yeah, so yeah, the Sotapanna stage, the self-view is gone. Are you saying that that even after the fraction of a second, the awakening to the moment, the self-view is back?
No, that will shatter the self view, but the self perception is still there.
Yeah, I think you earlier said the self-view was there also. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah.
No, you're back to the square one, but the self view is shattered because you have felt the arahant state just for a
For
moment. That's
reflection, yeah.
all.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
That's
So
where
the
the
self-view.
paramarshini will stop.
Mm.
But that doesn't happen if this. That's the I think the trickiest part because that's why Aranhansa is only concentrating in the initial part. But after that, when you come to the people who are actually questioning about the power of the stimuli and the misunderstandings around that, mm, that's about actually trying to get into the, anyway, if someone has felt this non-vibration for at least for a fraction of a second, complete non-vibration, that person doesn't need help anymore. But it can be prolonged, you know that. Can be prolonged. It can be prolonged without a noble friend. It can be prolonged. But the if the noble friend is there, it will actually help to get rid of this stimuli power quickly. That's what happens. Because if a system has felt an non-vibration, that that vibration will never ever go down. Never ever go down. It will never get worse from that level. And you can't do anything also, but the only noble friend can do things here. And also the effort. There is effort. What is the effort? To actually do the bhavana. What is the bhavana? A bhavana is using it again and again. Is whatever you felt, you're using it again and again. What? This no self perception is gaining the momentum when you use it again and again. Do you get it? But the no self perception has to be kind of stabilized for that. So the no self perception, you can't just get it by thinking. That's just like another chitta rupa. But actually, if you feel
Yeah.
it only, it will be permanent. That's the problem.
You have to allow it to naturally arise. And then after that, as you said, that stability is important in order
No, but
to.
Aranwansi has given four step pratipada for actually to try and get people to feel this for a moment. Because after that, there's no doubt. If they actually lose the alive kind of this existence feel and the if it comes to the feel level and they lose it, that would be there won't be any questions after that. But
Maybe Champa has any
even
question.
Vishaka came. No, remember Vishaka came, and Vishaka had to be reminded. Do you remember that Vishaka came with the wet hair and was saying
Hmm.
something which was about the grandchildren, and she said something, and Lord Buddha said, "Oh, then you have to be with the wet hair forever." And then only she realized. So that's kind of very basic level, isn't it?
Yeah, that also shows ignorance. No?
Yeah. So this is not. This is not that
Not
quick,
easy going.
not easy going. Anyway, she's famous for Bhavatanha, isn't it? She's famous for that.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Hmm.
Not Kama Tanha. What how many tanhas are there?
Kama-tanha, bhava-tanha, vibhava-tanha. Is it
That's
three, Champa?
only three. Yeah, only three.
Hmm.
Yeah. So either to become or not become.
Hmm.
To become or not become, that is also again problematic, isn't it? But this affinity is not gone just because the self view is gone. Affinity will be there because the perception, whatever the perception, they are not taking it, it's happening to them, but still the affinity is high for the grandchild. Grandchild is a big thing still. And when that goes down,
Ah. Hmm.
even though that affinity is not taken as a thing to
But
do
how
with
can the
anything,
grandchild be a big thing? Because if the grandchild is a big thing,
it's not a
that's a
big thing,
stimuli.
but the perception level is still there.
Oh yeah, the perception. But not in that not in that first type of way that this
No.
becomes a real thing, because then the eye is here.
The best thing is to
Like
go by
now
your own burning, isn't it?
Mm.
Just go by your own burning, because this burning has levels. That's all you should know. Burning also has levels. That's the
Maybe
thing.
that's a good day, that's the part to expand on Dr. Kuku.
Mhm.
So that's
Because
what we were talking about, the final levels are not easy to detect, right?
not easy to detect. This is all detected in one stimuli. You keep understanding Dhamma. Yes. Keep going. So because we are in the path, okay, we keep understanding slowly. Yes, outside is a perception, right. Outside is not true. It's a perception only. Okay. So the perception, it's not true, because that is actually slowly shrinking, isn't it? The whole world is slowly shrinking now, and shrinking. Then the what it comes to final the feel, in the sense not the touch feel. It comes to the burning, in the sense that power. How? It should, because if the perception is not a thing, definitely it comes to the something. What is the something? That is that power. That power is actually there because of the fast vibration. That's all. The speed. Actually, that power is the speed. But that has to come there nicely. Then the whole three levels are clear. Because there are caveats here. Now, sensual world to perception level is also a bit tricky. But it gets more trickier when it is perception level to feel level, form to non-form. Because non-form means there can't be any perception at all.
Yeah.
That's the one vibration. That's the same thing that you have been asking for some time. But the thing is, this mind bubble is so thick, it doesn't pierce that easily. That's why babies, it is easy. The children, their mind bubble is not actually thick. And village mother, the mind bubble is not thick.
Yeah, and this that thing that you said about, waking up and you get that feeling that you have slept on the same bed and waking up in the same room kind of thing. What did we say? So now, for example, if you go to a
No,
place
even an
to,
arahant, I will get it, but there's no power in that. This is the thing that today morning Aranahanse said, I can't remember to whom, he said nicely this thing. He was laughing when he said, so it may be not getting that thing, but he was telling the most beautiful thing there. He was telling, uh, even the perception is there. He was
yeah,
saying that
everything is happening
everything is
exactly the
there
same way,
except the power. So
except
this
the
is the
power. Yeah,
whole
I heard
tricky
that. Yeah.
thing that we are needing to feel. That is the trickiest thing, I think. I think that is the fight also here.
Sorry, say that last bit. I didn't quite hear it, Dr. Gopinath.
That we talk about the Maya, fight with the Maya. That's the
Yeah,
fight with the Maya. Maya is this vibration,
vibration.
the power. Self vibration, not anything else. So catching the self vibration is that one vibration, and actually I'm fully realizing that it's a bogus or nothing.
But somehow or the other, the system wants to keep the vibration alive. No, I mean, there might not be any overt acts being done to keep it, but unknowingly, unerringly,
No, even the mind bubble is so powerful, not let alone the whole vibration thing. This mind bubble, there is a sansaric journey in the field, but the actual mind bubble has only like 70-year-old, 80-year-old capacity. Mind bubble is different. Actual sansaric journey is in the field, which is now masked by this mind bubble.
Yeah.
So if you're like my father actually was, I think, 86. So he had maybe 80, 86 minus how much time he got to that mind. So if we reduce it like 2 years to get the mind into function. So for 84 years, he was hidden inside this, not hidden, caught up in this mind bubble. So there's no way that the feel will come.
And the danger of this thing is that as you grow older, the senses become dulled. And when the senses become
Oh,
dull,
yeah.
then there is almost lots of things can happen. One is one would not get the same type of sharpness of reaction and that kind of rejuvenation, excitement, and things like that, and then can be lulled into the misbelief that these things don't matter to me anymore. The other thing is the ability to reflect and keep on focusing, as you say, penetrating the thought, which requires actually quite a bit of effort, really. The staying power of doing that is also very much less with energy because, I mean, I found that this time when my parents came, when that could be my problem as well. Moment I turned the topic into a Dhamma discussion, 5 minutes into it, my mother is staring at me. She's dozing off. And I don't know about my father, but definitely my mother. And it has happened several times. Her capacity to listen and absorb it is not there. But
But
if
if you
she
start to talk about Sri Lankan politics or Sri Lankan something has happened in Sri Lanka or flood or whatever, then she will be vividly open and listening.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say, Doctor, because she has a little iPhone which we have given her for WhatsApp messages. She gets all kinds of news articles about Sri Lanka and various things. And she very diligently follows all the government's good and charitable initiatives. She's like a spokesperson for the government here. Very much alive, very much alert, no sleepiness whatsoever. And then she does things on the laptop. She watches various things. Again, no sleepiness. Moment the thing goes on to the Dhamma, she says, yes, 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 I'm listening to the talks. And I can hear her sometimes in the night. She puts Buddothpada talks. But then the following day, I say, okay, what did you get out of it? Maybe let's discuss just one point. And she said, oh, yeah, this thing, that thing. And then, no staying power with that particular point to go from one corner to the other to, unravel it. No staying power. I mean, she's in her 80s, but so these are the things with when people get senile, isn't it? Yes. So it's actually, that is why I think you mentioned it before, and the Buddha has also said that to understand this Dhamma, one has to get about it like a person with his head on fire, hair on fire, or something, because
Yeah,
it is
yeah, yeah.
that.
That's why I told even Vatsala yesterday. It is kind of taken for granted that I might get it anyway, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
That
it's
that
almost as if it's
and
secondary,
I'll be
isn't it?
living also.
Yeah, I'll be living it secondary.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can do it when I have free time, kind of thing, isn't it?
yeah. And free time will never come. Because if you actually listen to Aryan Vanse and then and there, that's why I'm against Champa writing those things. I'm actually against that. I don't know. I will never ever do that because the ability to actually um, go to
Go
a
into
field
it.
level,
Yeah.
go into it, feel the Dhamma is less when you try to concentrate on the facts. What do you think, Champa? I mean, I'm not telling you to do anything or not do anything. Just think about it.
No, I am listening, doctor. Uh, there's another problem. I actually from today morning thing, Aryan Vahanse was telling what we are experiencing is important. When we go on the road, we see buses, cars, vehicles, and things like that. Then the seeker knows all these are vibrations. He does Arya experiment. Whatever he see, mountains, trees, etc. Seeing everything as it is. All the sounds are hearing. Then he knows this is mind is the mind created world. And due to realization, seeker see this as a dream. But he should remember that I should be open to see the truth. This is the wisdom mind, I think, no, doctor?
Mm.
That means
Yeah.
Aryan Mahanse was telling the kind of I should be there to see all the things naturally, I think.
Dharmatave.
No, whatever we see, Aryan Mahanse is telling, and I should be open to see the truth of what we are seeing or hearing or feeling or like that.
Yeah, 100%.
Mm.
For that, the Satyajnana should be understood like really well.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what he's telling. When we are going on the road, we are seeing vehicles all over. But
That's
we
one thing
must.
I have to tell you both now. When you are having a chance of living, I mean, sometimes if you are in the mind, chance of living is not there. I mean, don't
Yes.
take my words as a thing. What I'm trying to say is chance of feel in the sense, actually, even these 5 sensory organs or the mind sensor is very overpowering.
Yes.
So the actual touch vibration or the temperature vibration doesn't necessarily need the mind vibration, but mind sensor. But even that, we have so much power in this mind part. The actual living is not done. Kind of, we are trapped in the mind world. So when you try to talk about this experiencing, um, this can't be done forcefully, but that's the importance of going to a place like Dombagoda, because then this mind power is generally it can't come up. But I could hear how many mothers were talking about the thinking about Aranwanse lying there in that Pidrugoda. I was like, I was like feeling um in vain, because this Dhamma is to
Yeah, I heard
actually
that as well, Dr. Kokila.
pierce the kind of, fully understand the self vibration. These moments are there for that, not to appreciate the Pidrugoda or the Bovitiagaha or whatever. Because if you get that and you really have an insight, that is good. I'm okay with that. Because if you get the insight, oh wow, Pidrugoda is a perception. That's the insight. That's good. At least getting that. And perception is not true. That is good. At least come to that.
Right. Yes, doctor. But
If
if
the
if but
problem is nothing, this, I don't know, they went on with this 4-step Dhamma and coming back and saying, I don't know, Hansa, we felt the thing, I don't know, Hansa, and sometimes the excitement is so good and they felt good. That is so good, because then it will be an impulse for them to do it again and again. So that part is so good, because you have to have some kind of incentive, isn't it? In this path, you have to have a good incentive. The most beneficial incentive is actually feeling good, because any mother, any person who is listening to this Dhamma feels better. You ask it from Joel, Joel will agree as well. You feel better, 100%.
yes,
That is the
yes.
incentive for further exploration. Then only Aranwansi can. That's why Aranwansi has taken 5 years to come to this level. No? Now only he's talking about the fail. Even that he's so careful. He's so careful. He says, I don't know whether to tell this or not, tell this or not, tell this or not. And he says a little bit of that. Because people get so much mental images and get trapped in that also. So this whole try is why people should go to Gambagad, why people should go to top of a mountain to just enjoy the mountain or enjoy the scenery there, or enjoy the good feel there, or have a like a meditative state there. No, it's just to get into the point of this catching this self vibration and really feel that it is a sankata, or it is a creation of this 5 sensory, or whatever the sensory organ that was involved, because it's only one sensory organ usually involved in one particular beginning. It is one. It may be seeing, it may be a sound, it may be a touch, or it may be no smell, if it is a smell of a poo or something, or taste, which is unlikely. But because when you are doing a walking meditation, if someone is eating something, it is completely different thing, no? But you can get a smell, you can see something, you can the it, always remember this, always anything starts from this one of the 5 sensory organs. Really, there can be a thought popping up as well. That's what Joel was saying. All the time this mind is popping up things. That's okay, it's only beginning. And that problem is less when you go to a place like that, because the mind sensor is, the power is not there much, because the feel is more. So the popping up thing, the mind popping up will be less. But then it becomes more obvious the 5 sensory organs, not the taste as such. But these 5 sensory organs, at least 4 will be there when you do the walking meditation. If the mind is very strong, it's useless. I mean, not useless, but if you can apply it there to the mind sensor, that's fine. But if not, they are going to get trapped in the mind part anyway. So they go around in the mind part and come down, come back. It's okay. It's just if they know it. It's okay if they know it. That's what I'm saying. If they knew, huh, I was always in the perception level, that's fine. But that also not there, no. That insight also not there. Because if you are actually giving a value to that, because you see a pile of hay and you have given so much value to that and you don't know that. Isn't that weird? Pile of hay. That's a perception, no? Oh, it's a thought. Okay, it's a thought. So now, such a value that it's not even realized that it's a perception. What do
Doctor,
you think?
Doctor, if we are going on the road or we are seeing hay or something, if it is not becoming a thing, is it not sufficient?
Then you have to tell me that it didn't become a thing in the that level, but I still had the perception of hey. And that is the thing what I'm trying to say. Someone has pierced one thought, you don't get these questions. Yes, if it's not a thing, it's not a thing. That's completely true. But the thing is whether you have fully realized that. That's the main problem, whether you have fully realized that. If you have fully realized that, I mean, who cares what you see?
Yes, that's true, doctor. Most of the time we are not caring about what we are seeing.
Yeah, but then the problem comes, you are still with the self vibration. You can feel it, I can feel it. So the power is there. So that is the problem we are trying to solve, isn't it?
Yes,
The power
doctor.
is there was the reason for the power. You
Yes.
say, I saw a pile of hay, but I didn't feel anything about it. No, it's a perception level. But if you have fully realized Dhamma, if you know how much powerful your vibration is, then the asavakshya jnana is there. How powerful your vibration and what is the zero vibration. Then you know the difference anyway. That is the start of the this asavakshya jnana. So that for that to happen, then only you know that how much power you have. Then this is all about this
Doctor,
power.
yes,
Yeah.
excuse me. I can feel that all that means the mind impurities, defiled ones are becoming lower. That I can feel from the beginning when I started to listen.
That's 100% good, but the mind, you have to actually really understand that the light is also not true. Because pile of hay is not true, yes. What about the light? What about the sound?
Yes. One day Aryan Vahanse told me how to see that. He over that discussion he taught me how to see the light is not true. He's told me there are only vibrations outside, and those light vibrations are coming through your eyes, and inside the eyes, the light is occurring, and it's going from eyes to outside. Then you are seeing the pictures like that.
Nothing is going outside.
Now, after all this talk about Samanantara, you are talking about something coming inside, something
Oh,
going
right,
outside.
right. The way I am telling may be incorrect, but something like that. Only the vibration of light coming inside.
Not coming. There is a
Com-
vibration inside the eye.
happening.
Definitely, it is going to match with another vibration, that's light.
Yes.
That is what is called light. I mean,
Yes.
we call it light, but what we feel is a feel.
Yes. When we are listening, learning this light thing in the school, we were taught like that. No, the
No,
rays are.
that's not good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not
That
good
is
enough.
yes. That is a wrong picture, no, doctor. The
Yeah.
way the light rays are coming and going through this uh, through the eye lenses and
So
something.
thinking about this is helpful in the beginning,
Yes.
but you have to come to the field level also.
Yes, Arya Mahasaya asked me to practice it to see the light is not there, it's just a
Yeah, practice
vibration.
it. Practice it. So because you are saying that pile of hay is not a thing to you, then you have to practice other ones.
Yes.
But actually
Can you tell
speaking,
me one example, doctor, to practice that?
what do you mean?
The light is not true, to see if the
Well,
light is not.
well, no, I just listen to Aryan says Dhamma and that's it. I don't really practice it otherwise. But the the what do you call it? When we if you say car horn, if the car horn perception is directly felt, then you might catch your own vibration. That's all we need to do.
Right, doctor. Yes.
Because pile of hay, you are looking at a pile of hay. Now that is I vibration. When you are looking at something, if the pile of hay is not manifested, it will be directly yes light. So, but it is a field. That's the problem. This light perception is different to the field. This I think I have problems in even telling Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala. Light perception is a different thing. Actual feel is a different thing.
Yes, what is the difference between that, doctor, light perceptions and the feeling? So, to a certain extent?
Okay. It is like you're locked in a complete room without light. Light, okay, completely dark. But don't you know what is light?
Yes.
Yeah, light perception. Even when you're looking at it, is the same thing. That is the biggest problem we have. That's the same thing we are associating. But if you go to the field, it's just a vibration. You can't call it where. That's the one vibration thing. That is the power of the self vibration. That is the thing that we try to describe, which is difficult to describe. But the main problem is here is even the light is a perception. Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo is also perception.
Yes,
But
yes, yes.
the problem is when you see it in a dream, when you touch a rock, you are saying, yeah, it is a perception. But when you come out of the dream and you go and touch a rock, you are saying, no, I feel something.
Yes,
But it's the same thing.
yes, we are seeing the form world in the dream, and when we come to this sensual world, it's touchable.
Touchable, and we feel like we have something. That something is because of the fast vibration of the touch sensor.
Yes.
That is what this all about. In the dream, you can't find it. Actually, when the vibration there, only you can actually find it. That's what I was trying to say before also. That's what I was trying to tell yesterday also. When you are in a dream or when you are in a coma state, when you are in a meditative state, you can't do anything. When there is a vibration, only non-vibration can be manifested. How? Actually fully realizing that vibration. But once it is done, Arahant is a different story. Arahant, what does that mean? That means everything is happening normally. So the power is not there. That's a different story. We don't have to even go to that discussion because the actual challenge is in the beginning. Dr. Sakuntala has joined. Wow, that is unusual. Actually, she had time.
Sorry, I
Oh,
can't.
10,
I
10.
can only listen. I can't talk here.
Okay. It's okay. It's
I'm
okay.
waiting for my treatment. Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. And actually, this, why we say that we can't associate anything in those any meditative states or any coma or any anything is sleep or anything is the actual moment that you have the vibration, that actual time you are actually touching at rock only, that this can be experienced non-vibration, because then only you can actually feel this one kind of the self vibration.
How is that,
Don't
doctor? How is that?
how is that? Okay. How is that? What does that question mean?
That means you said you touch a rock or something, and then you feel that, no?
You
Then
can
how
feel the
to?
non-vibration. Yes, yes. That is the same way as you are walking. If you pierce the touching of the rock, yes. Some person told this. She touched the phone and she got this feel, but she got scared. Then she completely lost it because she didn't get the actual Dhamma there. She just got scared because she actually felt the vibration, the actual feel, the fast vibration of the sensory organs. But she got scared. It has happened to 2 people as far as I know. It may have happened to a lot of people. Because there are even, no, 3 people actually. There are Satyajnana, if that was really good, they could have actually felt the non-vibration then and there. That's the problem is because the Satyajnana is not that strong enough, the piercing of the non-form didn't happen. Even though it came to the non-form. It is also a good thing because then you realize that it is a non-form that you suddenly touched and missed. Not missed, because it's a good thing to actually get that even, to get there even. Because you fully realize that this mind world is something else, this feel is something else. Because there's no perception there. It's just a feel. But if your perception level is there, the touch, even the touch perception is there, the feel is not there. It's a very difficult topic anyway, isn't it? So Aranman says main advice is don't seek these things. Just go by the feel. Just go by the feel also a bit tricky when you say that. Because that is also talking about the self-vibration power. Go by the feel is go by the self-vibration power. And that is what is always missed. Someone talks and then it is difficult to catch for that person to catch the self vibration. If someone has practiced so hard, then they can catch their vibration while talking. Then they know whether it is there or not. But if you haven't actually practiced that much, you can't say that. It's a tricky area anyway. You know, this Vachi Sankara, Kaya Sankara, Mano Sankara. These are normally happening to even to Lord Buddha. But that power is not there. Whether its power is there or not, if you actually detect that also, that is so good. It doesn't matter if you have not detected the non-vibration, still at least detected the vibration. You know, it is really interesting to pick up the self existence perception, not the feel. Feel is a bit difficult, but at least the self perception or the existence perception, because we are actually going backwards here. We started from the thought. What is the thought? Rock. And then if the rock perception is not there, what is there? So it's all the four steps that I'm talking about. If the rock is a perception, you know, whatever it doesn't matter what it is. And then when you say the second step, the perception is not true, then if it comes properly, then you might directly go to the feel level. What do you feel? Vibration, that's all. What vibration? That is the power that you feel there. If you really get into that, then if you really get this Dhamma to work there, that it is only thing that is there is fast vibration of the sensory organ, then that power has no place there. Then there may be a subtle moment of synchronizing to non-vibration. It's a subtle moment of synchronizing to non-vibration. Buddha status.
Doctor, that means every time through all these six senses, this synchronization is happening. That is the one happening, no?
Yeah. But if someone has actually detected this self vibration and that power is reducing to, and if it actually becomes zero, then this sensory organs will continue to work, but this power is not there. That's why when the system stops, there's nothing additional there. පහන නිවි ගියාසේ as if a lamp's flame is gone, that body will just stop working. That's all. If there's any little bit of power is left, that is mostly due to the field level or whatever level, there may be some kind of manifestation. Doesn't necessarily, you can't necessarily do anything about that either. But the when the noble friend is there, this path is more sincere and more faster, because he keeps you back in the track. You know what Lord Buddha said? You will have to cry forever, or you will have to have wet hair forever. And Isaka is like, oh yeah, that kind of thing keep happening with Dharan Hanse also. He keeps checking on us and keep reminding, what are you doing? Are you a Mongol? Like that, he keeps asking, isn't it? And that's the exact way, you know. And sometimes, you know, the answers Dharan Hanse gives, actually, this is one of my experiences. Hanse give whatever the answer he gives is the next level that he expects us to be. And we say yes, yes, yes. But actually, he implies it to be the next level. Whatever, if you are in a lower level, then he will say the next level. He doesn't say the last level. If he feels someone has not actually has the confirmation of the the fruition level, then he will then keep saying something about that. But it depends, because to come to that also there are several levels. So he will be guiding in different ways to whatever the feel he gets. So usually when I have felt that whenever he says something, I can feel how his guidance is. His guidance is that he asks a question in such a way that he feels like he's telling that it is there. Actually, it's the other way around. He's telling you to kind of be that. That's the subtle push that he does. He's such a great teacher, by the way. Such a great teacher. What do you think, Surangika, about the questions that Champa asked? Do you have anything to add?
No, not really, doctor. I think it's still getting stuck on the perception part, potentially. So cannot comment on things that are not experienced.
Yeah, the perception part. Yeah, true. It's a bit tricky, isn't it? When you say pile of hay has, if you're looking at it, so everything depends on what way it has started. Every perception. So if I say Niagara Falls, now you heard it. So it's through the sound. But you still get everything about it. But actually, in you really get to the feel level, it's a fast vibration of the ear only. Actually, you can't call it even ear there, but we can call it because it's a ear. So the sound perception, kind of all the perceptions are not true. This is a very subtle thing, this sanya. Sanya, not true. Actually, if you're looking at a pile of hay is not there. True. So it becomes automatically your attention is not outside now. It's mainly inside now. So it is perception now. The perception is not true, then it indefinitely, definitely becomes high vibration. This is true wisdom. It becomes high vibration, and high vibration actually, you're not actually feeling the high vibration. It's a self vibration you feel, because that's the power that you have. That's the best way to catch the power. This whole effort is to catch this power, because you feel something, even though the perception is not true. The something part You come to that only, you feel that, oh wow, this is the power. But then also it comes that it is the actual fast vibration of the sensory. That was the misunderstood part. But if it comes properly, then this power, you can't, when the itta sanya is overcome, because this itta sanya is itta sanya is always there.
Existent
Existence
perception.
perception is always there when you feel something, not even, you don't have to even differentiate that. If you feel something, there is existence perception, because we are piercing this one thought, the pile of hay.
The thing is, you don't feel it. It is something that prevents you from going out into the sunshine, thinking that you're going to get burnt, isn't it? It's that thing that prevents you from going into the rain, knowing that you're going to get wet. So
No,
that
that's a different
notion is the
scenario. I'm
sanya.
talking about actual seeing. That's where you can become the pile of hay. That's this I'm talking about one moment though. That's where you can become the pile of hay. You know, the eye is different to the touch perception. Touch perception is easy. And I mean, can't say easy anything, but eye perception, that's where we feel like this side is released, and it's only that release. It's a feel, no? That's the thing. You have to feel it. No, it is something, it's an experience. In one moment. You know, some Henninanse was looking at water getting absorbed. It's an experience.
Yeah, that water getting absorbed.
I can't specifically say about that, but anything, if it is starting from the eye, because we can't really relate to that. But if she was looking at it, it's the eye perception. So that's completely different to other perceptions. It's like as if you're looking at a flower, it's as this side is completely gone. It's a feel. Because always we have the duality, isn't it? Yeah, the duality is gone suddenly, but it will come back if it's a first experience.
That's like the space example also. No?
What space?
Where you're in space, there's nothing to see, nothing to hear, and then because of that the sense of I also is not there. I mean, that can't be taken in a way where you're almost preparing yourself and then going into space, because then there is a you and you don't hear anything, you don't feel anything kind of thing. No, not like that. I mean, just randomly, if one is transported to space and everything is black and can't see anything, can't hear anything, touch, taste and smell, then there is nothing to identify with. No? And therefore the I and the self is not born, the duality is not there, which is why Aryan Mahasen gave that example a lot of times those days. It's the stimulus that is creating the I on this side. It's the stimulus that becomes the I. No? So in
Yeah, this
space,
power,
where none of
is the one we are trying to catch. If the power is not there, this side, the perception, the self-perception is also not there. That is the only thing that is needed to actually understand that self-perception is a creation. Otherwise, it will never get confirmed that self-perception is a creation. You have to have a moment without self-perception.
Mm.
And for that to happen, you have to have a zero power in that moment. It's all simultaneous things, though.
Yeah. Power has to be zero.
In that moment, that gives you so much insight. That's what I'm saying. Any experience without insight is wasted. So as Champa said, Champa will go to the shopping center and come back and say, oh, nothing became a thing. She is talking as an Arahant. But that's not the point we are here. We are not that there yet.
No, doctor, not all the time.
No, no,
Most
no,
of
no.
the
Even that sentence, what I'm trying to say, that sentence, not actually directing at you. I'm talking about that sentence that mothers also say that no a lot.
yes, they are kunena. Yes, yes, they say, they say.
They say that Aranwanse also agrees with that because there's a level, you know. So he comes to that level and he say yes, yes, because that mother feels that. But the thing is, if it's an Arahant level, what Deyakunina is, the self-perception is not a Deyakunina. The self-perception is not a thing. That is bit deeper than just Deyakunina, the Putua Deyakunina, Arka Deyakunina, Make a Deyakunina thing. That's
Self-perception is not a thing. That part I didn't get, doctor. The self-perception is not there at all for it to become a thing or not even.
no, people say this thing that chair didn't become a thing to me, even though they haven't fully realized about the self-perception.
Yeah, that part is right. Yeah.
So the task is to get the self-perception or the self-vibration, that to get that sorted,
Dissolve, yeah.
not the shopping center or not the workplace or not that. But to get there, you have to get everything right as well. But actual task is far below that, isn't it? Like far deeper than that. Task is below. So as soon as the sensual part is done, you can't be just happy because you can't say that that nothing is a thing to me. But then you remember that you went to the thing, you know, some people come and say whole about an accident and keep talking about the accident. And Aranhanse says, you are thinking. And they scratch their heads and go. But what does that imply? That experience doesn't say anything about the non-vibration experience. Because they are talking about just that it didn't become a thing in the sensual way. So you can be happy also in one way, but you can't be that happy, you know. Because path is still ahead. So you go around the shopping center, you say, oh, nothing became a thing to me. That means sensual way that you didn't feel a thing, but all the perceptions are still a thing. Self-perception is there. You're still scared to die. Everything is there. Because this dormant vibration need to be caught to actually feel the non-vibration. Then only you really get the idea that even this self-perception is a joke. Even this existence perception is a joke, because this, when the power is not there, it is not there. Then you fully realize this self-thought is a complete joke. Because when the actual pile of hay is not a thing, not a thing means deep down in the form level also, non-form level also. When it is not a thing, actual this life feel is not there. What do you think, Saranka? I think we have talked a lot about this now. I think if Aran Hanse comes, Aran Hanse might tell, Kokila, they know this already. You don't have to say. He might say that too. Actually, I have thought about that. But I think at least for the listeners, it is good because they will at least understand that we are doing a discussion for the future also, no? Isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's important to be describing all those different realms, Dr. Kokila,
Yeah.
because otherwise we are going off at a tangent and talking about morning Zoom and last night Zoom, and people won't understand what we are doing. I think there needs to be a fulsome, when we describe a topic, we need to be quite conscious of the listeners and say, example, even perception or feel or whatever it is, which feel we are talking about, which perception we are talking about, and so on. Because even in the talks, I don't know, personally, I find it difficult to progress into a different part of the Dhamma because I keep thinking that there must be always new people or people who don't understand the basics. And if you don't understand the basics, there's no point in starting from the middle and talking about it. But of course, that might be just a thought. But and also an inability to pick a different lens and describe. But I remember those days how Aran said, whenever you are saying something or responding to a question, how one has to complete it by showing the nirvana without stopping halfway.
That's
So
true. Yeah, that's true. I think that we try our best here, but the beginning part is also because you two are actually that's the good thing about Joel being here sometimes because he's a beginner. So we go back to basics and start telling from the beginning. But he's catching up also fast.
Yeah, and he's also saying no problems now.
Yes, he's flying, he said. So I said,
Yeah,
calm down.
yesterday
When
he
you
was
come
flying,
down,
yeah.
when you come down, we'll talk.
Because of your talks are very, that means no words to say, so good. That is why he's feeling like that.
Yeah, but you said that word with so much power that has to be understood.
Okay, doctor. No,
Can't
I'm
escape,
just telling. I'm just telling.
we can't escape, can we? No, we can't
Actually,
escape.
I like your way of talking and trying to drag us from this sansaric journey. I always appreciate that.
Thank you. But we'll see. We thank Aran Vanse for his noble guidance. I actually don't have much words to thank him or much words to appreciate him. So, I mean, we worship his Buddha status. And thank you, all Dhamma friends, for participating to this Dhamma discussion. And
Thank you, doctor. Thank you, all the Dhamma friends.
thank
And
you,
Teruvan
everyone.
Saranai, everybody.
Thank
Teruvan
you.
Saranai, Aryan Wahanse.
Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. For those of you who are joining us just now, you are listening to the Buddothpada 24-hour English Zoom discussion. And the Zoom series consists of generally talks of 1 hour duration, delivered over the 24 hours or overnight as well.
And this is a Zoom series that has been newly introduced, I think, for the past 1 month or 1.5 months or so, maybe 2 months. And mainly to impart the pure Dhamma and the truth and the teachings of our spiritual teacher, Buddothpada and Mahansa in the English language. And also the overnight 24-hour Zoom series was introduced for the benefit of listeners in other countries who may not always be able to tune into the Dhamma discourses during the day where it is Sri Lankan time. So the importance of this Dhamma is that it is not a type of teaching or the pure truth that is commonly prevalent in society or through Dhamma teachings. There's a lot of Buddhist teachings out there that have been carried on for generations, not only in Sri Lanka, but in monasteries all over the world. And different types of teachings like Mahayana Buddhist theories and Theravada Buddhist theories and so on, practiced in different types of countries. But ultimately, the pure truth as revealed and realized by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago has for some reason or the other been misinterpreted and misunderstood. Although everybody is referring to the same Pali scriptures that we call the Tripitaka, where it is put down into writing, unfortunately, it is through the interpretation of the Pali canon that there have been some misunderstandings and misinterpretations that have happened over the years. And as a result, if you talk to different Buddhists in different countries, they will give you different impressions of what Buddhism is about, what this truth is about. But as the Buddha revealed it more than 2,500 years ago, the truth can be only one thing, isn't it? There can't be 2 versions or 3 versions or 5 versions of the truth. Neither can the truth change from country to country or from different streams of teaching to another stream of teaching. The Buddha expounded the truth, which is the reason, the cause for this samsaric cycle of birth and death. And he found the reason, the cause for this suffering, that not only human beings, but all living beings are experiencing. And it is to end that suffering, for the cessation of that suffering, that he expounded the law of cause and effect Dhamma. We also use the terminology of dependent origination, which actually is a concept that has been explained by the Buddha to show how this whole betrayal has happened. And when we talk about betrayal, it is actually the ignorance, the fundamental core tenet of how this whole suffering comes about is through ignorance. And it is through ignorance that this dependent origination actually also comes about. The deception, how the deception happens, is what is actually explained by the Paticcasamuppada Dhamma, or the dependent origination. So the Buddha, when he realized the pure truth under the Bo tree so many years ago, thousands of years ago, what he realized was that that this whole thing is coming about because of ignorance, and because of that ignorance, by actually believing that there is a self here, that everything that is happening, everything that is being experienced is actually being attributed to a self. And because of this wrong self-view, that is the thing that is actually causing this so-called suffering. Because the suffering also is attributed to this I and the self. And that is how the suffering actually comes about. But what actually happens here is that the senses need to be fully understood. The sense faculties are the mechanism, is the means by which the Buddha explained that this world, as you call it, gets constructed. So no one can ever actually experience the world outside, beyond the senses and beyond the sensations that are occurring in the sense faculties. So this is true not only for human beings, but also for any living being, for that matter, whether it is an animal, creature, insect, any kind of form of living being, it is the same principle, the same truth that applies. So for human beings, we have 5 sensory organs, and through those sensory organs, due to the vibration occurring at those different organs, different faculties, a sensation arises. So if we take the eye faculty, for example, the vibration that occurs in the eye faculty gives rise to a manifestation of light. Now, the vibration occurs in the eye faculty, and that vibration telepathizes with another equal vibration, and it is the telepathization that then gives rise to a manifestation of light. Now, that is the ear faculty. So then in the eardrum, or the eye faculty, then in the ear faculty, the same thing happens. So in all these faculties, it is the vibration that is giving rise to sensory perceptions. So in the ear faculty, when the vibration happens in the eardrum, that vibration telepathizes with another equal vibration to give rise to the manifestation of sound. When we think about the tongue sensor or the tongue faculty, the same thing occurs and gives rise to the manifestation of taste. For the nose faculty, it gives rise to the manifestation of smell. And then for the body sensor, heat and cold or solidity is also experienced through the body faculty. So when you talk about experiencing this world, or thinking to yourself that you're in a world, you're living in a world, and you are very much part of that world, this world, as you call it, the world that you think you know, and that the world that you think you exist in, is actually being perceived only through these 5 sensory organs, isn't it? Fundamentally, it is through the 5 sensory organs, through those perceptions that are arising by the speed of vibration. And through those 5 senses, that also combines to form what we call the mind consciousness. The mind also works like a faculty. And what do you mean by the word faculty? Faculty is like an institution. It is something that is used to see something or feel something. And just like the ear faculty and the eye faculty give rise to the manifestation of sound and light, so the ear is like a faculty for the arising of sound. The eye faculty is the activity that gives rise to the vibration that's happening in the eye faculty, gives rise to the manifestation of light. So in that manner, the mind consciousness, the mind faculty also works by combining the sensory perceptions arising in the other 5 sensory organs, and then does a spin of its own to create another vibration called thought or stimulus. This is basically the mind object or the mental picture that gets created. So the mental picture that gets created can be any object, any person, thing, or concept, theory, principle, whatever that you can call anything that has been named or given a label to in this conventional world. That is the world that you think that you are living in, that you very much believe that you are living in, that you feel as if you are a fundamental part of, isn't it? I mean, you you say to a person, but that uh, I don't think anybody has actually, people don't really think about these things. But if you actually follow along the way the argument is going and the way the Buddha has described the Dhamma, that is actually what is happening. But nobody delves into the depths of the existence, how the sensory perceptions work, how the sense faculties work, because all this is shrouded in ignorance. Because the common layperson actually believes the sensations, believes the experiences that are discerned through the sense faculties. They cannot fathom anything beyond those sensory perceptions. They completely think that those perceptions, those experiences are real. And that is the reality for them, nothing else. But with that reality, if they believe those things to be real, unfortunately, through the Dhamma, we have come to understand and come to realize that that is where the suffering occurs, because the Buddha found that when one actually wrongly believes, falsely believes that there is a world outside, which is only actually getting created through the sensory perceptions, but because of the ignorance, this so-called mind object or mental picture is projected outside. And when it is projected outside, the belief comes naturally that everything actually exists outside. And when one actually believes that things exist outside, naturally a duality occurs. So if something is seen and something is heard, touched or tasted, invariably there has to be a person here touching it, tasting it, hearing it, seeing it, and so on. So if an object becomes real, if an object is seen, then naturally there is a person seeing it. If a sound is heard, then naturally there is a person here that sound is attributed to as a person hearing it. Same thing with the touch, the taste, and the smell. So always we have grown up with this notion that there was a world and I was born into that world. I had parents, they were such and such years old when I was born. I had siblings, elder siblings or whatever. This was my home. I lived in this neighborhood, this country. I'm from this culture, and so on. And then, everything starts accumulating from that point onwards. But so now this whole world is so true that you can't even fathom a world without all these things that you're perceiving. But do you actually realize that these are only perceptions? No, you don't. And that is where the greatness of the Dhamma really plays out. Because the Buddha said that it is only just a absolute handful, not even a handful, absolute minimal amount of beings who would ever realize the pure truth and the Dhamma to pave the path towards non-vibration, that is basically achieving Buddhahood or the state of non-vibration by fully realizing the Dhamma. Why? Because this is such a great illusion. The world that gets spun through the sensory perceptions is such a great illusion that uh, this entire world and living beings are completely besotted by it, completely deceived by it. And unfortunately, that is the state of affairs, which is why this, as long as that belief is there and the duality occurs, the self vibration, which is the reason for the samsaric cycle to continue, that self vibration that is innate to every one of those beliefs continues, and it doesn't stop at this so-called conventional death, as we call it. But with the true Dhamma, one actually realizes that all these things are happening in a way which is a natural phenomena. As long as there is a physical body and there is breath going in and out, the vibrations that are occurring will naturally occur in the sense faculties. Wherever there are sense faculties, the vibrations would occur. But when the vibrations occur, they will naturally telepathize with another equal vibration, wherever it is. And with that telepathization, certain sensations arise depending on what faculty the vibration happens. And that is why for human beings, the light gets manifested in the eyes, the sound gets manifested in the ears, the taste gets manifested in the tongue, the smell gets manifested in the nose, and the bodily sensations of heat, cold, and solidity, and so on, gets manifested to the body sensor. So it is in this way that those sensations actually become real. But for it to become real also, it doesn't happen through one random vibration. No, because it is happening at speed. The vibrations are happening at a speed that cannot be even described. It is so fast. And because they are happening at such a speed, the vibration and the sensation that arises out of the vibration is almost felt like a permanent thing, like a continuous thing. And that gives again the impression that it is a permanent thing that is continuing non-stop. And therefore it becomes a feeling. So this sensation, the vibration gives rise to a sensation. This is described by the Buddha as the 5 aggregates, and the 5 aggregates are described only to explain how this thought process works. For nothing and for nothing else. Again, a concept that has been created by the Buddha to show how this deception occurs. So the speed of vibration occurring in one of the faculties, let's say for example, the eye faculty gives rise to the sensation of light. And the description given to that sensation is what we call perception. So there is a perception of light, a sanya, a perception. And that perception, because of the speedy occurrence of the vibration, what we call sankhara or mental formations. Because that perception happens at speed, that there is a light, there is a light, there is a light. The perception of light continuously occurs. And when that perception of light continuously occurs, what happens? One gets the feeling that light exists. One gets the distinct feeling that light exists. So that distinct feeling that light actually exists is what we call the eye consciousness. The same thing with the sound, the same thing with the touch, taste, and smell. So the continuous vibration of these at the ear, point of the ear, and the nose, the tongue, and the body gives rise to that distinct feeling that sound exists. When the vibration happens, sound exists. When the vibration happens, taste exists. So how does this actually play out in the practical life? When you're eating something, you think that there is taste, isn't it? But you don't, and you then attribute the taste to the food that is being eaten, whether it is to the apple, to the pineapple, whether it's rice and curry, whatever it is attributed to that. And then the taste is attributed to the curry, the taste is attributed to the mango, to the orange, the distinct taste. Separating one from the other is all attributed to this thing, because that is the way the ignorance works. The sensation is actually felt in the senses only due to the speed of vibration, but automatically the way the mind consciousness works is it takes these basic sensations, puts it together, and then creates a thought saying that this is a mango that I'm eating and the mango exists outside. I am eating the mango. So the duality happens The fact that the mango is outside is believed, and the fact that I am eating the mango, the wrong self-view of the I, the self, the I, me, my concept, are all born in that very moment. The moment the thought of a mango is born, then the I is born in that very moment. So can you see that the duality just occurs there by the ignorance and by not knowing how this whole sensory perceptions work, how the sensor faculties work. So the Buddha, that's why the Buddha actually said that in order to understand, in order to transcend suffering, transcend the mind, one has to actually understand the senses. The senses are is the thing that makes up this world, as we call it. If one actually transcends the senses and the sensory feelings and don't take that for real, but understand that that is just a mechanism playing out, then that is the end to suffering. That is the path to end suffering. So it's actually a beautiful Dhamma in that sense. The sensor faculties, understanding it is absolutely key. The fact that there was always only a wrong self-view here, but there was never an I or a self here ever, is also fundamentally so important to understand this Dhamma and to transcend the construct of the mind, transcend the fact that this mind is actually just almost like a trickster, because whilst it is a natural phenomena, and we use the mind to be able to engage in penetrative insight to a certain extent, first acquire this knowledge of the Dhamma, because we have to first understand the basic tenets of Buddhism, the Buddhist philosophy. For that purpose, there has to be an engagement of the mind, true. And human beings are the best species to be able to even do this. No other species can even do this, can even attempt it, and be able to use the mind as a tool in order to attain nirvana, attain non-vibration or become non-vibration. That ability to discern comes from the mind consciousness. But finally, the final part is that the mind consciousness is seen as to what it is actually. The fact that it is only a creation, only a construct, and that all these things that we have thought were worldly objects were nothing but different types of constructs and creations of the mind. They didn't exist outside, they never existed. And that all these are just a projection, and that is exactly how the mind works. So understanding the mind is paramount, understanding the senses is paramount, and understanding through the understanding of those and seeing how they play out in the day-to-day world, in one's daily life, by putting it into practice, then comes the realization that actually there was no self here. That this has been just always, just like the thoughts were a false construct, the I and the self-view was also a false construct. So when we talk about the mango and the mango being real, when one actually eats a mango, one doesn't actually at that point think about it as taste, do we? We think that we have a firm belief that we have had a piece of mango. But how did the mango come about? Did the baby in the cot know what a mango was? No, it doesn't. It doesn't know whether it's green, and it doesn't know whether it's yellow or ripe or raw. It doesn't know whether it has a seed inside. It doesn't know the color of it. It doesn't know the name of it. Nothing whatsoever. So the baby in the cot, and why we say that the baby has a radiant mind is because the mind or the thoughts have not played out yet. The thought process has not got constructed. So the basic feelings, the basic sensations are still felt by the baby. The vibration in the ear and the eye and the nose and the tongue and the body will still occur to a certain extent. But they occur and then they remain in the basic feel level for the baby. The baby has no recognition of light. It will feel the light. It will feel the sound, but will not recognize sound as sound. Certainly won't recognize sound as the mother's voice or sound as the uh, tinkle of the nursery rhyme and so on. It will have a basic reaction to various sounds. If a melodious sound is played, the baby will catch on to that naturally through the senses because it has that binding power. The sensors automatically have a binding power, and it has the ability, when it is continuously heard, the vibrations continuously reinforce themselves over and over again, and that by its very nature, due to the self-vibratory nature of the zygote level, will has the capability of getting kind of glued together, and that gluing together will create a sense of craving or clinging. Now, when we talked about vibration right at the beginning, the vibration, what has to be understood is each vibration has an underlying power. It is that power, because of two opposing ends coming together, that gives rise to a power. So every vibration actually has a power. So when we talk about the eye faculty, the ear faculty and all, and vibrations occurring in those faculties, the sensations that arise because of this vibration happening at speed will then naturally have a power of its own as well, isn't it? When there is light, there is an underlying current in that light. In the feeling that there is light, because we talked about an eye consciousness, the feeling that light exists. So that feeling that light exists, the feeling that sound exists, also carries with it an underlying power, isn't it? And then what can you say when these are combined together? When these are combined together to form the thought called mango, then that vibration, which is the new vibration, also has power. It has the combination of all the vibratory power that was there in the basic five perceptions. Because in that mango, there will be the light perception, the color, meaning the color of the mango gets understood, and the touch of the mango gets understood, the fact that it is solid to the hand, that it is kind of almost oblong in shape. Then if one has had a mango before, the texture of the mango, the sourness of the mango, the taste of the mango, some can be sweet if it's ripe, some can be still partially sour. The taste of those mangoes are also coming in as a taste perception, isn't it? Then the smell of a ripe mango, that will also be a perception. So these are all the basic five perceptions come together to form this concept or perception called mango. And if one has had have had a mango before, when later on you actually just mention the word mango, the sound is the only perception that would arise. But with that sound perception, it triggers a vibration which then telepathizes with all the earlier perceptions to form the perception of mango. But all one can hear or one could have heard was the utterance of the word mango. So how did that even bring about this whole concept of a mango in the mind? The greenness of the mango, the ripeness of the mango, the sour or the sweet taste of the mango, all these flashes in that one thought. And in that one thought, if the mango becomes real, the mango is actually believed to be a mango, then the I and the self gets created there as well. So can you see all this actually occurs in a perception, in a thought? The self view is automatically created in that thought. It does not exist outside of the thought. So this is another key point to understand. Now, how do we understand this notion of I, the individuality, the personality, all this type of thing? In society, there is so much of prominence, so much of importance being given to the individual, to the self, to the human being in society, right? There's human rights and everything about, privacy and individual values and cultures and belief and freedom and personal freedom and rights and so on. All these things are revolving around what? By considering this I or the self being real and true, isn't it? But what did the Buddha say? The Buddha said the whole reason for this suffering is this wrong concept of a self, the wrong view of a self. If this whole thing is understood as merely a mechanism, which it is, if you unravel it, if one understands the true Dhamma and the Dhamma philosophy, goes through these senses, understand how they work, understand how these things coin together, brings together various sensations to form a thought, which are just labels and interpretative names given to various constructs only. But then those constructs are the things that actually give a notion that there is a world consisting of all these objects, persons, people, and things, and that gives rise to a feeling that this world exists, and that feeling that the world exists then gives rise to an alive feel, meaning if the world exists, then I exist as well. I'm alive. I'm the one seeing the world. I'm the one hearing the world, and so on. And so all this is an extension from what? From that basic vibration happening in the sense faculties. Nothing else. Can you see how the deception works? It's only due to the speed of the vibration that this phenomena actually comes about. But it is a mechanical process. There is nobody doing anything, and it is also nobody's fault, nobody's responsibility. The way this mechanism works is because just like the gravity power and electricity power and so on, there is this vibration arising in the sensor faculties because of that underlying power keeps on magnifying, keeps on growing in momentum. And when they combine together, it's the one vibration that actually manifests itself in different patterns through the sensor faculties. But remember, it's one vibration. But that one vibration has an underlying power. And that power, because of it being woven in such a way, the 5 sensory perceptions get woven together to form a thought which is something desirous, right? Something that is attractive, something that you are attracted to, something that you want to protect, something that you want to buy and keep for yourself, something that you want to enjoy. That is how these objects start getting formed. Everything that is considered an object, thing, or person is then treated to be real. And then when it is treated as real, and you get the feeling that they actually exist, isn't it? Because always the people who teach you these things, now if you think about the concept, the mango, we talked about the baby in the cot not knowing what a mango is, not having any notion whatsoever of a mango. But then when did the mango become a mango? So in understanding this too, the Buddha has said that one has to actually have 3 wisdoms arising in order to be able to see through these false self-view and the self-perception and reach the point of non-self-perception or non-vibration. And that is by understanding the 3 wisdoms, which is 1, the wisdom of seeing the past minds. That is basically nothing other than seeing how the mango got formed. Now, what was the question? When did the mango become a mango? When did the mango become so attractive to you? When did the mango become a source of enjoyment for you? The source of greediness, a source of wanting it, isn't it? So if we keep going back, and then we realize that at some point in our childhood, somebody has shown us a mango as something existing outside, shown us a picture, associated a sound with it, and called it a mango. And the same thing with other objects. So the mango is taught as true. The mango is taught as being existing outside. Then they would cut the mango, maybe on the same occasion or at a different occasion, cut the mango and then give a piece of mango to eat. Then all the sensations of the sweetness is a word, a perception, isn't it? The hardness or solidity of the mango, the smooth the skin of the mango is felt. So then the perception that the mango skin outside is smooth, that the shape of it is almost like an oblong shape. If you cut it open, the seed, there's a big seed inside. All these things are learned, isn't it? Because at the beginning, when it was shown and it was allowed to be touched, what was the actual sensation that was felt? Solidity. No one actually feels anything more than that. For the body sensor is capable of feeling solidity and heat and cold, nothing else. So when the mango was given to be touched at the beginning, all you felt was you didn't feel a mango, you felt solidity. So isn't it the solidity that was then given a name by the mind as mango? Now this is the same thing that is happening for every object. Everything that is taught either through image or light. Again, what comes to the eye is only light or an image. It is the mind that would interpret that image and the light and call it the moon, call it the sun, call it a tree, call it a house, call it a gate, call it a garden, call it all kinds of things like cars, lorries, and so on. Every image, every shape has been associated with a sound. And with that, a name and a label is given. So the form and the name gets formed. Moment an image is formed, there is a vibration that occurs. And with that vibration that happens, the thought that is arising and what is taught at that moment is that this is a lorry, this is a tree, this is a temple, and so on. So a perception is actually the perception, the thought is actually a combination of all those other five senses. It can be a combination of 5, it can be a combination of 3, depending on the object. Some objects, obviously, you won't have the smell perception or the taste perception. It can be only light and sound, which are definitely or generally two of the most prominent sensory perceptions. But it is in this manner that these things actually become real. But if one actually looks in through the wisdom of seeing past minds, one actually realizes, going and tracing back to childhood and saying, actually, at the very beginning itself, this was taught to me as a mango at this stage. But all that was seen, if you look at it from the wisdom, what was felt to the touch was solidity. What was felt to the eye was light. What was felt to the tongue was just taste, which are the basic sensory perceptions. But then, if you think about the basic sensory perceptions too, is there anything called taste? Is there anything called light? Is there anything called even solidity for that matter? No, because these are also just pure manifestations that are happening at the sense faculty level. It is not something felt from outside. It is not something seen from outside or heard from outside. These are all experiences that are occurring in the sense faculties. So that is the wisdom of seeing past mind. But when you see that, when you unravel it and say, actually, This is the mind that is interpreting all this, isn't it? It's the mind that is putting a construct here where no construct was there. The mind is constructing it. But then there is again an understanding that this is the natural phenomena of the mind. This is how the mind works. The mind consciousness invariably combines the 5 basic perceptions to form a thought, form a stimulus, the mind object. So even once one realizes the Dhamma, the apple, the tree, the baby, the mother, the father, the house, the job, the mortgage, the sports, the games, the war, the Middle East, the Israel, and whatever it is, country, nationality, pride, patriotism, whatever you call it, whatever that has become, whatever that we call various things in this society, don't turn into something else. But what happens? The underlying, actually how these concepts came about, that these are not real, that this power that has got created that binds us towards these objects, the clinging and the aversion that gets created, the defilements that get created by not seeing the truth for what it is all seen because of the light of the Dhamma is shone onto these so-called illusion. The illusion is then no longer real. One actually realizes that this world that has been treated as being so real, such a reality was actually just almost like a film. It's not almost like a film, it's actually a film. It's a film, just like one actually looks at a movie or drama on TV. When you look at a drama on TV, you think that, you're caught up in the drama, you're caught up in the story, you're caught up in the characters in the story, and you are crying with the characters, you're laughing when they laugh, you're laughing, when they are happy, you are happy. When they are, if it's an adventure or a drama, if there's suspense and all that, then you are also suspense. So you are also in suspense here. You're also intrigued. You're also caught up with the excitement. Whatever it is that is playing out on the TV, you are equally having all these emotions. So aren't you actually almost inside the TV? You're identifying with the story. You're identifying with the people. You're feeling the emotions that those characters feel. But is there anything in the TV? No, there isn't. It's just a flat panel. But what is coming through? It is only what? Images. A light, isn't it? Now, who put even the concept or construct into that, saying this is a story, that this is a drama being played out, is also a mind concept, isn't it? All that was seen was light. All that was seen was images, nothing else. So it's that in that same manner that this what was seen in the TV panel is the same experience that is actually being played out in this world. The only the issue is, and how ironical it is because of the bodily sensations, the touch sensation. One actually thinks and one actually believes that, no, what nonsense are you talking about? I can feel now. I can touch things. I can feel things. This is so real. I'm touching the ground. I'm walking on the ground. I'm touching the phone. I can feel various things. I can feel the table. I can touch the chair. I'm sitting on a chair and so on. That is why this world has become so real for them, that they cannot see beyond that if they don't have the access to the true Dhamma. But the Buddha said that even the 8 patterns of vibration, the Shuddhashtaka, as we call it in Pali, are also just manifestations through the sense faculties. The 8 patterns of vibration are the solidity, liquidity, heat, and temperature, and so on. And then the other ones are light, sound, smell, and heat, I think, heat or wind power. And so those 8 patterns of vibration are also not something that is existing outside. Now, this is where everybody gets really stuck on the Patavi, the solidity, and all these. They think that these are actually outside, that these elements are there in nature. And those elements are what is experienced here. But what actually is not understood is that the feeling of solidity, the feeling of liquidity, the feeling of heat, smell, uh, light or color, smell, taste, any type of flowing liquidity kind of feeling, all these things. And then the wind, the wind energy, the wind type of feeling, all these feelings are actually emanating from where? They're all emanating also from the manifestations that are occurring in the sense faculties. So what happens here? I mean, we are coming down to the sense faculties all over again. I mean, this is the beauty of this Dhamma. The Buddha, I think, has surpassed all scientists put together in this world. The scientists nowadays who talk about quantum theory, quantum mechanics, quantum physics, whatever, what have you, haven't even come a fraction even to the point where the Buddha has realized the truth as to what this world is about and how this whole thing has come about through this whole construct. Some of these aspects can be explained from the quantum theory and the quantum physics. So it is useful if you can Google it, or if you can go to YouTube and look at a few videos, you can find how this telepathization works and so on. And some of that would help in trying to understand the basics and this way the telepathization happens and how the self vibration happens. And if one actually doesn't transcend the vibration, or by seeing through the fact that there is no self here, the vibration will continue. This whole sense of existence is because of the fact that the vibration is continuing. It doesn't mean that there is a vibration that is going from here to there. It doesn't happen. That is not what is being said here. But if at the point of a death, physical death, if there is a belief, even an iota of belief through misconception, this is all to do with misconception. If there is an iota of belief or misconception that something actually exists, that exist and feel is there, and because of that, the self view is there and the self perception is there, that will have that underlying power. And that underlying power is what we call self vibration. And as long as that is there, as long as there is even a little bit of ignorance, little bit of doubt, which we call avijja in Pali, there will never be an end to that self vibration. And that when the death happens, the conventional death happens, that vibration has not got extinguished. The vibration is temporarily inactive, but if a similar vibration frequency occurs anywhere else at any point in a mother's womb, at the zygote level, that vibration, if that telepathizes with the same frequency, the vibration that became inactive now will telepathize to that point. And yes, and will telepathize to that point. So the vibration then continues to manifest itself through birth, through the conventional birth of the child, and then keeps on expanding and manifesting in another form through that vibration. So this vibration, the fact that the self-vibration will continue in this samsaric cycle, that is the way the mechanism works. But if one actually sees through this true Dhamma, that this whole thing, how this whole mechanism works, that there was never a self here or the concept of a existence was never there here at all, and therefore there was no self or being or living being here for this experience to be attributed to, then this whole power that is behind this vibration starts gradually dissolving. First, the wrong self view gets dissolved and it removes itself. And when the wrong self view is gone, the bulk of the defilements, the bulk of these so-called taints have also gone with it, because that is an enormous achievement. The ability to transcend the illusion and the deception of seeing through the fact that there was no self here, even for a fraction of a moment, which we call the awakening to the moment, if through the Buddhist understanding of the Dhamma philosophy, that realization occurs, a massive part of this this whole journey, samsaric journey, has come to an end. The thought itself that is occurring in this moment will bring about all 31 planes of existence. It is not something that exists on different planes physically somewhere, contrary to common belief. It is in this very thought, depending on what realm, what thought process, and what perceptions and how refined the perceptions are, that the 31 planes are manifesting in this very moment, because all that can be discerned or experienced is this one thought occurring in this moment. The fact that a future is thought, or the fact that a past is thought about, is also not really true. You don't go back to the past, neither do you go into the future. The thought about the future occurs in this moment. The thought about the past also occurs in this moment. What does that tell you? That there is only this thought that is occurring in this moment. And whatever that gets manifested, manifests itself, including the concept of I, the wrong self-view, also in this very moment. So the ability to see the truth in this, of this thought that is occurring in this moment, is called the Chutupapat Jnana, the second wisdom. And by seeing the wisdom of past minds and seeing the wisdom of the thought, the truth that is in the thought that is occurring in this moment, the fact that whatever the stimulus, that there is nothing of substance there, is the penetration that is there of that thought process. And when that is there, those two wisdoms give rise to the fading of the defilements, the asavakkhaya jnana, the gradual fading of the defilements. So these three wisdoms have to be gradually acquired. They cannot be actually acquired. They come about, they emerge through the understanding of the Dhamma philosophy. So and that way one can actually gradually come into the path, and realization of the Dhamma takes place slowly with the guidance of the noble spiritual teacher, because the pitfalls that one can get into in traversing this path, traversing the path by understanding various aspects of the Dhamma, also can be many. The importance of the Buddothpada Dhamma discourses and these teachings, which have occurred for the last 5 to 6 years, is that unlike other teachings, the practicality, the practical aspect of the Dhamma philosophy has been really unraveled by our noble spiritual teacher, Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. Never before has the practical application of it been expounded to such detail, to such an extent, because, and that is where the whole issue has arisen with previous teachings and other teachings that are happening in parallel, because a lot of effort, a lot of concentration is given to the words and the scriptures where the Buddhist teachings are there, but not so much to the penetrative insight, the insight reflection, the insight meditation. Because without the insight meditation, without actually going in deeper and deeper into the truth of how this mind works, how the construct happens, that this is all a falsehood, that there is no substance here, unless that is really well understood deeply and it is put into practice. So one can't actually just sit and think about it, because you can't think yourself into nirvana. That is another fundamental teaching that our spiritual teacher has really drilled into, because you can talk about nirvana, you can think about the various sutras, you can interpret the sutras, you can unravel the sutras, you can simplify and explain the sutras, but no matter what you do with the sutras and the teachings, if you don't apply the understanding of how these senses work in your day-to-day life, in the way the senses work, in the way you get about your daily life, the way the reactions happen to the senses, how the light gets discerned to the senses, the sound occurs, the taste occurs, taking practical examples of these aspects and seeing how the sound became the car horn, the sound became the bird chirping, how did the sound become the baby crying, how did this become a problem to me? How did I cling on to? How did I come to desire something that I can now literally not do without? How did I get the pain and suffering at this point when somebody called me an idiot or somebody called me useless or something like that? How did, when the house caught fire, that I have this enormous pain and sorrow and grief that I can't even control? How did all this happen? And then the concept and the reflection on the body, and then on the mind, whether the body is something that is within my control. If it was mine, then the body can be controlled, right? Surely. But if it can be controlled, then how come there is death and disease, sickness, right? Old age, all that. If it is controllable, if it is mine, those could be controlled. So no, they can't be controlled. And then what about the mind? This so-called mind that you think, it's my mind, I can change my mind. Changing my mind is my prerogative. All these things that we say in these countries, isn't it? If it was your mind, then you should be able to control the thoughts, control the emotions that are passing through it. Can you do that? Have you ever been able to do it? No. So understanding each of these things by putting it into practice, understanding and observing how these senses play out, how the sense faculties play out, and understand that these are actually just occurring like nature. It's just a system. The reactions to vibrations, the sensations that are occurring in the sense faculties, the mind, the way it combines the sense perceptions and turns them into thoughts by learnt behavior, by learnt knowledge, that these then become almost, just a perception, that these are automatically then arising as past perceptions arising as new perceptions, that this is the natural way the things get manifested. All this is understood. But then what happens? The underlying power, the binding nature of how these things become magnified, how the stimulus becomes real, all this is well understood to the extent that the stimulus no longer becomes real. It is well understood through and through. And when it is understood through and through, the underlying power that was there in that one vibration, which then accumulates and accumulates to form this momentum, form this force, form this power, where one can't do without one's family, what one can't do without one's house and wealth and all these things. And all that falls away because the true nature of these so-called objects are seen for what they are. And then more than everything, the fact that there is no I here or self here, that too was just an extension of this existent field. By considering objects to be true and a world to be true is then well understood. The realization comes from that this I and the self also collapses when the world and the worldly objects and how that is made up of also is seen through for the falsehood that it is. So it's an amazing Dhamma, and with this realization comes the inner transformation, the calmness, the tranquility that arises from within, surpasses the mundane happiness, the mundane enjoyment and the excitement that is felt, that is craved for by society. This is not called happiness, it is something which is inner tranquility, and it transcends everything in this mundane world. The non-vibration is actually the cessation of this self-vibration, and it is to that state that the Buddha has encouraged all of us to find the path from the Dhamma to reach that point of non-vibration. There is no person doing it, there is no self doing it, but the mechanism has to be understood in order to reach that state of non-vibration. So we'll stop the talk there for today, Dhamma friends. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please join us at the Dhamma discussion between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. Let me pay homage to Buddothpada and Mahansa for his noble teachings, for his dedication and commitment to impart the Dhamma to all people, living beings in ignorance, and trying to help them out and find the cessation of suffering, for his never-ending efforts and for his commitment and dedication and for his visionary knowledge and abhijna experiences that he very generously and very compassionately towards all human beings shares with us and dedicates his time and effort to explain this to us without any consideration of time or effort or anything like that. So deep gratitude and respect is there for Aryan Mahansa in that respect. So let's meet again at some other point for another talk. But you are welcome to continue to listen to other talks on this Zoom series and also watch it on YouTube or listen to it on YouTube as well at your convenience. So Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends, Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us, Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddothpada-dhamma.com. Today we are starting with page 115. It's a new discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Sunday, October 8th, 2023. Participant Aryan Mahanse Theruvan Saranai. The place where it indicates that without the involvement of the mind, actions occur, Kriyasita, or the place where it indicates everything is only colors. And if we try to describe this situation, it can even be assumed that these are same because of the ability to see. The ability to see is connected with the karma, prasada rupa. If I say due to karma, the ability to see is created, I feel there is a possibility that karma has a part in this process. Aryan Wahanse, in Abhijna Desana, or in the Buddothpada discourses presented with super awareness, it is clearly explained that Buddha Dharma is based on cause and effect. The situation we talk about does not reach the karma world. The creation of a fire circle refers to the union of the aggregates and sensorial abilities. In the same manner, when two fireballs attached to the ends of a stick make a circle with rapid rotation, in reality, there is no fire circle. Likewise, due to rapid vibrations, forms, sounds, colors, taste, smell, and sensations are created. They cannot be found anywhere. They are illusions influenced by the senses. Even these vibrations do not exist anywhere independently because of the 54 rupa particles. Abilities such as prasada rupa, the ability to see, hear, smell, etc., are created. This is referred to as salayatana loko, and dhamma sparks. Skandhanam patilabo ayatanam. Skandhanam patibhavo ayatanam patilabo means, for an example, colors are created due to rapid sparks vibrating at unimaginable speeds, and the whole process creates the feeling of an individual self. Now, where is karma? Just like when thunder and lightning occur, the windows shake, these are sparks. Similarly, according to the speed of the sparks, sensory bases are created. Is there any problem in that? And where does karma exist in this situation? So this participant questions about the functional mind, meaning the situation in which, without any involvement of the mind, the actions occur. We also call it in Sinhala Kriyasita. Or in other words, he also explains it in, when the situation where the seeing becomes just seeing. And so he questions about, when even when the functional mind is there, the seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touch, they are there. Prasada Rupa. Because you're born, it's connected to karma. And he asks, if seeing is created due to karma, it feels like that there's a role played by karma. And Aryan Mahansa explains that that is not the case. Buddhism is based on theory of cause and effect, law of cause and effect, not karma. So when um, when there's a fire circle, that means there's a fire ball that rotates at a faster speed, and it seems like there's a fire circle. It's the same thing as to say same. That is a metaphor used to explain the union of the five aggregates. And these aggregates come together. They come individually come into existence due to the fast speed of vibration. And when they come together, it seems like there's a fire circle. But there's no real fire circle. The fire circle comes into existence, or rather the union of aggregates come into existence, or in other words, these mental objects come into existence. The things that we think exist due to ignorance, they come into existence because of rapid vibrations, form, sounds, color, taste, smell. All these sensations are created. It's not that they exist anywhere, they come into existence due to the speed in this moment. And that is an illusion. It's not that these vibrations, and even these vibrations do not exist anywhere independently. It's like if I'm to clap right now, that sound didn't exist anywhere. It just came into existence in this moment, just like that. Whatever we see, we hear, smell, taste, touch come into existence in this moment. Due to its fast speed, it feels like it exists. It's out there, and uh, it vibrates even faster, and that that sense of something is existing out there, that existent feel, is the same feel that becomes the sense of self due to the fast speed. And it's in that occurrence, in that phenomenon, there's no out there and me. Out there is out, I am here. It's just one same vibration. The mind is the one that creates that division or the duality. So where is the karma in that? There's no karma in that. It's a process. It's cause and effect dharma that comes into existence moment to moment. Within the spectrum of Buddha Dharma, there are no problems. We incorporate colors into images. The ability to see, Chakku Prasada Rupa, refers to the same principle. All of these creations occur due to vibrations and cannot be located anywhere. The movement of the eardrum reacts to sound or vibrations moment to moment, and there is no inherent truth in these. Just like if I am to clap, it did not exist prior to this moment, it does not exist after that moment. In that moment, the conditions come together to create that effect. The vibrational power affects various particles, and in reality, even sounds, colors, and sensations are illusions. Just like waves in the ocean, these are waves that come and go. This is similar to what is seen on TV. A vast number of vibrations and waves combine, and new waves can be generated, such as smell, taste, and sensations like hot or cold. Vibrations are limited to infinite. I don't know how to pronounce that. Infinitesimal moments. Sounds, colors, taste, and smell combine and turn into one appearance. Aranhanse calls it the shot. If we go back to the fire circle, the circle is created through a process. Similarly, the five sensorial creations rotate at rapid speeds, creating a sense of an individual being and objects such as mother, house, tree, etc. The cycle, the illusion, is created in this way and cannot be determined where it originated. It is impossible to pinpoint a location for a Dhamma spark. Just as in a vehicle, it is impossible to know where the current is generated from the battery. Ownership cannot be given to the flesh of the body for the power created by mental energy. Any physician cannot predict where current is generated in the nervous system. The physical body is not involved. That is why it is stated that we encounter the mind as a wave or a field. You're trying to absorb Dhamma via knowledge. Your question was about karma. As long as we inhale and exhale, the sparks will not stop. These come into existence through the medium of the physical body. But this system does not belong to the body. When the body becomes inactive, it is discarded. However, the energy waves continues as frequencies. So it discusses about how with the appearance of the mind, the colors become images. The ability to see, or Chakku Prasada Rupa, it's a same thing. There are no, if whatever we try to describe about those images or concepts, ideas, things about those images, that becomes, now it's no longer just in the ability to see or the function of seeing, it becomes a function of the mind. And this is all due to vibrations, and vibrations cannot be, we cannot say vibrations are in a particular place. We cannot allocate a place. We cannot say it can be located in a particular place. Moment to moment, the ear comes into existence, the eye come into existence. When we say ear or the eye, it doesn't mean the optical eye or the physiological eye or the ear. It means the function of seeing and hearing. And these vibrations, because seeing is a different experience to listening. But the difference is the range of frequencies of the vibrations. Visible range is different to the audible range. And the range that could be smelled is a different frequency range. So that is the only difference. That is why we have this five senses. And when all of them come together, because it happens at a fast speed, then a different kind of vibration is formed. Just like if you have, if you are by a still pond and there are two stones dropped far apart, and whatever the waves, those rings that are created from those by dropping the stones in the water, at one point they come together and create a different pattern. You must have experienced that. And that different pattern is, it is not the same vibration as any of the two vibrations created by dropping the two stones into the water. That is a third different vibration. We call it interference. And then, similarly, this audible range of frequencies, visual range of frequencies, similarly range of frequencies that belong to the function of smell, taste, touch, when they all come together, a different kind of a vibration is created. So that is the mind. And that is now that whenever that is created, because as a child you are introduced to the language, you're introduced to labels, to these, whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, touch. And even now, when you see something, or rather when the system sees something, it can give rise to that entire new vibration that was created. That is, we call it telepathy. So the whole world that we experience, the feeling that there's something out there, the feeling that I'm here experiencing this world that is made up of my mother, father, my loved ones, and all the things that I earned and created. It's a bunch of vibrations with different values being attributed. That too has been done by the system. That is the fire circle created through the process, through the sensorial, that's a sensorial creation due to rapid speeds of these vibrations. The entire world is created in a fraction of a second within a spark and disappears in a fraction of a second. Within the vibrations, how other changes take place was exposed to the world only by the Buddha. The whole process is based on energy vibrations. In that case, there is no possibility of a self or soul, which is only created by delusion due to not knowing the truth. This also refers to the illusional mind appearing due to vibrations. When vibrations stop, the unshaken mind, akampita state occurs. This is equivalent to super awareness or superior wisdom and arises only through supreme awareness. In every thought, awareness is present. The unshaken mind is equivalent to super awareness. So, like we've been discussing, the entire world is created in a fraction of a second due to these sparks, due to these vibrations. And vibrations and power, there's nothing more. But even the power, we can't even kind of distinguish between the two. If there's a power, vibration will come into existence. They just go hand in hand. There's nothing to distinguish about it. It's just for ease of explaining how this existent field come into existence and the sense of self come into existence. We use these words, but there's actually nothing. Like when you see this truth, what happens is this, in the form of knowledge, you obtain this and then you contemplate on it, really contemplate on it, really question, do that investigation within you by by seeing these thoughts, by seeing the thoughts that's created in your awareness. And as you do enough contemplation, it slowly becomes evident, self-evident to you, that whatever you listen to in the wisdom of truth section, Satyajnana part, is the truth. That is the confirmation, the direct knowing that you get. It's an individual experience, individual exploration. So there's what you eventually realize is that there is no self here. It's just a process, and that there never was a self here, and that there never will be. And after that, the internal burning that was created due to the ignorance, due to not knowing these are all vibrations, manifestations of vibrations, there's this restlessness, there's this agitation, that the burning, even when we think something gives us happiness and freedom or whatever it is, even in that situation, because those are all conditional things that assumes an existence of an external world, you will see when your mind becomes slower and slower, even the happiness is a suffering. And even that conditional happiness slowly diminishes, dissolves, and the sense of self slowly diminishes. And what the state of mind you started with the ignorance transforms into a state where there's no sense of self, and that is different to whatever meditative absorptions you would achieve by doing concentration meditation. That is a temporary shift that can be arrived at through practice. And when you lose practice with any kind of skill, when you lose practice, you can't do it properly anymore. So that's why they talk about the I don't know the proper word to call it. Like they are talking about, if you're out of practice, you will not be able to get to these meditative absorptions, the first, second, third, fourth jhanas. So that's why it is not the same thing. This is an internal transformation by knowing how the mind is created, the secrets behind it, by knowing how the magic is performed. The surprising factor about magic will not be there anymore, because you know how it's done. Similarly, when you know how the mind is created, nothing about it will give you neither happiness, no sorrow or sadness. So that internal transformation into the non-vibration, into the zero internal burning, that is the super awareness. You become, we can't say you become, the system becomes the present itself, the unshaken mind. So that's all I got for today. Therwan Saranai, everyone. Therwan Saranai, Randima, Sindhu, Justin, Lakshmi.
Thiruvaan Saranai Harshi. Thiruvaan Saranai Yara, sir. Thiruvaan Saranai all the friends. Yeah. So as Harshi mentioned, we are discussing the true Dhamma, that is this mind, because this mind is the one which has all the problems. So if mind is not understood well, that become a problem. So that's how it should be worded, right? So because there is some processes happening here. So if this process is not understood by someone, then there is a greater chance that one becomes slave to its own mind. Basically, it becomes slave to this process and trapped almost in this process. And it will feel like it is in the mind cage. So there is no clear liberation or freedom inside a cage, because in the cage it is the same film running. In the cage, it is the same film running. And if the film is not understood, then there is a greater chance of suffering. So actually, what is the mind? Mind is some power. So every moment, some power is felt. But very little people in this world knows that this is just a moment thing. Many people believes that this is a permanent thing. It believes on a permanent mind. It believes on a permanent world. There is no enough text or any disclosure as to what is the reality, exactly what is really happening here. So this mind is highly, you see, impermanent thing. So anybody, if it's just look at what's really happening here, the thoughts flows like a spring. It's a never endless process, just one after the another, just thought come. So these thoughts, some thoughts really irrelevant. Some thoughts are maybe relating to a spark which occurred some 10 years before. So no value at all. But when this spark comes, you see, there is a greater chance that the next spark, the next thought also occur, and it is the film. So there can be some mother, maybe their loved ones, their child is dead, and but still mother is crying. So physical body is no more. Physical body can't do anything. So it's already dead. But why the mother is suffering for whole her life? So the reason is the reality is this child world, which is a perception. So this perception, this mind becoming so strong, and whenever that thought come, it feels like child is real. So even though the child is dead physically, the bodily it is dead. For that mother, child has not yet died. So this is because the mind world is such a thing, because it is always the capacity of, you see, regenerating and becoming alive, like so nothing meaningful give rise the alive feel and give the suffering. So in that moment, who is that mother? That weeping mother is this this child perception, the child feel there is no mother in absence of that feel also. That feel is the present moment world. So in the present moment world, it is the high pain because now that child perception arises in a way like it's so strong, it is so hard to carry that pain, and mother sometimes will do so many things you see to heal herself, because when that thought comes it's quite difficult for her, she can't bear it. So maybe she will be doing a lot of alms giving, you see, expecting that it will have some means for that child. Or sometimes mother will be spending all the properties that she may have given to her child, but now in the absence of the child, she might sell everything and donate like so. This is, you see, still the mother is in that perception. So there's nothing wrong what the mother is doing, because is there any other way for her to relieve from this pain? Because when the pain comes, the maximum what you can do is go channel some doctor and get some medicine. If it is still come and if it is still unbearable, and if you feel like stress or depression, like you have to get some mental consultation, isn't it? Or you might have to sit for some meditation and just concentrate on the inhale and exhale, and maybe sometimes that mother still will not able to do that even, because to that extent mind scattered. When these heart pains comes, it's very difficult to, you see, concentrate on a particular thing as well, because even though how best you try to press the thought, then the whenever when someone try to press it, it will come more stronger than even before. So that's what happened. So that's why don't wait until you become Patachara, Kisagotamiyo, you see, until you face very detrimental issues in your life. So instead, now the Dhamma is there, because Dhamma will shows you what is this mind, what is the process behind this mind, what is this every moment feel. There is some feel, so that feel that keeps on changing. So there is a secret behind this feel, because even though one feel like the feel keeps on changing, this feel is the power. So there is a power in the sense some power is here, all time power is here. It is not there is no power. Sometimes it is sad, sometimes it is happy, sometimes it is lust, sometimes it is ill will, sometimes it is hate. So every moment, some in the sense actually the level of power is here. As long as the world become real, for it one occurrence in this system is more than enough. As and when some senses, this system generates some sense experience, the whole world become real. That is the problem. So everything becoming real at a one shot, you see, is the thing happening here. Because that is what got telepathized. You see, this is a program, this is a system. So how this system got programmed,
So initially that Ukkanti Gabbanti, that is this, in the last breath, due to the resonance, due to the telepathy, some the power is, you see, comes. So endless samsara. Everyone has traveled, you see, with the program that everything is real. Everything is real. World is real. Me is real. That's how it was programmed. So this program is running with that underlying assumption. So that assumption is the one which is running, that the whole world is real. Now you don't have to think it. No point of think about it either, because that is how the system is driving everything. Whenever things arise, that becoming real is also happening in the same moment. So even though you think about, uh, now it became real to me, now the pain came, now the sad came, like, no, that underlying assumption is so strong. Cannot, you see, suppress that by doing that. That's why this Dhamma is important, because this Dhamma will guide you towards seeing what is the reality behind the present moment formation. Are you experiencing something outside, or are you really experiencing a mental illusion? What is the reality? Is there any reality? What you experience? No. All the time, some experience is here. All that experience is the sensor illusion only. So that's why, even under the practice, we guide the participants to see how these sensor organs work. Look at the eye, because eye is the critical one. You see, eye needs to be investigated in and out very, very clearly, because if the eye is, if one sensor, especially the eye, if this one is done properly, this you see that system itself can experience the reality. You see reality, because this eye has not seen. Eye has not seen a world. It is thinking. The world is thinking. For the eye, it is just some shape only. So there is no world, just a color world. So where is the colors? Red, blue, green. Where are the things? Everyone is thinking. So therefore, it's very important to have the practice and to see what really happening in this whole system. So the very important, because when the Dhamma is clearly convinced to the system, then then what will happen? Earlier it was running with the assumption that the whole world is real. So that underlying assumption needs to be negated. Like it has no meaning. It needs to become irrelevant in the system. Then only you see the nothingness comes. Until such time, nothingness is a thinking. So therefore, it's very important for someone to understand, because you see, one can say, so that's why we all the time try to tell what you feel, not what you think. Tell what you feel. So one can feel, you see, this burning, whatever the pain, so the burning arises. is me. So can we say it is wrong? No, we have no right to say it is wrong, because the thing is there is no right or wrong here, because that is the reality. That is the reality. Because that system feels, for that system, the world become real. The world become real in the sense the soul is there. So there is another person might say, no, how can you say like that? The soul is not there. But you see, for that person, it is a thought. For that person, still the world become real. It says no soul. That no soul is thinking. It is a thinking. So that's why this Dhamma can't argue. Can't argue. Because that depends, you see, based on the experience. So at the same time, there can be another person. For that person, the fire arises. But in that system, there is no ownership for anything. That system, it has happened also, responded also, but it has not no way connected to a like soul life. So then it is a different, you see, experience. So now the first one is the bhava. That is the world becoming real. Burning is me. Burning is me in the sense that is the formation, continuation, existence. But the second one, you see, even though the fire occurs, even that has become nothing. In the sense, there is no ownership. So then it is the bhava nirodha. So these two things. So it has not become a thing. World has not become real. World has not become real. So it has seen, and there is no any further there. So, and there is no sense of connection there. So then it is the bhava not forming, the world not forming. World has not formed. So therefore, whether the world become real, world forms or world not forms, these are field. That's why nothing right or wrong here. So when it comes to the field, various people would be experiencing it in various forms, in various ways. So we can't leave out. For example, let's say some person might say, I'm doing samatha. I'm doing a concentration meditation. Can we say it's wrong? We can't say, because now see, even though how much this insight techniques trying to see them, there is a pattern. You see, like how someone realize this Dhamma. So it needs to feel. It needs to feel. So until it feels, that is how that system runs. So even the concentration meditation, one do it for so long, for that still the soul is there, because it will reach nothingness. For example, inhale and exhale. So what is inhale? Inhale means a speed. Exhale means a speed. There is nothing you find there, no? In a breath. So it is a speed. Now your concentration is on a speed. You see? So after some time, what will happen? Now the concentration is fully on the speed, and you see the speed also slowly start to reduce. So there is some sense of liberation. You see some that reduces, and whole body even will not feel. Only the breath is felt, and breath also becomes smooth, smooth, smooth. The speed becomes less, and speed becomes zero. When the speed becomes zero, it is the nothingness. But then it is very calm. Nothing is felt, no sound, no sight, no body, nothing is felt. Fully nothingness. Very cool, very calm in the sense nothing is felt. But does that mean the soul is not there? No, there is soul. And it is doing this with the expectation of some dhyana or some nothingness. So, but when this Dhamma is understood, it is not a nothingness like that. This nothingness is the reality. What is the reality? Is this world is real? Are you finding a world? If you find a world means still you are there. In the sense that the power is there, continuation is there, existence is there. So reality is no world. There is no real world. So that needs to be felt. So that's why at any given point, there shall not be any conclusion to this process. So, or any disclosure that it is done like, no. Instead, it's always better to be the student, a student who is, you see, who is real, have a heart to find the truth. So therefore, you see, let that to happen. So, and there's nothing to receive here, nothing to gain here. And it is this ignorance, there is this ignorance, and um, this ignorance is the one slowly you see getting fade out. So when that happens, the naturally rest of the things happen. So there is no like clear cut, you see, thing like you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do something else. Like, don't try to put yourself into a frame either. Instead, be open-minded and see what's really happening here. Investigate, understand what is really happening here. So that is the only thing anyone can do in this path. So everything is important. The life experiences, maybe someone may have done some meditation or whatever, don't blame that either. So why I have been doing it for so long like that? No, even everything is the greatest life experiences that helps this whole process. So therefore be open-minded and in the present moment try to understand the reality behind your formation. Yeah, so I think Harshi will leave early. I think Harshi has left. She has some works. So we have Mr. Bernard. I think we could not hear you for some time, Mr. Bernard. Can you please add your comments? So we are happy to hear your voice. Teruan Saranai.
Teruan Saranai.
Teruan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
I was listening to it. It was very interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it is. So I'm very happy to join again with you all. So
Yeah.
this is basically on concentration meditation and insight meditation. So that is, I think at the beginning the listener asked about action and cause effect. I think, and what Aryan has explained the insight meditation.
Yeah.
I think that is what the main difference: cause and effect and action and effect.
Effect.
So
Yeah.
whatever it is, uh, whoever
Yeah,
comes
Mr.
and asks the
Bernard.
question,
Yeah. You
can you hear
you
me?
can
It is
explain.
bit
Yeah.
windy. It
Yeah.
is a bit windy here. I am in Kurnagala.
Right. Okay.
So the thing is that the people who normally they come from the mundane world and they ask the same question, the traditional questions, which was forcefully injected to the mind of the people by the different types of people for centuries. I think so many eras. So they are trapped here because they want to get rid of this suffering which they bitterly experience for in their lives. So in order to get rid of that suffering, the person asked this question. But what Aryan Hans explained is the cause and effect. There is from the beginning itself, it is an illusion. Illusion is there because uh, everything, whatever we perception we uh, formulate in our mind, that is due to our faculties, 5 faculties. So we have got this eye, ear, nose, body and mind. From these faculties, we form this sensation. Then, with the help of telepatization, the mind creates uh, the thing, something. That is the thing. Something is there. The most important word is something is there. We feel that something is there, then something is there with that word itself, something where it is outside, something there in outside. So when something is there in outside, who experiences it? Who experiences it? Then the other side, the permanent self, soul is there. Somebody called I, or I, me, my, mine, myself. These these things, this experience comes to the mind of the particular person. So this is how the faculties work. Faculties generate or produce uh, thoughts. This is the nature of the thoughts. So when with the with this rapid unimaginable vibration, manifestation of vibration, so we are not in a position to identify them easily. Only a person who possesses abhijna jnana only can understand it, uh, not a person from an mundane world. So these faculties form or produce a product, this thought, then we feel that something is outside and someone permanent me is experiencing it. So the suffering begins here because something is outside there. So when, for example, we'll take a car, it is my car, the luxury car, an expensive car, brand new car. It is in the mind, it is a thought. When it is damaged, when it is collide with some, so you get hurt, you get upset. Why? Because some value is there. Whenever something, the particular idea, something gets into your mind, value is also there. So you feel that I feel it. My car, so I have a big problem. It's a big issue. So that is how the mind works. That is how it was trained uh, after the golden era. That is um, radiant mind. The child has the radiant mind. When he comes to the kindergarten age, then the society, parents, uh, adults, the teachers, they taught them words, give these words, feed them into their mind by showing pictures, by giving sounds, and with that, they are how it started. The value started from there. Then all the past experiences come in telepathization, and what we feel is the biggest problem, the biggest issue, the major issue is here because I feel it, I am upset. So psychologically, I have gone down. So this is a problem. So how to get rid of this problem? So this is how we solve it by step. First, we have to understand the true Dhamma. This is how these faculties work and how something outside created is created and how I is created and how value is created. So after then only, we can, after having that knowledge, then we can come to the next part. That is the practical part, most interesting part. That is where you get the clear understanding. That is where you get uh, how the mind works, what these thoughts are, and how long I can go like this. Where I am living, what I have been doing. I have been fantasizing these things. Is it real or not? Is it delusion or not? Is it a film, as you always say? Is it a film or not? What is it? So then only you experience. So far for centuries, what we have been doing, generation, what we have been doing, only listening, only searching, accumulating knowledge. But without practicing, we can't do this. The magic is actually in the practical part that is introduced by, in this modern era, by Aryan Nuance. That is really a gem, the very precious gem. So whoever listens to them, then he has to follow the instruction in this meditation approach, one day approach that is very popular across the country and the, uh, in every nook and corner of the world. Now it is popular, I think. So therefore, insight meditation is for us to understand, are we in a dream or not? Are we experiencing a delusion or not? So in order to understand this, experience this, we have to do practical approach also. That is one day practical approach is very important. It is skillfully, it is very sophisticated, in a sophisticated way, in a modern way, in a very methodical way. It is being done throughout the country. So everybody who listens to this, please join practical part also, because it is very important. There was Sarnai.
Therwan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Now, Mr. Bernard, this action and effect was the one which was really the Buddhist monks and the society and everyone was discussing about this action and effect, that is this karma bhumi. So many people you see trapped here, but this action and effect is just the continuation. I mean, no one can control this, so it is a happening thing. So as you very correctly pointed out, the cause and effect is the only way to get out of this cycle. The action and effect is the cycle, ongoing cycle which is happening. The cause and effect is the only way to out from this cycle. Can you please explain that, Mr. Bernard?
Yeah. If you are really interested in doing, keep on doing, experimenting this action and cause, you can keep on doing it. But you can never become you will never get freedom of your mind. That won't help, because you have to find the cause. What is the cause and effect? What is the reason for this? What is the basic state of vibration? So if we, what where we are stuck is that we can't imagine, because the speed is so unimaginable. That's what. So only a Vijnalavi, person who has supreme wisdom only can explain it. So that's what we have to listen to him and contemplate it, and keep on listening, and understand it. So you can't, you won't understand that by listening at once. You have to listen so many times, because it is a profound concept, profound reality, the one and only reality in the world. So if you can't understand it so easily, but it is not so difficult. It's not so challenging if you follow the way the Aryan Maharsa instructs us to do. Yeah.
Mr. Bernard, that's very valid. So actually the action and effect is not the never heard before Dhamma. The never heard before Dhamma, which the Buddha revealed before 2600 years back to five ascetics, was this cause and effect Dhamma. Because that cause and effect shows everything arises and ceasing in the present moment. So it is a cause and effect. So the cause and effect shows nothing permanent.
Action and effect. I think, is it action and effect?
Action and effect is the cause and effect is the never heard before Dhamma. So the action and effect is this karma bhumi thing. So action and effect means what is action, in the sense when there is some you see some whenever some action means there is some reaction. For every action there is some reaction, because there is some ownership for every action. So there is some
there you are.
Yeah.
That is a very good point. Very good point.
Yeah. So so that is how it is happening. But when it comes to the cause and effect, it clearly identifies there is nothing called doer here. There is some process is happening. And what is the reason for this process? Some vibration is happening, and that vibration gives rise to another vibration. So this vibration is the present moment power. So if someone understands how this mind power is formed,
It is just a wave, it is just a current in the present moment, and it occurred due to the speed of the sparking process. So at the sensory organ, the speed of the spark process is happening, and that give rise to the spark, give rise to the feel that something is there, like, but actually nothing is there, but something is there, that feel comes. That's how this delusion is formed. That's how the light and sound become real. That's how the light and sound becoming real cause the chair become real, the mother become real, the father become real, and when the whole world become real, and self become real. So all this is vibrational phenomena. So as you said, Mr. Bernard, this is really a gem, isn't it? This message was not there before. Can you add to that?
Yeah. The point is that who actually promote this action and cause effect, which part, which leader or which teacher, that is not Lord Buddha. That was also existed when Lord Buddha lived in that era, Nigantanatha Putra. So that was his preaching, that was his teaching. So eh, when Lord Buddha preached these discourses, cause and effect, so that is spread. But as time passed on, again the people embraced this action and effect doctrine. So that is the unfortunate. So in order to solve this, what we have to do is differentiate it, always differentiate it and show this is the difference between Nigantanatha Putra's Dhamma and the Lord Buddha's Dhamma. Those two philosophies are not identical, totally different. So this is the misconception and the confusion in the world. Wherever you go, whatever book you uh, read, or whatever YouTube channel you experience, you see the Buddhism, the label is there, but content is action and cause effect. So we have to use, I think, novel ways, very different strategies to spread this message throughout the world. It is high time. Everybody has to get together and to raise our voice. This is the truth of human beings. Our story. This is our story. This is the truth. This is the delusion. This is the illusion. And this is the film that we are experiencing. This is not the world. This is just a spark, vibration, manifestation of vibration, manifestation of speedy vibration, manifestation of unimaginable speedy vibration. That's what. That is where people are trapped, I think. When this problem is solved, it is easy to spread the message. Teruvan Sara.
Yeah, Thiruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Yeah, your explanation was superb. That was really helpful, Mr. Bernard. We have Miss Lakshmi Samaranayaka also. Will you please add to this conversation? Okay. Okay, yeah, please. Yeah.
Miss Sandima, no
Yeah.
answer, no question. Hearing, hearing.
Would you like to add something? I mean, I'm sure, yeah, Mrs. Samaranayake?
Just
No, clearly English. No, clearly English.
It's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I think her mic got mute. Anyway, so as Mr. Bernard very correctly mentioned, I think this is a manifestation of vibration. So that is the thing one need to see within. So what is the reality? Is this the you see a permanent thing, or is this a manifestation of vibration? So it is the vibrations, you see, forming each and every moment. So um, but if you take the concentration meditation, that start straight away with the meditation, and maybe some concentration continuously, some focus you see is needed to protect the nothingness that comes there. But here it is different, because first it start with listening to Dhamma. That is the difference. It is not that meditation is not important, but under true Dhamma, the starting point is first you understand how the mind is formed. What is the soul? So, what is the Sakkaya Drushti? That is, the world become real. So, is there a reality here? First, there is some important message. Everyone should first listen from the noble friend who I think my line got cut off. I'm sorry about it. So, yeah, so the starting point here is the listening the true Dhamma. So that's the most important part. That listening function is very important. So with that, the reality of the world is seen. So there is no reality find here. So this is just a sensor world. So once that start to felt in the sense, it is the inside transformation. And you see the lust and the attachment is the one which drops automatically. So there is no sort of a posture needed here, whether you are sitting, standing, or sitting, because this is we have to use the word understanding, but understanding is not suitable. But this is a field of transformation. That field of transformation is not applicable for any posture. You see, not applicable for any doer like. That is inside transformation. And then slowly that system, due to the reality of the worldly thing, it reaches the nothingness. So that nothingness and the nothingness which is discussed under this concentration meditation clearly different, because here you see automatically when the world, when you listen Dhamma, when this practice which is highlighted by the Buddhothpada Aryan Vahanse is continued, slowly that system, all the sensor function will experience the reality. For that, the world will not become real. And you see slowly, that automatic liberation in the present moment is experienced, because the world not found, and slowly no word, because it understand nothing found. So it is a feel, actually, it's a feel. It is not in the mind. It is a transformation. So then no matter whether you are in the sitting position or standing position, or are you in a musical show, or are you in a wedding hall, or are you doing a job, do you have kids, nothing matters here, because this is an inside given up, and this is an inside relief, relief from the inside fire, in the sense the inside is the one getting cool. So irrespective of the setup or any environment, it is the inside transformation, and you see that is the right path, that is the correct liberation, where then this provides the follower in the path to see whenever this current is formed, like it is crystal clearly seen. It is seen and you see liberated. So therefore, clearly the path is which is discussed by the Buddhothpada Aryan Vahanse is the path for ceasing the defilements. That's very important. Nobody will attain Nibbana with the defilements. So just because you go and sit in some meditation position with all the defilements, and the defilements are suppressed, that is not come out. But in this path, clearly you see chance given to see the current, see the defilements, and liberate, because there is no meaning find in any of these currents. So therefore, I think the correct path is the path where the defilement ceasing process. So if I think everyone should not waste their time. So see inside yourself, are you in the defilement ceasing path? Can you see the current? And it is seen and it is liberated. So I think today we have come to the end of the session. So we have no more friends. So I thank Mr. Bernard for joining for this discussion, and also I thank Harshi for starting and continuing the discussion. So we'll end the program today. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Therwan Saranai all Dhamma friends. Therwan Saranai Mr. Bernard.
Therwan Sarnai. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Nancy. Therwan Sarnai everybody.
Till dinner, Therwan Saranai.
ultimate truth, and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Thiruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And we're starting with page 113 today. Some people who believe they have achieved arahathood are mistaken, because beneath the mind consciousness, they still hold the notion of an I, me, or mine. Nibbana is far from them, because Nibbana cannot be reached through knowledge alone. If someone thinks they possess knowledge and tries to understand arahathood through that knowledge, it is a significant mistake. They are limited to knowledge, which itself is just another concept, a thought pattern. Thoughts imply the existence of a soul. The path to Nibbana is about ending the concept of a soul. How can a person who is entangled with the idea of I am very knowledgeable ever be an arahant? The entire Buddha Dharma focuses on ending the cycles of birth and death by relinquishing the sense of being an individual, or by realizing selflessness. Complete selflessness is what defines arahathood. What happens here is that the feeling of being an individual self gradually fades and is ultimately eradicated. This happens only through supreme awareness. Participant, what is Ogatharane? Aryan Vahanse. This refers to extinguishing the burning fire created by defilements. A person on the path, after recognizing defilements, carefully observes how they fade. Even in silence, they recognize their own defilements as well as those in others. Such people become extremely straightforward. This is a sign of spiritual advancement. Participant, that is why we need the guidance of the noble friend or Kalyana Mitra. Aryan Vahanse, yes, indeed. Thiruvan Saranai. So here the teaching addresses a common misunderstanding. Some people believe knowledge alone can make them an arahant. Aryan Vahanse emphasizes that knowledge is still a mental concept, a form of thought, and any attachment to I or mine blocks true liberation. Nibbana is not intellectual. It cannot be achieved through intellect. It is the complete fading of the individual self, the notion of the self, the perception of the self, the sense of self that we feel, which occurs through supreme awareness or super awareness, not by thinking. Ogatharane is a metaphor for extinguishing the inner fire of defilements. A practitioner observes how these impurities arise and fade, both in themselves and in others. This observation cultivates straightforwardness and clarity, that honesty that we were talking about yesterday, being true to yourself. However embarrassing it is to admit this, the drawbacks of this so-called self, one has to be really straightforward. One has to be really genuine and really honest with themselves to be able to admit this. Then only there's this chance of really being able to see how this notion of the self, the sense of the self is created. This is a hallmark of spiritual progress. The guidance of a noble friend is essential because any help that they give to navigate the subtle traps of the mind that can mislead, and even it can mislead advanced practitioners. We've seen by listening to all these Zoom discussions and even within ourselves how many pitfalls and um, these traps that we've fallen into before realizing, under the guidance of the noble friend, under the guidance of Aryan Mahanse. So it's of utmost importance to have that guidance. You know, one might think when the defilements are diminished to a greater extent, or I do not have to seek guidance from Aryan Mahanse anymore. Maybe due to any reason. It could be, you know, you don't want to disturb him or whatever it is. Maybe you think he's busy. But that is that is why there is a noble friend. That is what noble friend's duty is. Because it's without seeing this truth within themselves, through the higher insights, through this abhijna jnana, only by reading the book, Tripitaka of the Pali Canon, no one was able to really understand how this mind, the so-called world, the so-called self is created. Even the simple fact that we understand that it's created in the moment, even that was not understood by any of the seekers of truth who was referring to, neither who was referring to Tripitaka for years, nor who was engaged in doing concentration meditation for years. We've heard of seekers of truth being practicing concentration meditation for decades, and also seekers of truth who has been trying to make head from tail of Dhamma by referring to Tripitaka for decades, still without any progress. So the idea is it cannot be found in a book. Even during Buddha's time, Buddha didn't, when Upadisa Kolita came to him, Buddha didn't ask Upadisa and Kolita to bring the Tripitaka and come, or bring some scriptures and come. There was no book during Buddha's time. This was later, this was inscribed later as the Arahants during that period, I think 1200 BC, if I'm correct. Arahants from that period saw that the era of Arahants was coming to an end. So to preserve it, so that one day someone with higher insights could extract the message out of the book, or see the overall message the book was trying to expound, they inscribed it onto palm leaves. And that also kind of contributed to the very reason for the extinction of arhats as well. But regardless of what, now today, after 2500 years, it's open through the wisdom of Aryan Mahanse, the noble friend. And as we walk the same walk, trying to understand and realize this Dhamma, with the little insights we get, as any person who enters this path enters as a stream enterer, based in the ignorance, and as he or she listens to this Dhamma and understand this Dhamma intellectually, as he gets to the practical approach, this Dhamma becomes his or her own direct knowing, as in this true wisdom of truth gets converted into wisdom of duty and wisdom of accomplishment. Satya Jnana becomes Krutya Jnana and Krutya Jnana. In that process of ignorance being converted to or transformed into nirvana, one has many insights. One experiences this Dhamma first-handedly. And in that quest, we see that this cannot be grasped by the mere mind. Initially, yes, it has to be understood intellectually, but what it's actually trying to communicate, what the message is actually trying to communicate, that cannot be absorbed by the mind, grasped by the mind. That's why we feel it within us. It's a feeling. It's the non-vibration. The non-vibration of the noble friend is kind of transmitted through the words on the surface level, but it's a transformation. It's a influencing the transformation of others, of who are in the path. So that is the deeper meaning behind this. So for the audience, the key takeaway is Arahathood is not about knowing. It is about letting go by realizing this Dharma. Letting go automatically happens as one sees that there was nothing to cling on to in the first place, because everything what we believed that existed was a mirage that came into existence in moment to moment through the speed, through the through fast vibrations, or through the inputs of the sense faculties. So we often think that achieving spiritual liberation is about knowing a lot or mastering certain concepts. And I think we had got few questions in this particular discussion as well about that. But it is not so. It is not the case. Because there's all kinds of knowledge that's available about Buddhism. We have seen many Buddhist teachers. We have seen Thich Nhat Hanh, Dalai Lama, and Ajahn Brahmavanshu, all kinds of these theros. But when we listen to these teachers, we can clearly see that they're in the mind. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. And one who would listen to these teachers would still argue about, even in Sri Lanka, we know there are all schools of thought about Buddhism. One says it's this over the other, and I mean, needless to explain all that, as we have gone through all these schools, and but still, until recently, until 5 years ago, we haven't seen not even a single person becoming a stream mentor. Yes, of course, people have been saying these things. This one is a stream mentor, that one is a stream mentor. But now, as we can go back and revisit those moments, now we can say clearly, even now when we listen to those monks that we used to listen so devotedly, back in the days, they does not make sense at all. In front of this Dhamma, those discussions just don't mean anything at all. This, it's in a nutshell. Aryan Mahansi offers everything, the science, all these, whatever Buddha was trying to expound, the science, everything kind of comes to life in one place. It's like, in a nutshell, everything could be explained. What science was trying to explain, what this, all these questions a lot of people had all this time. What is this world? Who is God? And why do bad things happen to good people? Why do good things happen to bad people? All these questions people had. Why did this happen to me? I haven't done anything wrong in this lifetime. All these controversies, they're all addressed in one place. How this world is created. Science is trying to kind of dissect things into smaller things, and into even smaller things, and into even smaller things. Like, we know they explain the world in terms of atoms, and then protons, neutrons, electrons, now photons, mesons, nitrons. So like, it continues, it doesn't end, and they still cannot settle in one place and begin to explain the entire thing with one theory of everything. They have been trying to, but they can't. If they make sense of one part of science, they can't make sense of the other. So there are so many discrepancies in science, and whatever they say, okay, this is the truth, whatever they claim as the truth, five years down the line, it changes. 10 years down the line, it changes again. 15 years down the line, it changes again. So nobody knows what to believe in anymore, what to accept as the truth anymore. So this truth comes into the picture in the most in the perfect moment, in the most needed hour, where this kind of an explanation is required, because people are kind of helpless. Even the so-called educated people couldn't make sense of sense of anything after billions of dollars spent on research. So, and a person who seeks this truth, who comes from all kinds of avenues into this place, still would believe that they need a lot of knowledge, a lot of need to know the meaning of a lot of Pali words, or need to know Abhidharma, or the highest insightful Dharma. But that is not the case. Even a 7-year-old could understand this. Even a person who's not educated, even a person, untouchables, Sunita and Sopaka, they were cleaning the stools of people, that kind of people. They had no advanced background or whatever. Um, we know this lady who was serving others. There was another lady who helping the husband after he goes hunting and brings home the dead animals. She used to butcher them. So all kinds of people coming from all kinds of backgrounds. Angulimala, who was a murderer, they understood this Dharma. They didn't, when they came to Lord Buddha, they didn't have any any deep knowledge on this. So they had basically no idea. Most of them had no idea who Lord Buddha was even. But Lord Buddha was able to show them very easily by really seeing through where they stand in terms of where they are closer to the vibration, non-vibration or not. By seeing that, Lord Buddha was able to explain to them if explain to them how this mind is created and the fact that there is no self. The so-called self is a instant creation, momentary creation that comes into life moment to moment. Because of the speed, it feels like there was a continuous entity. There never was a self. So it's like, it's a very simple message. As we have different kinds of perceptions, you're coming from different kinds of bodies and different kinds of perceptions. It's the way in which one would understand and realize this would differ. So the task of the noble friend is to tailor this message based on where these people come from, where these what kind of understanding they come from. So it's very clear that you don't need a book, and in fact, the more knowledge one has, more harder it is for that person to understand. Now we know that a 7-year-old, this is something a 7-year-old can understand. What can a 7-year-old understand? What kind of situation would make it easier for a 7-year-old to understand this? It has to be something to do with that them having a simpler mind than an adult, because as we grow into adulthood, initially when a child in a toddler when a toddler starts speaking, it's that's when the mind is developed. Mind begins to be developed gradually, and as he grows into become an adult, this mind becomes so complicated, so complex, sophisticated. There's many words, many thoughts that get tangled and entangled and creates a more sophisticated mind. But when you have a simpler mind, not a very complex mind, a mind which is very much closer to a radiant mind, this message could be grasped very easily. We have seen these new Zooms that RN has started for the youth. The young children, they understand this very easily. It hasn't even been 2 months, and as we listen to those sermons given by RN Mahansi, or the discussions between RN Mahansi and those children, we see that how easily they had understood this message, which took us years to even begin to understand. So, meaning how closer we are to the radiant mind, then that is what matters. That is how the message will be tailored based on that. That is not the fact that someone has a lot of knowledge, a lot of accumulated knowledge. So, Nandima, Teron Saranam, Sindhu, now Islamali, I think Nicolette Yamma.
Therwan Saranai Hanshi. Thank you so much for that very excellent explanation. Actually, the young children understand this much better. So compared to grown up, because
The grown-up world is much pressed. It is the pressed mind. Mind is not very much pure. Mind is obsessed with a lot of worldly perceptions. The world has become real, and that has practiced for so long, and so find it difficult to understand the reality behind the real world. So all the time, the chance of getting deluded by the illusion is quite high for these grown-ups. Because the mind is some vibration. Mind, so what's the mind? Mind is kind of some bandwidth, like, so some frequency, some wave, some power. That can be lust, that can be hate, that can be desires. So all these are sort of, you see some ups and downs, but 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 that carry some same level of power. So what is this same level of power? That is this existent field or the alive field. So for example, now if we take a very small example of flowers, like everyone love to grow flowers in their gardens. But now see, let's assume some grow a plant, and after some years time, the bush is very nice, filled with so many flowers, and people, neighbors around, relations visiting or visitors sees this, and you see they started picking the branches, and maybe they start picking flowers. So what's the kind of feeling one would experience in that moment? So in that moment, someone can feel bad. So sometimes hate can develop, some deep pain can come. So as if like someone cut my hands, like, so when the branches are, you see, taken out from the bush, so someone feel like, so what is this? So this is the mind. Because how this kind of a feel come? Because that flower will not last. I mean, it bloom in the morning, and it ends sort of at maybe at the evening time. So why so much, you see, um, so much unhappiness one would experience in relation to just a flower? Because it knows very well, I mean, it's not a permanent thing. It's highly impermanent in nature. So that's why this permanency, impermanence, you see, all this is a field. Because as long as this flower, to what extent one's association, that is this perception. So flower is the perception in the present moment. Flower is your world in the present moment, but the flower give rise to so much ill feel. Why? You were very happy in a minute before, but when you see the flowers up, somebody picked the flower and not you, why that unhappiness come? Because it is this perception variation. Because it is the person, you, who plant that flower. In that moment also, look, it is me there. It is self there. And it is me who water the plant. It is me who manure it. It is me who protected it from maybe some other weeds or some any animals and so on. So it is in my plot of land maybe. So everywhere it is not the water, it is not the tree, it is not the soil. So everywhere some other thing is happening. That is me. It is the me getting grown up each and every point place. So this is what happening. We really feel like it is the flower, but but without um, without somebody's intervention, the underline, the base that me, self, feel, the existent feel has developed. That's why the present moment flower is the world, but behind that there is a big story of self, big story of a life feel. So this is what is happening. This is the perception becoming stronger without somebody's knowledge or without somebody's intervention. So that's continuously happening. So that is just a flower. Even if you have a cat or a dog, same thing can happen. So it is not about having things. It is not about you see. It is not about understanding the thing. In this world, things you see has no meaning because none of the things are really experienced. What is experience is this mental fabrication or this mental illusion. But that illusion becoming stronger and getting heavier is the problem here. So once it comes to very high level of illusionary power, then it's very highly difficult for somebody to believe that it is not in outside. All the time the feel comes like everything is there in the outside like. But the reality, when someone sees what's really happening here, really it is just a moment created by the senses. So it is the sensory world. So that is the real world. Real world is a illusion. And so some balancing you see can occur only if this truth is seen. Truth is seen and thoughts is well understood by the system, because system get a chance to see very clearly what's the reality, because all this time this system is like a program. It was really running in an incorrect program. So that program was of a developing nature, like some artificial intelligence technology, where some artificial AI that have the capability of developing on its own based on other people's input or questions or some research or things that they work out with AI. So something like that. So that is the mind. So this mind is a process that have the capability of getting stronger and stronger. And that's why this suffering come, because because everything become real in the mind. So it is the mind actually. So the present moment becoming real is the thing which is happening here. But when the reality is seen, that becomes the breakthrough, and that system doesn't want to being in that illusion anymore. So then it's quite easy. So it is not that then it is not a problem of thing, or it is not a problem of having nothing. So everything is there, but it is the nothingness found in everything. So that's different. So there is a clear difference between the how things are felt and how world is found. What is the real world found? So that's why this honesty is very important, because this is sort of some noble investigation that has to happen within, because what is the real world experience? Are you experiencing a world, a world of the true world, or are you really finding a world? Because if you find a world means what? You have a world means still the illusion is forming. That's why the honesty is very important, because there is no any other way. No one can judge, because one can say, because if someone is asked like, how do you feel like, there is some you see some image of mind, image of that and this, so that can come out. So therefore the soliloquy is the, I mean, one can have a kind of insight to see what is the reality, how, what is this present moment. So in this present moment, it is not like a focused mind, but whenever the world become real, that must be seen. That must be seen. So that seen is the insight. What's your real world? Are you finding a world? Well, there is no way in this system for you for any world. So do you find a world? So that is a illusionary world. So if you find a world means something is there. Something. Something is there means some power is there. Some power is there means continuation is there. Ongoing process is there. So this is not about telling. This is actually experiencing the liberation of self. So then only one can really frankly talk about. You see, one can really talk about a kind of a tranquility, kind of a permanent relief. There is no permanent relief until, because this world is the one, because what is the real world? So this world, there is a strong misconception that the world is real. So that is this existent field. So this existent field perception has to drop. So that has to drop. So that is the disconnection. That is the sense of disconnection from entire samsaric cycle. That is the relief of pain. That is the relief of major suffering. That is the relief of thought burden. So human can't do this. Mind can't do this. So only where is something is happening here. So everyone is suffering in the same film. It is not two films here. It is the same film. In the same film, everyone is suffering. So if this film understanding the film is the only panacea for us, the only help for us. So only way to get out of this cycle effect. That's why this piece of message, as Harshi mentioned very clearly, grasping this message is very important, because that understanding, uh, is not complete until this transition occur. Because unless otherwise, what happened? There is so much delusion here that everything is permanent. Like there is a permanent perception behind every formation. So that nothing is real is the opposite. So then that has to be felt in and out. So that's why this Dhamma is very important to feel the reality behind every formation. So at least just one thought must be seen in and out crystal clearly. So and this everything is real, has it is nothing found real here, has to be felt in and out, and then that is the one which get pop out, like the transformation, like so the reality is felt as the reality itself, and then only there is no way that power can form. So so it's a very beautiful Dhamma, and every moment there is a chance for everyone with this Dhamma for greater relief from suffering. Because whenever this perception carry the illusion, or illusion becoming real, or when there is even power either, like, so it's provide a greater way of seeing what really happening behind all this. So then the perception will not be a burden anymore, because this perception is the ignorance here. The perception is the drushti here. Perception is the misconception here. So it was like everyone is in a cage, because once someone is in the cage, you can only see the film created inside the cage. So this Dhamma provides you way out of the cage, because you find this cage is not meaningful. This film is not real. This film is the illusion. So it is really worth. Yeah, I can see Dr. Ravi is also joined. Harshi, Thiruvan Saranai.
Dr. Ravi, we would like to listen to you as well.
Thiruvan Saranai, Harshi Thiruvan Saranai Nandima. Thiruvan Saranai Arenas, Thiruvan Saranai everyone. Yeah. I think you have been discussing about how this illusion is getting created, isn't it? So only thing how you we have been talking these things for about more than 6-7 months. I don't know whether people who are listening this they can clearly get this message. So what is underlying fact behind everything? So everything arises because we tend to feel something as real. So that is the issue here. I think that is the most important thing that we have to understand. Being a living being, in the sense, we are calling uh, animals and humans are living beings. So why we say so? Just because we have some kind of a feeling like that we are living. So that feel is called this itsanya. So just because we are having this feel of existence, we can talk about these things, about this illusion and all these things. So if you don't have this kind of a feel, so you don't feel like that you are living, so that means you are not no more in that you won't believe any kind of an illusion, or whether it's real or not. You don't bother about these things. But unfortunately, as human beings especially, we also feel this life feel. So what Buddha said was that this life feel, this alive feel, is not true. Even though Buddha said like that, we tend to feel that we are living. We feel, even though Buddha says like that, we feel we are living. So we are helpless in that aspect. But what Lord Buddha said is, just try to figure it out what's happening there. Then of course you will be able to understand there is nothing to be felt here. Even though we feel we are living, what Buddha said is, if you understand this entire process, the mechanism, how this kind of feeling gets created, then you will understand there is nothing to be felt like living being. So so it's very difficult to understand what he says, but if you have some kind of curious mind, you have this opportunity to explore what Buddha says. Whether the statement that he declared might be wrong, might be wrong or correct. So with that curiosity, if you start exploring this thing further and further, then what will happen? You tend to understand that there's nothing to be felt as a live thing, live living being. So it is very revelationally statement, because that's all what Buddha said. This is the core message. Even though you think that you are a living being, but you are not a living being. But it has to come from the understanding. It's not another kind of a knowledge. It should not be another kind of knowledge. If it is become another kind of a knowledge, there would be a person who knows that fact that there is no such a living being here. But it just not a fact. It is some kind of a realization. First, in order to achieve that kind of a realization, you have to have the prior knowledge for that. What is the knowledge here? The message from Buddha. What Buddha said is, there is no living being here, even though you feel that you are living being, but that is wrong. There is no person here, no person who is responsible for the things that you do even right now. That is the message that given by, that announced to the world by Buddha. So what is our part as listeners, as followers of Buddha? What is our part? Our part is to explore and see whether that statement is correct. So I personally feel that I am living. I am a living being. I am the one who is carrying out these day-to-day activities. I am the one who have gone to that kind of school, and I am the one who is got the degree from that particular university. So I am that kind of a degree holder. So I am practicing as a doctor as my career. So all these things are there with the with some underlying fact that I am the one who is doing, and I am the one who is bearing certain positions in this society. But what Buddha said is, even though you think so, just because you are having that ignorance, but in reality, there is no person who bears certain responsibilities or certain positions in the society. In order to do so, in order to have the proper realization, what you have to do, we have to conduct our own experiment within us, whether that statement is correct, whether that initial statement is applicable to ourselves also. So it has to, so this experiment, it is kind of an experiment by involving ourselves, by putting ourselves as the sample. So you become the sample in that noble experiment to see whether the sample gets changed with the understanding, with that particular understanding. In order to do so, we have to learn what Buddha said, and we have to see this Dhamma in that unique perspective that has been taught by Lord Buddha. That unique perspective is non-soul perspective. So non-soul perspective is just peep into this experiment, just start with this experiment with a non-soul angle, from a non-soul angle. Just keep it in mind, there is no soul here. Then you better try to see this entire process from that angle. There is no person here. So then you will understand it happens into a certain system, and there is no doer here. So then you will realize after you get the proper results from that through that experiment, there is no call and there's no person called me as well. So I'm the one who is subjected for that entire experiment. Then you, as the result of that experiment, you will come across that the subjected sample is not more there. It cannot be found anymore. Sample is gone. Sample is gone in the sense the the notion that had earlier with that sample, the I, me, mine uh, uh, notion has now gone after doing the experiment. So this is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give into this entire world. So it has never been revealed by anybody else into this world. So in Niganta meditation systems or in concentration meditation, so they start meditating with the doer here. So he is the one who is trying to do this Anapanasati meditation or whatsoever. Ultimately, he will be in a state of some kind of a stillness and so on. The same thing happened to Buddothpada in those days as well. We have certain examples from Buddha era. So Buddothpada came and asked Lord Buddha, so I'm also in the same state where you say, where you also attain through Nibbana. But Lord Buddha say, no Buddothpada, you are wrong. So there is a person who feels this freedom within you. But in the state of Nibbana, there is no person who is feeling that kind of a freedom there, that kind of a liberation there. That is so different. Still, you have the probability of coming back to the state of mundane world. All realms will be there at in some point in your life, because still your self is there within that peaceful or within that freedom. You are the one who is feeling that freedom. But what I say is totally different from that. The state of freedom that you will feel at the end, that means the Nibbana, there would be no person to perceive that feeling either. So to that, Lord Buddha said, that is the Buddha nature of Buddha. So everybody become to that level from this understanding. So understanding should be there. So what should be the first understanding? At least for the knowledge, they have to have that there is no doer here. Buddothpada didn't have that kind of prior knowledge when he started meditating. So that's why even at the end of doing this concentration meditation, he couldn't get rid of the self, because he didn't know that there is no self here. But when compared with that knowledge, that understanding, if you clearly see this, what Buddha said is, in first hand, Buddha says, just for the knowledge, that is better that you understand there is no doer here. With that notion, try to see this Dhamma from that perspective, then you will grab, then you will realize that there is no person here. So that push you towards this true liberation. So that liberation doesn't have a person. That so there would not be kind of a person to pursue that liberation. So that is the way how these two things get separated. So that is very important, I think. Yes, these are the things that I have to add here. I don't know whether Randima spoke about these things. Anyway, do you have any? So what I have to tell is our challenge is to how you should get away from that actual feel of aliveness. So we still feel, if I touch my head at, with my left hand, I still feel this is my head. So so that makes me to sense that I am still living. That's why we tell I am a living being when compared with the dead person. Even we touch this cadaver, that dead body, he doesn't or she doesn't feel that we are touching him or her. But somebody comes and if somebody comes and touches me, so I feel somebody came and that feeling. So that makes me to feel that I am living. But what Buddha said is that feeling is also not true. Because of the ignorance, you get that certain feeling. So what Buddha said is there would be no difference between a died person or a living person once you understand this Dhamma. So that is very beautiful, because the alive feel will fade away once you understand. So that doesn't mean that you completely get away from these day-to-day activities and your loved ones and all these things. No, until our faculties are there, until we exhale our last breath, it will remain as same. They will remain as same, but it won't change. Your interactions, your father, mother, brother, those responsibilities that you can carry out as usual, it won't change. They won't change. But with the understanding, you tend to feel that you are no longer a living being. So for a mind, it's difficult to grasp this fact. But if you come and see this Dhamma, you will feel that you are not a living being anymore. So I think this is very, yes, that is never heard before Dhamma. That we can say that, yes, we haven't heard this before, but that is the truth. It is not just a faith. It is not, so we don't become a follower blindly of Lord Buddha. After doing the experiment, incorporating yourself as the example, putting yourself as the sample, you will realize this for sure. So that is, yes, Harshi, Teruvan Saranai, Randima Teruvan Saranai. What do you think? And do you have anything to add or comment? Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi Theruvan Saranai. I think this for the sense of the self, to diminish. The practical approach is the one that is the most useful, because like you said, when you touch your head, you feel like you're touching your head. So what it does is, um, all these situations are addressed through the practical approach, especially the first karma sthana, where the so-called external is not real. So when you touch your head, if you can just close your eyes and just pay attention to the experience of uh, that feeling, that so whatever the feeling that you're feeling, that experience, without any words, without any thoughts, and if you kind of immerse yourself in that experience, and then shift your attention from that to the thought, I am touching my head, and kind of immerse yourself, there's no self, but immerse in that experience of the thought, experiencing that thought, there's a clear distinction.
Yeah.
That feeling is different to the thought. So this is throughout the first karma sthana, that is what it's doing. That separation happens, and anything with all the five sense faculties, when now most of the time they do it with the walking meditation, right? So when you walk, as you keep your right foot on the floor, you can feel with your eyes, you can see what kind of a flow there is. And that is just the image. If you can now even do it kind of mentally, that is the image, and that experience is just an experience of seeing. You cannot talk about it with any thought or any word without going to the mind. So that is where the seeing is just seeing. And if you think that this flow is a rough flow, or there's somebody had dropped something on the floor, all that is thoughts, in the realm of thoughts, and that experience of having a thought. If you really pay attention to the thoughts, how you feel when thoughts appear in the awareness, that experience is totally different to the experience you have when you look at something, or when the system looks at something, or when seeing happens, or when something is heard. So the right foot, we can't even say the right foot, when it's kept on the floor, there's this solidity or hardness or roughness, or cannot explain. Even hardness, solidity, roughness, they are words, they are thoughts. It is just that experience, experiencing whatever happens when you keep the foot on the floor. That experience is just the experience. Everything else is just mind made, as in, again, not anyone made it or created it. It is how the mind was created in the first place. And then we have to go back to how the foot is created, how the flow is created, how the label was given in the first place. And out of two things, out of sounds and form, how the thought came into existence. That this is where that example you put, cement, stones, sand, and water on this end as raw material, and on the other end, the output is some sort of concrete animals, concrete ducts, concrete posts, and whole idea about these elements, the raw materials that was inputted, is now different. Now we are freely saying, now this is an animal, this is an elephant made with concrete, this is a horse made with concrete, this is a duct made with concrete. But what are the constituents? What are they made up of? Cement, sand, water, and rocks. Similarly, thoughts. Now that is the metaphor, or the analogy, or whatever you want to call it. Similarly, the thoughts on this end, the thoughts come out. What are the thoughts? Mother, father, the flow, the right foot, the hardness, solidity, roughness. What was inserted, what was inputted as the raw material? Sounds, images, smells, tastes, touches, or vibrations, different ranges of vibrations. So when, just like when raw material, cement and stuff was inserted and the concrete elephants came out, vibrations was inputted and mother came out. Now mother has value that's been given the value that's been attributed by the system. Similarly, when I walk on the floor, my foot stepping on the floor is rough, different values attributed. Rough is a different value, smooth is a different value. It's like currency kind of. The floor, my foot has more value compared to the floor. So if you really like immerse yourself in that experience, how this attention moves from seeing images to hearing sounds to sniffing smells to feeling the solidity to observing a thought.
Yeah. Yes,
So
as you
there's
said. Yeah. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Go ahead.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Yeah, so
Yes. Yeah.
so that's the labels lose value, labels slowly. I mean, not that you don't know the label or recognize whatever you see or listen or hear. The perception dissolves little by little, like how you would brush something with layers and layers and layers of rust or dust or whatever. Initially, you can't feel this perception of self being dissolved or diminished, but over a period of time, like if you started eating, going out of your diet or whatever, your wife won't recognize that you're gaining weight, but after a month of like not eating healthy or whatever, somebody else would see you after a couple of months, that person will be like, oh Ravi, you have gained weight or something. Similarly, since perception of self over a bit of a longer period of time, it will occur that that weight or the internal burning wasn't there. Like it's as if almost the sense of self is absent, and then that comes through a thought, and then again that thought too doesn't have value. What happens is then that thought has more value because that means I'm on the path. There's progress. Somebody's on the path. The self is on the path, even though self is slowly diminished in other aspects of the experience. Now it's being created by observing the progress. And then we see that it comes to the second karma sthana, where there's nothing in thought as well. Thought doesn't have any value. It's just like how concrete factory made concrete elephants with cement, rocks, water and sand. Then you pay attention to this now, thoughts. Now most of the external has no too little value. The thoughts are again all kinds of thoughts, all comes in all colors, forms and shapes, like mother thoughts about mother, romantic thoughts, um, thoughts of jealousy, thoughts of anger, superiority, whatever it is. We think they have different values because at the moment we feel that value, like I'm this kind of person, why did this person talk to me, or oh my god, or some sort of a nostalgic feeling. We used to go to school and those days are the most beautiful. We had friends and those bonds are the strongest. Whatever you think, we think these words come or thoughts come with these inherent values, but it's not. It's just made up of some vibrations or sounds, smells, tastes, touch, that sort of stuff. So again, no value. Something value is being attributed to something that never had value. So as you see that, it's just opening up to just the process of the senses. Just even then, it's down to seeing. Now is seeing real? Is the bat seeing the same thing that is seeing to me in the moment? Is the dog hearing the same thing I'm hearing? It's our own limitations of or the capabilities of the senses now, or the fact that sound is just a vibration. The contemplation and that penetrative insight in the moment. How is sound? How does sound become a vibration? The function of a pitchfork. How does it work, and how can the sound work the same way, and how's the experience of listening doesn't have any words in it. So that kind of contemplation and the practical approach slowly dissolve the self and kind of shed light on the fact that it's just a function of the sense faculties, the whole experience. And it doesn't even mean there's something called sense faculties. Sense faculties meaning seeing. Seeing is nothing but a bunch of vibrations. It doesn't even happen at a far distance. Like it's just like a projector. When you have the projector and it's projected onto a screen, if you take the screen even further away, the movie moves further away. If you bring the screen closer, the movie comes closer. So our projected vision is also like that. It's created in the eye, and visible range of light. So that kind of contemplation and penetrative insight, and how if you have listened to that, there's a nice video on YouTube called Virtual Barber. You have to wear headsets, and if you listen to that, it feels like barber is cutting your head, and he's going around your head from left to right, top to bottom. And this is just a vibration created in the vibration created in the earphones. And how is it capable of giving us the illusion of somebody moving around our head? So that kind of contemplation, really contemplating how is it, so really inquiring, is that true? How does it happen? Really like really questioning within you and try to see the answers within yourself really helps in the process. Sometimes you see most of the things. Certain things we just go to just play with knowledge, and some certain realizations of the Dhamma is kind of breached with just knowledge, because we haven't done that particular contemplation. We have kind of avoided or not done that contemplation yet. When we try to explain, there was a nice example recently when Narayana Maharaj asked about what is the truth. The way those mothers answered the question, whoever answers that question, the answer that comes, that is where they are in the journey. That is like the indicator. So if someone says, because that is how we walk this too. When I started with there's no thing called mind. Say when at that point, if Mahansi asked, what is the truth? My answer would be, there's no such thing called mind. And further down, there would be, there's no one called self. Whatever we understand, whatever the understanding we hold in the moment, that will be the answer. As time moved, as the fact that there's no mind is created in the moment is more clearer, then there's a fact that there's no external world, there's no self, or rather they are creations of the faculties in this moment, is clear, then that will be the answer to that question. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say, Dr. Ravi. Yes.
Yes, that was very nicely explained by you. Yes, that is great. So as you said, ultimately, what we have to know is, we are, even though we tell that we are living, what actually happens here is, we take some kind of experience to a thought. So the thoughts are made by our own minds. So thoughts are not real, but experience would be there until we'll realize this completely. Experience in the sense, as Archie said, when you move on a, when you walk on a tiled floor, we feel the hardness of these tiles. So then you step onto a place where wet area, then you feel the wetness of the floor. But we are so what we initially felt was the hardness, or the hardness of the tile, and then we felt the wetness. So all those two things are experiences. So on top of that, we make huge heap of thoughts that I I walked into that area. It was a tile floor. The consistency of tile is the hardness. And also, so tiles are so hard because I stepped next into a wet area. Uh, that's why I felt the wetness. So likewise, those are the things we created. But the actual thing is the initial experience that we had. Likewise, we also experience ourselves at in early stage of life after looking through a mirror. So then we have some kind of constructs in our mind that we experience a kind of figure or a shape and colors in that reflection. So we tied up with the thoughts. So this is me, that is me. Likewise. So then all comes in this this moment when I step on the tile floor. So I am the one who is walking in this tile floor. All these things are thoughts. They are created within our mind. So they are thoughts. But the experience is the firmness of the solidness of the tile floor. So the rest of the things are all created by ourselves. So that's why Lord Buddha said, we are living in a thoughtful world, full of thoughts. Chitte niyati loko. But this world is not real. Only the experience. Actually, if I myself become a thought, so how would there be a person to perceive that the firmness of this tile floor? No, just the firmness only. Or if you step onto the wet area, just the wetness only. There's no person here. So that is very difficult to grab at suddenly. But if you think in that line, it is not hard to figure out either. So so there is no the me my mind is also construct of our own mind, which had been tied up to the initial experience that we had after seeing through the mirror. That is also experience. So to that experience, the new experience tie up. Then you create a huge kind of a story. That story is completely a man-made one, mind-made one. So there is no truth in it. So that point we have to understand. So we are living in an illusionary world that has been created with thoughts. So that understanding we have to have at the beginning. It seems so. So then you will then the path is clear for you. The path will become open for you because you tend to feel the real experience without the uh, uh, mental constructs. That doesn't mean the thoughts would come. That's all right. But you know, there are no real value in that thoughts. So you from bottom of your heart, it doesn't come to assign kind of value to those thoughts. So it comes through the understanding only. Even though I say, if you listen this as another kind of a piece of knowledge, that won't help you to get through this illusion. Just contemplate initially, then you will realize, yes, wow, what Lord Buddha said was very correct. We are in a huge mirage. We are trapped in a mirage that has been made from our own mind, our own mind. So we were in the trap. So other than the pure experiences we receive from our faculties, anything won't be there. So I think, yes, we are almost heading towards the end of this program, isn't it, Hashi? So,
Yeah, Dr. Ravi. So, yeah, thank you for your valuable input, and Randima, also thank you very much for your valuable input. Let's wrap up for today, right?
okay.
Yeah, thank you, Namali and Sindhu. Let's pay homage to Aryan Mahansi at our feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansi. Let's meet again tomorrow. Thiruvan Saranai, everyone.
Thank you,
Thank you
Harshi.
very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very
Ravi.
much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Saranai.
Thank you, everyone. Everyone.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, ever aglow. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpada.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go,
Everyone Saranai, dear friends. Mm, As usual, at 9 p.m. in Sri Lanka time, we are gathering this way to listen another episode of Buddothpada sermons. As usual, before I begin, I'd like to humbly worship our noble friend Buddothpada and Vahanse at his feet for giving us this opportunity to tell the world about this noble truth. So this truth had been under the sands of time for such a long period, nearly 2600 years. But to be thankful for our noble friend Buddothpada and Vahanse, it had been revealed again. And now this Dhamma is awaking once again through these sermons. So you are one of the luckiest people among the entire world who happens to listen this Dhamma. So this is your opportunity to listen this profound truth, which brings about the exact same message that has been delivered by Lord Buddha. So whether you are a Buddhist, whether you are a Catholic, whether you are a Hindu, irrespective of your religion, irrespective of your culture, as a human being, you have a certain right to know what is the truth in this world. So even nowadays, scientists are find themselves difficult after revealing certain scientific phenomena, especially quantum entanglement and the observer effect. So all these things nowadays scientists are facing difficulties to explain. But 2600 years back, Lord Buddha had seen through his Abhijna Jnana all these things. So the quantum physics and quantum entanglement and the observer effect, all these things were said by Lord Buddha. Actually, they have not been. Lord Buddha didn't use the words, exact word that those as such they are using by modern data scientists, but he expressed the same thing in different ways. Lord Buddha wanted to highlight that there is no such a time gap, so-called time gap here. So that's why for that particular scenario, Buddha used the word samanantare. There is no difference between past and the future, future and the present. Everything happens in this time. To explain this phenomena, Buddha used the word the samanantare. And also in quantum entanglement. Nowadays, scientists have found out if two particles are set apart, one particle behaves, those two particles behave opposite ways. Even they were set apart for huge distances, even more than the light can travel. So there is no, they have found out in between these two particles, you can't say there is, you can't set up a certain time gap. It happens all at the same moment. If particle here is moved towards down, so the other particle will go upwards. There is no observable time gap here. But in the scientific background, they have proved that there is no time gap in this particular observation. So same thing has been explained by Lord Buddha using the word samanantare. Living beings are the ones who give certain notion of time due to their observer effect. The observee would change. It is also explained in. It is also well explained in the double slit experiment in a laboratory. So this is why Lord Buddha said, entire world is centered around self. That's why once Rohitatta wanted to explore about the um planets, stars, universe, Milky Ways, but Lord Buddha instructed Rohitatta, don't do it. So you can't find the edge of boundary of this universe externally. You have to look into yourself. You have to do your self-reflection. And then you will find the boundary of the universe. Without seeing the boundary, you won't be able to understand who you are actually. So that was the instruction, that was the advice given by Lord Buddha those days. With this quantum entanglement and observer effect and all the things, we can come into certain kind of near conclusion. What Lord Buddha said about 2600 years back is true. Nothing can be seen externally. So whatever the thing you try to observe externally, it gets certain limitation. It has certain limitations because the limitations are there in your own senses. Your senses would define the scope of that you see, the amount that you hear, the intensity of your feel. But nobody can perceive beyond the limits of their own senses. Even you want to see the smallest particle in the universe, you have to magnify it to bring it to the size that you can see through by your eyes, through your eyes. Otherwise, you won't see. So, scientists now have found out most of the space is filled up by dark matters. So they can't. They say most of the space is occupied by this dark matter. It means with nothingness. So so now we get certain um, discrepancies what we have already learned and what we now observe through the modern scientific findings. Earlier we thought the smallest particle is the atom. Now scientists have found out no, atom is not the smallest particle. It goes beyond that even. And also they have observed, they have theoretically, mathematically found out that the dark matter fills almost 90% of the space. So, but still, they are trying to find the truth from their sensory levels. But the story unrolls in another dimension. So that dimension cannot be captured through your senses. That dimension is only be seen through the wisdom, only through the wisdom. That's why Buddha was known as the wisdom guy. Buddha had that wisdom to see the absolute truth. The absolute truth unrolls in different perspective. In order to understand, you have to look through that particular perspective. So if you are able to look at from that particular angle only, you will gain the wisdom. And that wisdom is spreads wisdom spreads across all the senses, and it gives a certain feel. It gives certain feel. That feeling is the ultimate truth. Due to the ignorance, we still try to find out the truth through our own senses. So we try to make huge telescopes, and we try to send certain satellites or space shuttle to the faraway places, and we are trying to find out whether there is any kind of a living being in the space. But still, the main point that we have missed in everything, in every scientific experiment, is we are trying to figure out what is captured through our own senses. But the story unrolls in different kind of a perspective where our ordinary senses cannot be captured, cannot uh, capture it. So there has to be a certain kind of sort of abhignana. It is a certain kind of wisdom, special kind of wisdom, which gives a certain penetrative insight. Through this penetrative insight, you will get certain kind of a wisdom. So that wisdom will make you to feel the absolute truth. Through these Buddothpada sermons also gives the same message, trying to deliver the same message. What you have to do is you have to listen these sermons very carefully and try to understand what it really says, and try to incorporate, and also you might get certain new knowledge. That's all right. The knowledge is taken from your senses. That is all right. It is needed. So human are the only species that live in the world who can understand this thing. So even we try to convey this message to some other animals, they won't get it. But humans have a certain ability to think, figure out logically. So that's why being a human is such a great fortune, or such a big opportunity to understand this truth. So this story gives the message that goes beyond the levels, the capabilities of your senses. But for for a beginner, what you have to understand is the capabilities of your own senses, what are really existing within you. First, as the initial step, you have to understand your senses. The way how you capture the worldly perceptions. Then of course you will understand there's no such things called worldly perceptions except the projections of your own senses. Then you will understand the so-called worldly entities, so-called worldly material things are also not existing things as you think. You are the one who is thinking that these material world is really existing, as well as you are the one who is thinking you are living in such a planet called Earth, and there are certain other planets in our galaxy called Jupiter, Mars, uh, and so on. And also, you are the one who is thinking that you have been belong to a certain Milky Way, and there are a huge collection of Milky Ways in our universe. So all these things are your knowledge. All these things can be captured, are the things that you capture through your senses. But this story goes beyond that level. What Lord Buddha actually said is, you are living in a thought. Everything, even you talk about the sun, moon, earth, galaxy, Milky Way, and the universe, all the things are there in one single thought. You are the one who is thinking that there is certain kind of huge galaxy, and there are certain Milky Ways, and there are different planets in them. Likewise, though everything are thoughts. What Lord Buddha said is, these thoughts are not real. Just think how Lord Buddha said these thoughts are not real. So just take one example and try to uh, escalate on that further. It's like seeing a one single leaf of a mango tree. It's like trying to understand a one single leaf in structure of the one single leaf of a mango tree. So that will give certain idea of the structure of the rest of the leaves as well. So likewise, if you analyze the way that that thought is formed in one single thought, so that knowledge can be applied to the rest of the other thoughts as well. So seeing one thought is sufficient to understand actually the entire world, how this thought has been formed. As you know by now, one particular thought will take the usual book. It is a thought. How we say it is the book is thought. So you might say, no, it is a material thing, no. So we can hold it, we can turn its pages, so we can read it, and we can feel the solidness or the hardness or the texture of the book. So how you can say that it is a thought, only a thought? Just keep thinking the way I tell you to see this particular book, particular thought. Who tell this is a? Who told you this is a book? It is a sound that you heard when early stages of your life, and also you only capture through the eyes the different shades of different color shades of the book. And also when you hold it, your skin sensor will detect the solidness, the firmness, the hardness of the book. But when only all the perceptions come together, then it will form a thought. So that thought is the book. So after seeing the shape only, or shape or shades of the colors only, you don't know what it is. So I'm telling, when you see the book at first time, very first time, so it was only a color. So then that color and that shades of color was given such a name by someone else, that was heard when you were small. Then those two perceptions came together, and at the same time, when you hold the book, you felt the hardness of the book. So all these perceptions got combined each other, got together each other. Then now you know, if I tell the word book, you get a certain idea of a book, a material kind of a book. But actually there were three perceptions there: color, sound, and the feel of the hardness, solid feeling. So all these were originated, all these perceptions were originated in your own faculties, on senses. So in absence of one sensor, so you won't feel it is as a material thing. So we'll say, when you touch, if you don't feel the hardness of the book, so we'll say at that particular instance your hand has gone numb, so you don't feel the hardness of the book. So that perception part is missing in your picture. But when it only combines, when all the perceptions get combined each other, now you call it as a book. But is there really kind of a book here? It is not. It is a creation that has happened all of a sudden after combining all the three perceptions. These perceptions are, can you say these perceptions are real? No, these are not real either. So you know how your senses create those perceptions. So these perceptions are not real. Even the light is not real. Even the sound is not real. And the feeling of the solidity or the hardness is not real. So after combination, these non-real perception, is there any chance of creating a real kind of a book? No, it is another kind of unreal perception. So you are dealing with that kind of a perception. but you tend to feel that it is real, it is really existing. Why is that? Because after forming these initial perceptions, the underlying energy which carries along with these initial perceptions are there, stored there in the book as well. That energy is giving rise to certain kind of a feel of its existence. You tend to feel, as soon as you hear the voice of or the name of the book, you get a certain picture into your mind. So as soon as this certain mental picture is formed in your mind, it has a certain kind of a existence feel as well. That feel will give rise to another kind of a notion that who feels this existence of the particular book. Unknowingly, the self gets formed in that particular very thought, in that particular thought. So now you know that what Lord Buddha said is correct. What Lord Buddha said is Chitte Niyati Loko. Your world is there in your mind. This mind is formed by the thoughts. The thoughts are formed by the different perceptions that are received from your senses. That makes you to understand that your senses are defining your scope of the world. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana Loko Loko. Your senses collectively define your own world. So that understanding will bring about another kind of realization. What is that? The concept of you, the notion of you also has been brought up through these perceptions of the senses. You yourself also become a part of the same illusionary world. So this world is not true, not a true thing. It is certain, it is a certain projection. You are the one who is thinking that you are living in that particular world. So for you, you have mother, father relationships, and the car, houses, planets, universe, stars, sun, all the things are there in your own world, but they have been created through your senses. If you don't have your eye sensor from the beginning, would it be there for you a colorful world like this? Or one sensor is missing. When one sensor is missing, your world would be narrowed down. So in certain animals, there may be more than 5 sensors, more than 6, 8, 7 sensors. So they might be feeling a uh, more sophisticated world than us, because we don't usually feel this gravitational power. we don't usually feel this magnetic power. But we know through the science, we got to know that there are certain forces existing in this world, but actually without any uh, material material things, we can't detect it. But there may be certain animals in the world who also feels this magnetic power, who also feel this gravitational power. And also, as you know, we can't even detect whether this wire is live or not until you turn on the switch and see whether light is on or not. Light, uh, yes. So, but certain animals are there. They can feel this electricity power. So that's why they just um, um, that's why. So, as an example, the any animals, elephants, can detect whether this wire is a live wire or not from a distance. But unfortunately, we can't. So, because our senses are not capable of capturing that thing. Then, so there are so many things in the world. Our senses are not capable to capture those things. But certain animals, they might be. They might have uh, the respective sensors for them to detect that forces. So their world must be different from ours. So we don't know in this earth where the gravitational power is low, where the gravity power is high even. But if some animal naturally feels that, so his world should be different from ours. And we are not the only species living this world. There are so many other living beings, so they have different senses. So Lord Buddha said, as humans, we only have four great elements. That means Patapi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu. That means Patapi means the solidness, Apo means this liquid state, Tejo means this temperature, hot, cold, sense of hot and cold, and the Vayu means the nature of the air. So airlessness. So, but these things are, these four great elements are not the absolute unit of this world. For human being, that is true, because we have that sort of limited capacity to detect the things. We only feel the solidity, liquidity through our contact. So our skin can perceive that. But there may be other certain animals who might have more feelings than ours. As I said earlier, they might be feeling the magnetic force, but we can't feel the magnetic force. We can't feel the gravitational force. There may be some animals that they sense this gravity power, and also the electrical current we don't feel unless you touch it. But certain animals are there, they can feel these electric forces from a distance. As well as there are certain animals who has a visual spectrum go beyond our level. They might see, they are seeing the infrared range, but we can't see the infrared range. So their visual vision might be very different from ours. They don't see what we see. So can we say that the world we are seeing is the actual world they are seeing is not the actual world? No, we can't say so. And also for those animals, beyond that 4 great elements, they might have 8 great elements. They might have three elements. So these are all varies according to the level of capacities of our own senses, capabilities of our own senses. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. Our senses are collectively, our senses collectively defines our world. But this has to be very clear for you now. So are you living in a real kind of a world? No. It is an illusional world. It is made up in your own thought. So you are living in a thought. That how this thought has been formed by collection of the all sensory perceptions that are captured, that are received through your senses. You yourself is also in that same particular thought. So would there be a thought with absence of this when your senses are not there? No. The senses have to be there to form a thought. So after forming the thought, there's certain ability to mind create more and more subsequent thoughts. So that's why Lord Buddha said we have 6 senses, not only 5 senses. So after forming the mind, so mind tends to behave, starts to behave as another kind of a sensor. Just because it can produce more and more thoughts by itself. Like your eye sensor, like my ear sensor. So that's why we have, as human beings, we have 6 senses. But all these 6 senses are not real. They are not capturing the exact truth of the world. So we are thinking, we are only thinking that we are living in the absolute kind of a real world, but it is not the truth. Because the ignorance we have, we tend to think like that. But what Lord Buddha said is, just come and have a look how the world has been created, how your senses work, how your illusionary world got formed. Then you will realize you yourself is also becomes a part of the same kind of a world. So that means that the thought of yourself, existence of the yourself, is also you will understand as not a true thing. From that it is not very difficult to understand what you were thinking is wrong about yourself. So you thought up to now that you are a living being. You are existing living being. But once you begin to understand this Dhamma, this truth, you will realize that you are also not real. And also, at the same time, if you are not true, not really existent living being, do you have a birth? If you are not being, if you are not a living being, have you a so-called birth for you? No. So that brings about that the understanding of that you have never been born. So no one have born here. No one has born here. So in the absence of a birth, will there be a death? No. Because you have not born. So who is going to die? No one here to die. So this understanding will bring about this realization. There is no one here, and I myself have no certain birth as well as a death. Because I have not born in this world. It is also another kind of a thought. But what will happen if the particular perception becomes true for you? So for an instance, we can again take the same example of the book. So you feel the 3D nature of the book, and you recognize it as a solid thing, and at the same time you feel the texture, and you can read the book, so it makes you certain kind of a absolute feeling, real existence feeling is there. Then what happens? In order to have that absolute existence feeling of the particular book, there should be a person to perceive that the particular existence of this book. That is the point where your self gets formed. So now you can understand how the thought will lead to formation of the self. As long as you take this book as a real thing, At the same time, within the same thought, you yourself gets formed. That is your ignorance. Why I say it is your ignorance? Because now you know this book is not the real thing. It has been made from the perceptions that are received from your senses. These senses are not true because it has certain limitations. So it captures only what it is intended to capture, what it intended to capture. So that is not true. So if the captured perception is not true, can the result of it, after combination of all the perceptions, is there a chance of becoming true? No, it is not true. The book is not true. Book is not real. So if the book is not real, would there be any chance of feeling of its existence? No. In the absence of this existence feeling, would there be a person to perceive to the absence feeling? No. There is no chance of creating a self if you don't feel like this book is as a real thing. That is the way how you get away from this illusion. That is the way how you excel your world. That is the way how you liberate from your mind. This liberation is acquired only through this understanding of this Dhamma. Dhamma in the sense, the way it is formed, the mechanism, how this illusion was formed. So, samudayancha attagama. So, in order to understand the thought, you have to understand the way the thought has been formed. Then you will understand there's nothing to be taken as truth in it. It is not a true process. It is not a absolute, really happening process. Once there is any kind of a vibration, only the projection will be happening. If these projections combine together, then only you get project another perception called book. So none of these pathways incur any kind of a real thing. At any point you can say this is a real thing. No, you can't say. During this process, you can't find anything real. So that means you yourself is not a real thing either. That is the way how you can get true liberation from your mind. Your mind can no longer deceive you, projecting so many perceptions, because you know these projections are not true. They are only mental formations. So after understanding this Dhamma, would this entire process stop? No. It keeps going. As long as your senses are functioning, it keeps creating the mental formations. So it creates the worldly perceptions, it creates the books, it creates the chair, it creates the illusion. But you know it is not real. The thoughts are not real. How you got to know? Through the understanding. So that understand will lead you towards the perceive the particular non-vibration state or the non-soul perception. It is not a different kind of another perception. You have been feeling the vibration, the perceptions of different vibrations throughout your life. But when you start to feel the nothingness or the reality of the non-existent state of these perceptions, then this non-soul perception become prominent within you. So that will lead to the ultimate feel of the absolute non-vibration. That is the state of supreme bliss of Nibbana. So in that particular case, there is no one who attained to that state because your soul has been vanished at the early stages of the path. That is the stream entry part. Very first stage, you get to know that there is no such a person called me. So that understanding will lead you towards the ultimate feeling of the bliss of Nibbana. The bliss of Nibbana is the state of non-vibration. So, but still, this formation of the illusion takes place. But you are not involved in that. So, let the movie to run, but you know through the understanding you are not there. Anybody that this movie cannot interfere with your internal stillness. Your stillness will be there with you. So the movie can't shake your stability because you have understood this Dhamma. So I think this is enough for the day. We can talk further tomorrow as well, as usual. So I invite you, everybody, to listen this in Buddothpada sermons very patiently, very attentively. I'm sure that you will understand this Dhamma for sure. So thank you for listening. Good night and Triple Gem bless you.